where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, why is everyone laughing? So yes, we're gonna hop in here, but before we do, we have some quick announcements to get through. First and foremost, we have a survey that we put up a couple weeks ago. It ends April 18th. If you haven't had an opportunity, please go ahead and put in your information. Let us know where you're from, how much of the show you've watched, what kind of future things from Critical Role you'd like to see. It's just us getting a feel for the size and spread of the community, and it's very helpful and awesome. So you can check that out at geekandsundry.com/crsurvey. You'll probably see the link in the chat as well, but please do that if you haven't yet. That'd be awesome. Yeah, play April 18th. As far as merch goes, we're still out of stock on dice, I believe. No.
What?
There's officially 30 sets left, according to
30 sets?
30 sets
Sorry, they're gone.
that I've heard. There are 30 sets left in the store. We will be ordering more,
Yeah.
so there will be more, but I don't know when that's going to come in. So
Yeah.
30 sets for the time being.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lou.
Things are rubbing.
Yes.
Please don't.
Taliesin, Wednesday Club coming up, right?
There is a Wednesday Club. We're doing Comics 101. It's going to be our intro to how to read comics. Like the notion is like the show that you would show your grandmother or your friend who's just never apparently seen a written word next to a picture before. They do exist. I'm sadly not going to be there, but Amy and Matt are going to throw together something really, really awesome, and I'm going to be helping out from the sidelines, throwing them stuff because I'm going to be out of town. But yay.
Awesome. Speaking of Taliesin and a different Matt, we're both going to be on Eric's TBD RPG tomorrow at noon Pacific time.
The dice are gone.
The dice are gone. There you go.
Just now.
Well done. Jesus.
Good job, guys. I got him.
Yay. We'll have more soon. But yeah, we'll both be on Eric's TBD RPG tomorrow at noon here at Geek and Sundry at Pacific time for the Doctor Who RPG. I'll be returning as my character Meatstick. The Meatstick, yeah, he's a heavily experimented on Ood, who is massively buff and looks kind of like Nemesis from Resident Evil 3, but with more of a tentacle mouth. So that'll be fun.
Yes, I'll be doing my old band voice. It's very fun. Yes.
And I believe Darren DePaul's gonna be joining us as well.
I think he's a maybe.
Maybe?
It's a maybe.
He's supposed to be. I think he might be a
I
little
know,
late.
it's a-
I'll check in.
I think
Hopefully.
it's gonna be on.
He might be. Could be.
Pretty sure.
Mystery about.
Tune in, find out.
Marisha, new signal boost went up this week.
Yes, it's me.
Full circle.
Again, I'm back. Go watch. Actually, we're gonna be playing it over the course of the break, so that we have a break.
You should watch
So
it.
you'll watch it over the course of the break.
It's only getting weirder, folks.
It's
I love
getting
it.
really weird.
I
You
love
can
it.
tell it's such an outlet for us in the creative team. It's like, it's got a lot of meta things going on reflecting our day-to-day lives.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So
Always
see you to the
has
break.
been. It's great.
I will be at SakuraCon, by the way, next weekend, April 14th to the 16th, up in Seattle. We're doing some panels, signings, and fun stuff. So if you guys are up in the Seattle area next weekend, come say hi. That'll be fun. Sorry, pardon my belch. Snuck up on me. And once again, Will Friedle is going to be at the Wales Comic-Con, April 8th and 9th. So like real soon. So if you're near Wales, go say hi to Will. Give him a bunch of really large presents that he can't possibly bring back in the plane, and they'll become his problem. So that's my recommendation. Fuck that guy, exactly. And a reminder, me, Taliesin, and Marisha will be guests at MomoCon, May 25th to 28th in Atlanta, Georgia. So if you're in that area, other side of the country, come say hi then, because that'd be fun.
Yeah.
And Talks Machina, of course, every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific here on Twitch and Alpha, where we talk about, next week we'll be talking about this episode.
Yeah.
And the episode before that, actually, a
I
little
hope
bit too.
everyone liked the panel, by the way.
The panel was great.
Yeah.
We had a great turnout at
panel?
WonderCon.
Yeah, thanks everybody who came.
Like,
It was
we-
super cool.
We kind of filled the arena, which was, I had this big fear we were going to get up on stage and there'd be like 7 people in the front row and
It was
just empty
apparently
space.
2,800.
Oh, wow.
2,800 strong.
Jesus!
Wow.
In that
More than
panel.
7.
Critters. Yeah, so many kiddos.
So thanks for coming, guys.
Free costumes,
Oh,
library costumes.
Brian
Yeah.
Wayne
So many
Foster
costumes.
also said the WonderCon panel will be on GNS's YouTube Friday at 8 p.m. In case you missed it on
Yeah.
Talks Machina.
Great, so you can check it out then.
Yeah.
And I believe, unless I'm mistaken, that's it. Anything else anyone wants to talk about? No, anything you want to talk about?
I had a great day today. It
Awesome.
was really fun. Had a good lunch.
I'm so glad. What'd you have?
Falafel.
Nice, good
really
choice.
Yeah.
Hey, look, this is a book that she made,
my
and it's
God.
so good. She signed it for me, and I'm reading it to my kids, and they love it.
There's a bear in it.
There is a bear in it.
Parallels. Always
More than that
parallels.
in it too. Let me tell you. Just getting started. Lots of different animals.
Which, by the way, thank you again, Noelle, for coming and playing with us again this week.
Yeah, hey, is anyone like tied to a table and needs help right now? Because apparently I'm available now, so I'm here to help.
And on that note, let's go ahead and dive in to tonight's episode of Critical Role. And welcome back. Just so you guys know, we know there is a bit of, I guess, apparently an audio sync issue that's happening right now. It's apparently not on our end. Our systems are syncing just fine. It might be a Twitch side thing. Hopefully they're working on it right now and seeing if we can figure out how to get that fixed. In the meantime, my apologies. We'll continue playing, and at the very least, the upload will be synced. So keep an ear out. Thank you for your patience. Technical. Alrighty, so catching us up from last week. Vox Machina goes to hell. And tying up loose ends and dealing with lingering business, you've decided to travel to the Nine Hells of Bator, specifically the second layer of Dis, to where the Iron City of Dis, under the rule of Dispater, to seek out the place where Hodis, the Rakshasa, which is now in a chain of perpetually hunting members of your team, you decided it was best to end it there, as the only way to kill the entity is to destroy it on its own home plane. So, you gathered yourselves, you transported via Keyleth onto the second layer of Hell, you wandered incognito as various demonic adjacent entities, you've avoided a modicum of interest or other issues, you've made friends and signed a contract for aid with a Cambion owner of some sort of a tavern in the vicinity. You met with a silly shop owner. You ate soul crystals, little soul stones, and you've agreed for safe passage into the subterranean prison of Mentiri, which apparently houses Hodis as he's reforming, you've come to discover. You will go and assassinate a pit fiend named Utugash, who is the superior of the individual you signed the contract with. And upon his destruction, and without leaking any information that could tie this individual to the assassination, be granted passage safely and unspoiled into the prison to seek out your quarry, slay it, and return home safely. As you snuck into the home of this pit fiend, you quickly discovered a dwarvish female had endured quite some torture and was found chained to a table. You released her, and she introduced herself as Tova. And I actually don't believe you introduced yourself. You didn't give a name, did you?
It's in there somewhere.
I'm sure it was somewhere.
No, she said her name.
I think you
She said
did.
her name.
You did. Okay, good. Very little else, though. You were not having
I
anyone's
wrote it
shit.
down.
Rory, no, that means it happened.
There you go. That was awesome.
I also wrote down Chain devils know. I don't know what that note meant from
God.
our previous
What do
game,
they
but
know?
You were tripping
Oh,
last
because
session.
the Chain Devils
The Chain Devil.
potentially knew.
about the Bastion of Flesh, is that what it was?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's good.
Yeah.
There you go.
It was just chain devils know.
Yeah, it's
period.
very green. Yeah.
First,
Chain
you
Devils,
repeat
period.
yourself.
No, and no, period. Just don't.
That too.
None
That
of
too.
those, please.
However, your new dwarven friend transformed into some sort of a lycanthrope werebear, taking a great sword from Grog's stash in the bag of holding. You gave chase over one of the guardians and keepers of the stronghold, killed it, and in doing so alerted other members of the stronghold, killed them, and in doing so alerted other members of the stronghold, and Grog, creeping forward down this hallway, revealed a central chamber where, betwixt two pools of what appear to be molten, glowing blood, and sitting upon a throne, the corpulent, grotesque, sweaty, slick pit fiend named Utugash sits there with a terrible, toothy grin, who speaks telepathically into your mind. So, what do you bring to me to pleasure? And I need you all to roll initiative.
Oh God! That quickly, huh?
Telepathically?
Yeah, just like the last one spoke to you.
Are people just too lazy to use their mouths? I mean,
Mouths are for eating, not for talking.
It's like texting in hell.
Kinda, yeah.
OMG.
Alrighty. This is two. Alrighty, folks. So, given that point, 25 to 20.
24.
24.
Wins.
whatever.
20 to 15.
Go ahead.
Okay. Who has what?
19.
19.
15.
15.
16.
Samesies.
Twins.
We're going in together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
We belong
17.
together.
Oh,
Nice.
And you did. That's all.
wow, we all
Well,
did
you
pretty
guys
well.
Yeah,
warm
we
up
did.
for us.
I think I'm gonna check.
What'd you roll?
I'm gonna take my first round to check.
We're all between
I'm 17.
15 and 24.
15, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, did pretty banging.
Spooky.
All right. So as the pit fiend's still just standing there, its arm hanging over the edge of this giant axe that it's using, propping as it stares at Grog, it seems to be just completely lazy, confident, and doesn't feel threatened whatsoever by the presence of this Goliath that stepped into its visual range. However, top of the round, Vax and Vex. What do you guys want to do?
Take it.
There you go.
Okay.
So you guys are right there.
Clicking the boots of haste. I'm going to now. I know that there's a clot of people, but I have a lot of movement out, so I'm going to slide back towards Grog. No.
Over here? This is
There?
No, towards Tova. That's a big bear.
Yeah.
The other entrance. No, what? Ah, damn it, I can't tell. Towards the other entrance. Oh, that's
Over
a
here?
wall.
There's
God
no
damn
other
it.
entrance.
I can't see.
Yeah, the only entrance you know of is
It's
this
all
one
the
right
same
there.
color.
We really should have gone up and looked at it
Yeah.
up close before.
That's okay. Now you know.
Okay. Then I'm going to slide along the wall up to where Grog is.
Okay. Move along. On this side of him?
Yeah. Am I within range of oily guy?
You
Or what's the distance though? 10 feet?
Distance between you and Utugash
Yeah.
would be 25 feet.
25 feet. All right. I am.
Kill
going-
him!
One shot.
Little test run. Let's dagger.
Okay.
Okay. Because I don't know if he's really there or not. First one is 33.
That hits.
Yeah. Oh, good. So that's 4, 8, 12 plus 8,
Can I? Ooh.
9.
Can you? Oh.
Well, I was just thinking, because it's at the same time, technically, our moves.
Yeah.
Could I send Trinket in?
Is Trinket into the room?
Yeah.
Or just into the hallway?
Really?
Well, that way Trinket's next to him so that my brother gets better. Doesn't he get better?
Trinket from here would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Trinket has speed of 40, right?
I think that's right.
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So
Could he get there?
Trinket could get there.
So he, oh God, he's like,
no.
oh God, that is so scary. I don't know now that I'm saying it. if that's the way to
Go with your instincts.
Here's my question.
We have a backup bear.
What's your question?
While he's figuring out his shit, if Trinket falls and I don't see him, does he still come into Raven Slumber if it's in 100 feet? Or do I have to have visual?
You don't know.
Matthew Mercer!
You know, there is really only one way to find out.
I feel like this is a
So
perfect.
with the first blade,
No, it's as long as the enchantment's in the radius, it's fine.
Oh, how he dangles the marionettes in front of us.
It is
All right,
fine.
then he's gonna do that so that you have a better attack on it.
well, I'm going first, so I got the goods. already.
Motherfuck, whatever.
So you rush in because of haste. You,
fine.
you get there.
It's a good thought.
First blade goes, and I'm going to smite
Okay.
him.
Are you waiting for Trinket to get there before you throw? Is
You
what I'm
can.
saying.
No, I'm not. I mean, I went already.
All right. So, all right, do your attacks.
Yeah.
You could. You're saying you could have your advantage. In all
Well, he
that.
already has
I
it.
have it because I'm going before.
Oh.
Gosh. So, because I'm smiting him, first hits for 55 total.
55 points of damage.
That's the first. The second
Slick.
is a 20 to hit. And the third is 27 to hit.
All three hit.
All three hit. Okay, so the next one.
He's a big dumb target.
I will try to.
What could possibly go wrong?
Just keep saying that.
So he has to save against a DC 15 for poison on the second attack.
No, it doesn't. He's immune to
Yeah, I
poison.
figured. It was worth a try. And the next gets 9 plus psychic damage. Damn it, 12. So a total of 14 just for those two attacks.
Okay.
And then I will use some more movement to move past Grog, still in the hole, pressed against the outside of the door.
This
out of
way?
his sight, yes.
Okay, so you're now kind of hiding against the side of the wall there.
Yeah.
As Trinket runs in, into the center of the area, as Trinket rushes in and rushes up to the side of the Pit Fiend, what are you doing?
I'm gonna back up next to Tova. Oh wait, who's the big guy? What's that big thing? Is
Right there?
that's
Is that me in the
Dodie?
That's Dodie.
Okay, I'm gonna get closer to Dodie and I'm gonna hold my attack until I have visual.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I guess I'm gonna have Trinket attack him since I don't have visual on him right now as my bonus move.
Okay.
So he's just gonna get one attack.
All right, let me check one thing real fast on Beastmaster. You have to. Well, you are technically taking the attack action yourself. On. I'll allow.
Well, no,
I'll
you
allow it.
said I can get my attacks and then have Trinket be my bonus action because he can do one attack as my bonus action.
No, that's true.
Single attack on bonus
Yeah. No, I'll allow it.
for
'Cause you-
Bestial Fury. You said.
Yeah. How it usually works is you do your action is the attack, and then as a bonus action you can give it. It's like you're both attacking at the same time. You're holding your action, but it is still an attack action, so I'll allow it.
Oh,
Go ahead and
okay.
use it. It's fine.
All right. He's gonna just be in there roaring.
Good.
Get him, Trank. He's gonna roll.
Wow.
21.
21 hits.
Hey. Okay.
Oh boy.
21?
Whoa.
20 hit.
That's a 15.
Awesome. Are trinkets attacks magical?
Well,
I mean,
he's a really magically
Oh, no.
charismatic masseuse.
Oh no.
Okay, so Trinket gets an attack, scrapes the claw, as it runs into the room. The claw strikes, slashes across the front of the belly of the giant red pit fiend. It doesn't do as much damage as you hoped it would.
Does it do any damage?
It does some damage, but not as much as you hope.
Okay. Interesting.
Alrighty, that ends your turn. You're holding your action until you have visual on the pit fiend. Tyrion, what are you doing?
It's rather stuffy in here, so we should open a window. I'll run up to right in front of Vex
Smooth.
and slap a window on the wall.
Okay.
Did you run out of doors?
I've run out of doors. I came with one,
So,
but I have two
So last
windows.
So last
so for the purposes of this, This is now a window here.
I've got a shades.
I was gonna say, does it have like, nice Roman style shade and then little baskets?
Yeah, no, it's beautifully carved.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, it was like some Italian architect designed this beautiful.
It's a casement window, so I have to go.
Perfect. So Tyrion, use your action to rush forward. You rip off the patch, slam the patch on the side, and you watch as the stone suddenly just crumbles to dust. And in that space, a window is now open on the side of that wall. As soon as that happens,
I attack.
Vex, go make your attack.
Okay.
2 against the Pit Fiend.
2 against. I want to do a bramble shot as my first attack.
Go for it.
Okay. Ooh. 30.
30 hits. Go
All
roll
right.
damage.
Okay. So I get sneak attack because Drink is next to him.
Yep.
Okay. 4d8. 7 plus 10 is 17. 17 just for that brambleness. And then he has to roll a strength saving throw of DC 17.
That's cocked. Yeah, roll a 20.
Okay. 15, 16, 17. 17 plus 3 is 20. 3 lightning damage of that, and then sneak attack is another 6.
Nice. Alrighty.
So that's the first attack.
Go for it. Second attack.
Second attack. What was that? 21.
21 hits.
All right. What's 5 plus 8? Is that 13?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. 13.
Excuse me. I'm a bear. Notoriously bad at math.
Money bags. What the hell?
15 with 2 lightning damage. 16, 17.
Alrighty. So both arrows fire off. You watch as the one slams into the side of Urugash, and the vines wrap around Urugash, just with one arm up, just tears him off of his body. Picks up the axe and kind of hefts it over the shoulder, looking back at where the window now exists, where once there was none. Looks over and sees you and Tyrion through the window.
Am I allowed to move back at all or duck under the window?
You could attempt to make a hide, but he's looking directly at
Well,
you,
I
but you can
probably
move on
can't
the
hide.
side.
Isn't that a bonus action?
Yes.
Yeah, you already used bonus
So
action.
if I just move out of the
So
way.
yeah, you can move out of the way if you want.
Okay.
But this way or this way?
Towards Dodie.
Towards Dodie? Okay, so you're gonna move on the other side of Dodie, and that's gonna be your movement there.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. That is going to bring us to Tyrion. Did you want to do anything with Dodie?
Well, he can't fit through a window.
The window. How big is the window? It says.
It's 2 feet by 4 feet, I believe.
He could pull through, but it's going to take like half his movement to do so.
I'll just say, Doty, go back up Grog.
And Dodie just runs this way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Dodie gets right there, just crammed through the hallway. Squeezed through. And that's going to be where Dodie stays.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that ends your turn. All right. At this point now, Urugash kind of like puts one hand up and kind of like gives some sort of a marker in the air. You're not quite sure what the meaning is or what it's doing. You're the only one that really sees it, Tyrion.
Well, I can't see it.
You see it too, Grog, actually.
Oh, totally no. He was.
Do I have any? I don't have any idea.
You don't actually. He just kind of like goes like,
Oh, semaphore.
that's it. All right, Keyleth. Then Tova and Grog, you're on deck, so.
Okay, I'm gonna just kind of scooch Vex over, be like, sorry, excuse me, I just wanna, and into the window, and I wanna do.
Tyrion is. You push past Tyrion.
Sorry, excuse me, Tyrion. Blight. Blight.
Blight? Okay.
Blight.
Light.
Do you mind?
Blight?
Do you mind if I.
Blight.
Blight?
Bees.
The range on Blight is 60 feet, right?
30.
30
Am I
feet?
within 30 feet?
You're gonna have to get closer.
What?
Yeah, each one of those squares in the room with him are 10 feet squares, right?
Each square is 5 feet.
Wait,
It's 5,
But the
10,
big
15,
square-
20.
the big squares are
Okay,
10, yeah.
Yeah, the big square is
It's
10.
hard to see the smaller lines.
All right.
So you have to go through the window to do it.
Come to my window.
Come inside.
Can't replace that bar.
Come on.
Yeah, sure. I'll go through the window.
Oh,
Yeah.
Step
Yeah.
through. You get about there.
Nothing.
You have,
Blight.
you have 10 feet more movement left. So that'll do it. All right. So
Can I blight and then back out? Back through the window?
you're not gonna have enough movement. You'll get up into the window. You won't get all the way through.
Oh shit!
That is a 21. What's your DC?
Fuck! Are you serious? 20.
Yeah. So takes half damage. Go ahead and roll damage.
Wait, you took damage though.
Half damage.
Because he's immune to magic or something? Is that what's going on? What's happening?
No, you learned as the last battle that pit fiends, as do most devils, have magic resistance. They have advantage on saving throws against spells. You kind of figured this information in your research.
That's where I'm a manual list.
And only magical weapons can damage them, or they have resistance to non-magical weapons,
They seem to have
what it
resistance
is?
from non-magical weapons from the research you've done. Yeah.
based on my lack of trinket attack fullness.
32 total.
All right, that brings us to a.
And yeah,
6.
am I able to like barrel roll like through the window?
You
and
get
just
partway through the window,
Oh,
and that's
shit.
the extent
Balls.
of where you get. You're just like,
Hang on.
Wait.
I like to think like one of your antlers caught and you're like,
Not like this.
not like this. Alrighty. Tova, Grog.
Oh boy.
Bears first.
Okay, so how far would I have to run to get in the front door?
To get over here,
Yeah.
that would be 30. 35 feet would get you right at the front door there.
So if I drag Keyleth out of the window, could I go through the window? Am
You
I too
could-
big?
You could go through the window. You'd lose about 10 feet of your movement, but you'd be able to get through it. And you'd
All right.
probably push her out of it.
I push her. Can I pull her? Did I have to push her back in and then go through?
I'm like the golden
If you
retriever
pull her
with a
through,
stick.
that's going to
Trying
use
get
part
through
of your
the door.
actions this turn. Or you could just barrel through and push her out. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
All right, so I
Miss Werebear?
can go 45 feet.
Yeah.
So if I just barrel through, barrel through,
Nice.
how close could I get to this guy?
You can get right up next to him.
All right, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go for it.
Hey man, that's my thing.
Totally is your thing.
You rush over and go right past. Now, bear and bear, side by
Okay,
side.
can I?
Keyleth, you get
Double
knocked out
Trinket
of
looks
the,
over with hard
out of the
eyes,
window,
like,
prone.
Oh my god.
As all of a sudden, this giant werebear just boom, just shoulder checks you, and you go
Oh,
flying
yeah.
out, landing on your face on the heated stone.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Fun, I needed a tan. I was getting a little pasty.
Take 3 points of fire damage.
Oh god. I would feel worse if like your shopping trip hadn't gotten
should-
so much more
You
tortured
should
yesterday
never feel bad about injuring any of us.
than it should have.
We've all
I
earned
don't.
it at some
I
point
don't
in
feel
time.
that bad. I'm gonna
You
be
shouldn't.
honest.
You legit shouldn't.
So, all right, now that I'm in there, is there any way I can get on the other side of him from Trinket? From
Currently, no. Your full movement gets you right up
God
next to the
damn
pit
it.
fiend.
This
So
is a bad plan.
No, it's a
All
great
right.
plan.
Well, I'm gonna. I'm just gonna hit him with my.
you have your bonus
With
action
my-
too.
with
If you
Are my
want.
claws only magical when I'm doing the thing?
Your claws are magical in general.
I'm just gonna hit him with my claws then.
Okay.
All right.
So you kind of like take the sword and kind of chuck it aside for a second. You bring out your bear claws and you're going to go for a double strike.
19.
A 19 to hit?
Yep.
19 misses, unfortunately.
God damn it. And 25.
25 does. The first strike goes just scrapes across the front of the belly of the pit fiend. No damage sustained. Kind of chuckles deeply. You back up with another strike.
All right. So that's 14.
14 damage?
Yeah, I guess
Already.
so.
And you can use your bonus action to attack a third time if you want to.
Okay. I'm gonna use my bonus action to cast Curse of Mutual Suffering. And I'm gonna amplify that. So I'm gonna. I guess that. Wait.
What are these words?
If I use my. Super special. It's about to get extra in here. So if I do a blood curse and I take damage, does that mean that my werewolf state gets agitated, or
Werebear.
if it's self-inflicted?
If it's self-inflicted, no. It's like a
Okay,
damage
all right.
from
I'm
a-
gonna
from another
amplify it, so that means I take 14.
Alrighty.
Cutter?
So go ahead and roll your Crimson Right die, which I think is a D. So D8, I think.
What is it? Oh.
So just roll a D8 and you take that much damage.
Oh, one. Good. I thought that it was my my other one, so it's fine.
There you go.
That's
So you
great.
take
I took
1 point of
1 point
damage.
damage.
And as far as the mutual suffering, all right, there you go. So mark on that it has. You watch as you rush up to it. You slash it twice with your claws, and as you pick up your sword, you put one hand up, and as you close your fist, you watch as blood kind of pools in the center of your palm and kind of drips out the corners of your fingers. As it does, you watch the veins on the outside of Urugash's stomach kind of pulse for a second, and his chuckle goes like you got a tummy ache. All right, that ends your turn.
The,
Told you it was gonna be extra.
the bear musk over here is palpable.
So that finishes Tova turn.
turn.
Grog.
I want to get in on the melee party. May I run up to his opposite side?
Certainly.
Just where his right arm is, just so he's got like escorts on each end.
There you go.
May I smash together my Titan Stone knuckles?
You may.
It's like the Autobot.
Yeah, it was good.
As you now
You got the power.
transform into your larger self.
May I make 2 reckless attacks?
You may.
Thank you. How heroic. That's a 30.
That hits.
18. 8. Nice. That is a 36.
36.
No, that can't be. 33.
33 damage.
No, I did the
To hit.
hit.
Second
the
hit.
one, yeah.
Both hit. Go ahead and roll
Nice.
damage for each.
Okay, cool. 18 for the first one. And these are two-handed, by the way. And
Right.
22 for the second one.
Nice. So 40 points of damage in the 2 strikes.
Yarr.
As you rush up, kind of jumping off, almost diving into the pool, you kind of skirt off to the side, slam the Titan Stone gauntlets together and grow to your larger size. Swirling the axe in the air, you go whoosh, and the second strike, whack, and a big X formation across the side of it. You see it gashing across the arm and the upper muscles of the shoulder. See his fingers kind of grip the axe with more anger and frustration.
Oh, and this is the thrower. It's still the dwarven thrower, the hammer.
Right, the hammer. Okay.
Can I use my bonus action to go into a frenzied rage?
You may.
Nice. I don't get to attack with it.
Yeah. All right.
What
Frenzied
color
Rage.
is Pit Fiend blood?
There's a lot of anger.
It's like a dark blackish purple.
Bears and grind. Google that.
Alrighty.
My God.
That ends Grog and Tova's turn. Percival.
That's looking really crowded over there. I'm going to wander over to that first prison cell and take a look inside that door.
He's
Okay.
sightseeing. He's sightseeing.
Okay, make a perception check.
Percival.
I'm standing in the corner looking at him like,
A lot. Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
27.
You glance inside and you can see what appear to be piles of goods. Small chests, boxes, crates. It looks like various things that have been collected and just shoved in this corner and locked up. There is a lock on the door.
Okay. I've got. How's my visual on that guy through the window?
Through here?
And I ignore anything other than full cover. I ignore 3/4 cover.
Yeah, I mean you have visual.
All right. I'm going to take my first shot at
Okay,
that
you
lock.
don't have a bonus action, we'll say, because you kind of moved up and just
Yeah,
glanced inside.
that's fine.
Okay.
I'll take my first shot with the pepper box at that lock.
Block? Okay, go
Yeah.
for it.
That's 27.
27. Okay, go ahead and roll damage on the lock.
Obviously, it doesn't take psychic damage. That's 16 points of damage.
16 points of damage. The lock blasts off and kind of leaves hanging the small piece of twisted, turned metal that was once the top of it. The door is now unlocked and open.
Cool. I'm going to turn and take my last 2 shots at Orthax. I've got a
Utugash.
plan. Utugash. I have an Orthax plan. Never mind. I've just given the game away.
Yeah,
Yelling out the wrong name in bed, eh?
Are you having PTSD flashbacks,
I
Percival?
thought we were
Man.
special.
Are you okay?
I'm too tired. I'm gonna mess up my plan. This is so bad.
I'm totally into you. Urugash.
Utugash. So first shot, I'm going to take the Animus, and I'm going to try for a trick shot for an arm shot.
Okay.
So I'm gonna burn a grit, and just for safety's sake, yeah, no, that's all. So that's 31 to hit,
31 hits.
and that's 1d10 plus 8 plus 1d6 psychic. Plus, I'm gonna burn 8 points of Cabal's Ruin, which empties Cabal's Ruin.
Okay.
So that's going to be, so let's see, that's 14 points of damage, plus 1 point of psychic damage,
All right.
plus
8d6 lightning.
2,
Nikes.
Cabal's Ruin, man.
3, 4,
Vestiges at your disposal.
5, 6. Yeah, I'll take a 7 and an 8, and I'll give these back to you.
That's
8,
good. That's good.
10, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 20, 23 points. Does that seem right? I said 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
23 points.
23 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
And also he has to do a strength check or drop the axe.
It's a 29.
He makes that strength check.
It's a natural 19.
And just for fun, I'll take one more shot for fun.
Go for it.
That's 31 to hit. That hits. Nothing fancy on this one, obviously, just the old-fashioned. 16 points of damage plus 1 point of psychic damage.
Okay, nice.
And then I'm going to use the rest of my turn to, if possible, open that door and get behind it for cover of that room.
Because you blew the lock off and the door is somewhat ajar, we can say you can move it open and you can
Open
get
and-
partially
and-
inside.
Yeah,
but
I
that's
don't want
not
to
as
get
far
fully
as you can
inside
get.
anyway. I want to just use it for cover.
All right, so you get behind the door and you're kind of ducking in the side there. Perfect. Okay. At the end of your turn, Urugash is going to use legendary action to attack you.
Bring it.
Ursa Major.
That is going to be
My wrestling
a
name.
16 to hit.
You scared?
I think it hits you because you have no armor
Does,
on.
yeah, I don't have no armor on.
So the giant axe swings towards you. That's going to be 23 points of slashing damage with the axe. However, that does trigger the mutual suffering, so he takes 23 points of necrotic damage. From the impact, as the axe swings and cuts across your bare chest, all of a sudden, where the blood bulged earlier, you watch a secondary wound open simultaneously, where no weapon was apparently visible, and begins to just trickle out devil blood.
Teach me.
It's like,
That was sick.
and it's going to use, as part of it, its last
As
secondary
long as I
action,
keep taking
and
damage.
does another
good,
maneuver
let's
with its
hope for
finger
that.
like this in the air.
He did another.
Taking him down with
What did
me.
he
He
do?
did
Did
another
another
gesture.
thing.
He did another gesture? What gesture? What did he do?
Fuck.
Same
Did
thing.
this.
Gang sign, gang sign.
No, people are watching.
All right.
Was it this?
Fuck,
So,
fuck.
at the top of the round, you,
I moved a lot.
the only people in the room right now, Keyleth's face floor in the ground. I need Tova and Grog to make perception checks, if you could.
Oh,
What about
no
Trinket? Trinket's got a
problem.
really good sense of smell.
Hey,
Have Trinket roll a perception check.
17.
2.
Wait.
Don't tell me.
His keen sense of smell. Okay. 17 plus. What does he add to it? Anything?
Whatever his perception bonus is.
Oh, wow. 17 plus 9. 26.
Bear just get a better perception check than me?
Trinket can't,
Is really-
doesn't know why, but it's like, and you watch Trinket looking around the room. There's apparently, the Pit Fiend is not alone. You don't know where anything else is, but while the room appears to be empty, Trinket is picking up other scents in the room.
No, that's ridiculous.
At this,
Ursa Minor.
Can I talk to Trinket? Can I understand Trinket?
sure. Yes. Why not? Your bear form. You speak bear. Everybody buckle up.
There's something here. Too small.
There's two. Small.
Why do you sound like a bear?
You hear
No, I speak
the sound
human.
of grinding stone
Oh shit.
You don't see anything, unfortunately. The low light in here and your not great perception, you don't pick out any visual other than a familiar sound to you, Grog, as something in the ceiling opens up. And suddenly, searing hot oil comes spilling from the ceiling down onto both you, Trinket, and Tova. I need you.
Opened up out of the sewer.
Yep. I need you to make dexterity saves. Tova, Trinket, and Grog.
Damn it. Don't fuck me, Gil. Oh, Gil.
Not a gentle right.
Did he get an advantage though because he sniffed out people?
Nope.
Damn it.
Should have gone with Gil.
3.
7.
All right.
9.
All right, that is 21 points of fire damage to Trinket, Tova, and Grog.
29.
21.
21.
21 points of fire damage.
That's way better.
Does he take
Am resistant to. I'm resistant to fire. But this is like.
Devils have a strange thing called immunity to fire damage.
immunity? Not just resistance.
No, immunity.
Immunity.
They're
They
devils,
live in
man.
hell, man.
So I'm resistant to fire, but this is like boiling oil. Does that count?
It's considered fire damage because
Okay.
it's the heat that does it, so you take half that. So put you at 10.
Covered in milk.
It is possible.
Yeah.
It's quantity.
High pressure, high speed.
All right.
Holy
So
shit.
as that's happening, as the oil just splashes down, and you're like, ah, you guys are just tensing from the impact. Vax, you're here in the corner, and you hear, and you look to the other side just as the portcullis has been lifted, and you see coming out of the opposite side that chamber is.
Oh,
What? What?
Ta-dow.
oh no. What is
One of the
this?
bone devils that you've seen running in the street comes pouring from the other side. Comes, and like its claws come through, and it's as wide as the hallway. Its jaw hinges, its tongue slathering. These like small, kind of flapping, like kind of almost insect-like wings across the back of its scapula as its claws reach out towards you.
The rest of the party goes, oh my god, 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 oh my god.
Wait, did you already ask if the pit fiend took damage because you took damage?
I
just
did.
now?
Oh, did he take
He's
damage
immune to
It was fire
from me?
damage.
What was my curse still in effect?
The curse, once he takes the damage, the curse is up. It's just for one hit.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Sorry. Tried my best.
But he took 23 free damage,
That's good.
which is nice.
Yeah, that was perfect.
So Vax is going to take 3 attacks on you.
Okay.
That is a 27.
Yeah, that kind of hits.
All right, that is a 20.
It does not hit.
And with the tail, that is a 24.
That also hits. I will use Uncanny Dodge for the tail.
Okay, so the first claw hits you, you take 11 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And as the first claw strikes you across the chest, the second one, you manage to just duck right out of the way. It slams into the stonework, and as you glance up, you try and dodge and roll out of the way as the tail just scrapes you across the back. That is 18 points of piercing damage, reduced to 6. And you would have the possibility of becoming poisoned, however, you guys are still under the effect of Hero's Feast, so that does not affect you.
So his tail's poisoned?
Dude, it divides damage by 3. That's awesome.
Now it is Urugush's turn.
Oh my god.
Oh,
That wasn't even his turn.
was the turn, right?
Urugush
Oh god.
just stands here with the axe and goes. The mouth not moving, you just hear the voice echoing between your ears, like it's just sourceless and in your face. Now that we're all gathered around. There's a flash of red in the eyes, and suddenly the ground circling him just erupts into
Oh,
flames.
Jesus.
A wall of fire is now currently circling the vicinity.
Oh,
good.
shit. Well,
Oh god.
it's a melee party because the melee party don't stop. Oh, man.
Alrighty.
Looks cool.
So this entire column of 20-foot tall flames just encircling him bursts up, singeing Grog, Trinket, and Tova.
Just singeing.
It seemed like such a good idea.
How high is the ceiling in that room?
It's about 25 feet.
So there's a little space up top.
A little bit. It's due to the. I'd say.
We can see through the fire. It's just.
You can't see through the fire. The fire completely obscures your visual of him.
Wow.
That's fun.
So you do not. All you see is flames, and you see the vague shadows of Tova, Grog, and Trinket now currently engulfed in them. I need you guys to all roll dexterity saving throws.
Word.
No problem. Natural 20!
Nice.
15.
God, son of a bitch. 12.
Alrighty. Everyone but Trinket failed. That is. Let's see.
What, a 15 and a 12 don't make it?
23 points of fire damage to Grog and Tova.
Resisted, so I got half.
Yeah, so that's 11 to you and Trinket. Trinket takes 11. But currently, nobody else has visual range. You have no vision for Percy, any ranged attacks. You cannot see the creature.
Well, I'm not even there.
And Utugash just sits there in the flames surrounding, seemingly not interested in moving at the moment, enjoying the current position.
Fuck.
All right.
How are we gonna get him out of those flames, man?
Like, Tyre, you got some kind of dispel magic on you over there, man?
I am so weak.
That's
Don't you have spells? You have so many spells.
You're so
You guys want a
strong.
window somewhere?
That brings us to Vax and
Could
Vex.
you put a window through
in
him?
the fire?
And that would kill him.
Yeah, yeah.
He's real strong.
All right. I'm going
Modifier
to use my bonus action to cast Vow of Enmity on the Bone Devil.
Alrighty.
And-
Valmimity is in play.
Then I'm going to use one of my 2 actions, a hasted. I'm using action to disengage from the Bone Devil and dance back past Dodie.
It's back past Dodie.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
And then I'm going to chuck a goddamn vestige at this motherfucker.
At the Bone Devil?
At
Oh,
advantage.
goddamn.
I rolled the same thing on both. 24 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, so he's going to get it. Right, here we go. So that's 2 plus 8 is 10.
How big is the room? How
plus
tall is the room?
About 25 feet tall.
So there's like a little window on
A
top.
little, like 4 or
13
5 foot gap.
plus-
Very small.
Okay, 18,
I already liked
23,
it. This is a beautiful glimmer in your eye.
That's something, isn't it?
38, and I will smite him as well.
Yeah.
Smite.
40, 46, 52.
52 points of damage.
Wow.
Nice. So as you throw the dagger, as the creature watches you dart past, it streaks out to try and strike at you, but you're already gone.
Sorry, Charlie.
As you turn around, you throw the dagger, it strikes right into the chest of the Bone Devil as it bursts with this kind of dark grayish white light, indicative of the Raven Queen's directal impact. Poof, as it bursts, you watch as part of the flesh tears open, showing the dark bluish purple sinew and muscle beneath, and the devil just goes.
Get me the fuck out of that hallway.
That's it, I'm done.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
That brings us to Vex.
Okay. So I'm gonna come up in front of the window.
Okay. You glance in and you just see fire and like the butt of Trinket
Great.
sticking out of the fire.
Doing fine, though.
And my feet.
Yeah, just kind of up in the air,
Yeah.
In
kicking.
the air.
Looney Tunes.
So, I mean, can I Hunter's Mark the Pit Fiend?
You can't see it. You have no
Okay.
visual on it.
That's fine. I know where he was, right?
Right.
Trinket is facing him, so can I try to shoot him with an arrow anyway?
I'll say you have no visual on him. Go ahead and you can go ahead and shoot. Go for it. Try it.
I have sharpshooter. I know that.
disadvantage.
Don't know if that helps at all.
No, he's completely covered. Go ahead and.
Well, okay, let's try this out. Oh, I was being aggressive. The lower of the 2 rolls was 29.
Okay, you watch as you fire your arrow, and it just disintegrates upon touching the wall of fire. The actual
Great.
shaft burns as it impacts with the flames.
Okay.
Cool.
These are fireproof arrows.
Cool.
I know, right? Those fireproof arrows. Great. If I shot an arrow from a blazing bowstring, so it was already a fire arrow, you think it would go through?
Let's give it a shot.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Okay, so second attack, blazing bowstring. Go ahead and roll the disadvantage.
Man, he ain't gonna tell you shit.
Well, I know. Damn it, those ones were not as good.
Process of
19.
elimination.
19. You go ahead and fire. It isn't consumed by the flames, but the arrow you hear exit the other side and then ricochet off the far wall. It missed the creature's target.
Yeah. Fuck. Well, it could have been cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Trinket is gonna use his bonus action to try to attack him
Okay.
anyway, even though he's not magical. And
All
so
right,
it's
go
a piece
for
of
it.
Shit.
20.
You're cool when you fuck up as well.
That's okay. That is 26.
26 does hit.
Yay, go drink it.
Come on, drink.
Yeah, that's good too.
Yeah.
That's 15.
15. Half that to 7. 7 points of slashing damage across through the fire. Just still
really
bravely
angry.
fighting into it.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna tell Trinket to back the fuck out of the
That's a
fire,
good
Trinket!
plan.
What are you doing? Stop attacking! Get out of
Backs
the
up
fire!
and gets out of the flames, backing up against the wall.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna back away from the window.
All right.
I'm gonna, back away from the
All
window.
right. As Trinket, where do you want Trinket to land, by the way?
Into that,
Laser pointers over there.
just into the corner, like where the angle of the wall is.
Over there?
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
And I'm gonna back away from the window
Okay.
to where he doesn't have visual on me.
You back away to the window over here?
Yeah.
Okay. As Trinket backs into that corner, I need Trinket to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Of course.
Come on, come on.
Come on, Drink!
Come on, buddy.
Oh, it almost was really good.
But it wasn't.
6!
A giant cage falls from the ceiling of heated metal and just hits on him, filled with spikes. No! And just kind of. You hear Trinket yell from the other side. Trinket takes. That is 7 points of piercing damage.
You did that to an animal.
You don't fuck with the Ranger's bear.
And 6 points of fire damage from the heated metal. And Trinket is currently restrained. Has to try and break free to get out.
Is that just
Pure evil.
No? Urugash is evil. there is a definite distinction.
Mr. Mercer, we pulled you over for speeding tonight. No. I wasn't speeding tonight. The pit feed was speeding.
It's important, guys. Alrighty. So, that ends your turn, Vex. Tyrion, you're up.
Jesus.
Fix everything.
Make it better.
I'm nobody.
Kill him.
Are there any door? Is it just a cage, or is there a door on the bear cage?
It looks like there is no visible door. You'd have to like tear it off of him or
Oh, that's not gonna happen. Okay. Our last fight, I had hasted myself. That was more than a minute ago, though, right?
I'd say it's about halfway done.
Oh, I'm still hasted.
This has all happened pretty quickly because as soon as the battle started with the Cambion that you guys chased out, every round thereafter is still going. So you still have, we'll say, 5 more rounds of haste.
Okay. Well, then I'll go in to the place.
Okay, you jump over the window. Keyleth breaks your fall.
Oh,
as you stumble out.
sorry. It's hard to see with my helmet.
Make the great crusher sound.
No peripheral vision.
Yeah, and you just see the column of flames just flickering and burning in the center of the room.
Okay.
Occasionally, you see like a wingtip kind of carved through the top as the creature is moving within the wall of fire.
Oh my god.
Do you have a fire extinguisher?
No, I don't have anything. How far can I move? Hasted, right? Wait, no.
Double your movement.
You just double your movement. Okay.
Yeah.
So my movement's 30, so I can move in there with him.
If you wanted to, yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna go and run into the fire.
Oh my gosh.
You just rush into the flames.
Oh no.
I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
You take.
Wait, did you just get
Advantage on dex.
He'll dodge the fire.
Oh.
in his shit?
Oh.
All right. No. That's 9.
30 points of fire damage.
Halved.
Because of...
My helm of brilliance.
That's true. There you go. So 15 points of fire damage to you, Tyrion. As you rush through, you're like, ha! And the fire was enough, and you sit there and look right up on this massive, like swollen, devilish entity with giant red leathery wings, lower jaw with hooked tusks that stick out the bottom, gleaming yellow piercing eyes, giant horns that curl up from the brow, a giant axe in one hand, and the other hand just kind of points at you and goes, hi, in the center of your head.
I'm just gonna say, hi. It's a little warm in here. Here, cool off, and I'll throw acid on him.
All right, go ahead and make the attack.
What am I? I don't know what I'm rolling. 14. This is to hit, or it's magic. I don't know. How does this
Oh
work?
no, hold on. Let's,
Spell attack?
It's a vial of acid.
I'm gonna pull up your class here. Just check it out.
I never know if this is like a spell attack bonus sort of a thing, or
No, you throw it and they have to make a saving throw. So what's your DC?
the DC of the spell is 17.
17. Okay, and it requires a saving throw. Okay, this is the acid.
I like how the music stopped while we figured this technical.
Dexterity. Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
That is 17.
So he resists it completely.
So false doesn't or take.
Yeah.
Yeah, he resists it entirely.
Balls.
Yeah, sorry.
No
So-
problem.
As you throw it kind of like hits the edge of the horn and just shatters and breaks behind it.
All right, I think I get a bonus still, maybe?
You do have a bonus.
I will cast Sanctuary on myself.
Well, what you do is you have an extra attack for.
Oh.
Or you as haste, you get your action.
Okay, that was my action.
That was your action. You have another action to do a melee attack if you want to.
Okay, I will stab him with my lance.
Okay, go for it. Roll an attack. So yeah, as hasted, you get the additional attack.
Ooh, that's gonna hit. It's a 25.
That hits, actually.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll damage. And it is a magical weapon, so he's not resistant
What
to
sound do you
it.
make when you hit him?
Just that. It's like a breathy. Okay, so that's
Work on your war face.
that's
Holy crap.
1d12. Thank you very much. That's 7.
Do you add
Okay.
anything to it?
7 points.
Oh wait, I get a +6. Oh, and it was a 6. That's 13.
Is that fire damage?
No, the fire damage is another +1, but I don't think you'll be adding that.
No.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
So 13.
13 points of damage against the pit fiend as you stab it, and then you can cast Sanctuary on yourself as your bonus if you
I
like.
will, and as I do that, I also say, Doty, remember how I said back up Grog? Me! Back up me!
As Doty charges forward. And Rush rushes in.
Really?
I need Doty to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no. 16 plus, what's his dexterity? 0. So 16.
Doty takes 30 points of fire damage.
Oh. He's unconscious.
Already?
Well, I don't know when the last time we rested was, but I have down that he only has 30 hit points left. Did he?
Well, because
take
you hurt
damage
himself
at some
going
point?
through pulling through the metal
Yeah.
outside of him. So Doty comes rushing in. And goes, and just collapses on the ground next to you, superheated.
Oh no! Is he gonna melt?
You don't think
He's
so?
in the fire, right?
He's in the fire, yeah.
Oh God! Is he making like some sort of a window that someone else could walk over?
No, the flames curl around.
Damn.
I mean,
Bummer.
Right, he tried that.
Cody.
sorry. All right, so that ends Tyrion's turn.
Good. I'm glad I used that last little thing. Kill my best friend.
All right.
It's your only friend.
At the end of the turn, the pit fiend kind of sticks a hand out of the flames and does this motion. Make a perception check again,
Not a
Grog
problem.
and Chova, both you guys.
14.
Tova fire.
Tova fire.
17.
Hey.
17. Okay, still not quite noticing anything, but you're starting to notice that there are these small, kind of inset stone circles on the wall behind him over in this area, and you watch as two of them just go and get pressed in by themselves.
Into the wall or out from the
Into
wall?
like into the wall, like something just depressed, like this giant circular stone button. Just go separately.
What is that?
At that
We're in
point,
an engine.
okay, so Vax, where you are,
Yeah.
the floor, you hear a like something releasing.
Yeah.
I need you to make a dexterity saving.
Oh, well, good.
Look at his jaw. He's so
I'm at
excited.
advantage. Hopefully that's good. Not that good.
Oh God, can you do it, luck?
No, hold on.
What, it
Dexterity?
It might be balloon animals. It's almost not it yet.
Oh man, it's not great. It's 16.
Use luck.
I think I have one left. So I'm
All
gonna use
right, go for it.
Do it.
Oh, that's better. That is 25.
25 is enough. So what happens is the ground suddenly hinges out from under you, and you leap up and jam your blades into each side of the wall and kind of like put your foot out to the side, and it's almost not enough to press in the small space, but you just barely catch yourself Van Damme style on each side, and the bone demon across from you, its wings flare up. As the ground tumbles up from under you, you see about 10 feet below you a pool of molten iron that is just and it stays open swinging for a few seconds before it closes once more beneath you.
Good to know.
I'm really gonna use that look.
Good to know.
How do you know it's not molten steel? I'm kidding.
One way to find out. Alrighty, that brings us.
We'll insert this polymer into the.
That brings us to Keyleth. Keyleth.
my God.
Jeez. So
You stand up and see Trinket currently trapped in the cage next to you, just whining like.
say, it's okay, buddy. Just hang on. And I say, tsunami coming through. Look out! And I'm gonna do a tidal wave and go.
Yeah!
Right through him. Do you have
excellent swimmers.
do you have the laser pointer?
Oh, is this an undead? No.
What are these? Hey, what are these red pools of things?
That's
What about
molten
the-
blood,
what about
he
the,
said.
it's molten blood.
Is it boiling blood or
Burning
like
guy.
bubbling?
No,
It's
it's
a
not It's not
All right, so you're doing tidal wave. Okay.
And I want to kind of try and avoid my friends. It's like a 10
Double
foot
suck
wide
comes
thing.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, if you gotta, you know who to aim it at.
Demonic things.
In fact, there's a 10-foot gap,
fire,
it looks
so.
like, right, Matt, between everybody? Right up front?
Right up front, there's a little bit of a gap there, and Dodie is on the ground. You can step onto
It's
Dodie.
10 foot, right? Can I do my tidal wave from this direction backwards?
How wide is the tidal wave?
10 feet.
It's still gonna hit somebody.
Who's it gonna hit?
There's 5 feet between Tarian and Tova, and
Aim for him.
Either me or Tyrion. Let her rip. I mean, Dodie. Or whoever.
I know Grog is dexterous, so Grog can take it. Sorry, Grog.
Can take anything.
Hey, man.
She respects me too
If
much.
I have
Just carve that into a tree.
cheat,
What?
but I want to
Grog
do
can
like
take it.
starting here
Mm-hmm.
and going backwards
Towards you.
towards you.
towards me. So look this way.
Correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
and you're choosing Tarian,
No, Grog, to get hit.
so this way.
Yeah, it's a
maybe at a
10-foot
diagonal?
wide column that I just want to go back.
Right. So it's in order for it to hit the Pit Fiend, it's going to hit either Tarian.
Or Grog.
No.
No, because Grog's far enough on the side. If it comes
Oh.
back this way, it's just gonna hit Grog. It's not
Sorry,
gonna
I
hit
was
the Pit Fiend.
confused, but you said Grog. So who's it gonna hit?
It's gonna hit either Tarian, or it's going to have to hit Tova and Dodie.
Do what you gotta do.
Just, yeah.
Just do it.
Tova.
The mighty boosh.
Okay.
The guest. Wow.
I
Sorry
need
to push
I
you
need
out a window.
Tova to make a dexterity saving throw.
Only because I think she's more dexterous than him.
Oh no, I got
that is,
advantage right now.
11.
Are you serious?
His haste.
Oh well, balls.
Was
I
it?
don't know.
11.
I don't know.
That's not gonna work for a spell DC. However, Urugash does not make the save either, with a roll of a 6 plus 8. That is a 14. So that's 4d8 bludgeoning damage. Go ahead and roll that.
Man, kill our own guest.
No, it's not that much. 5, 6, 7.
And a reroll.
Then in a reroll. Because it is. I do an 8! So that's
23.
23 damage. Thank you.
Okay.
And he should
Oh,
be
wait,
knocked
that's not a
prone.
7.
Wait, so for
That's not a 7.
He is not prone.
No, it's an 8. Wait, 5, 7, that's 10, 18 damage.
Okay, got you.
And he's knocked prone.
As is
and then
Tova.
the water then spreads across the ground in all directions and extinguishes unprotected flames in an area within 30 feet of it.
Correct.
Tight.
Wow.
That's all I cared about.
So the water and the wall of fire in that one section kind of. Unfortunately, the enchantment continues to produce flames once the spell disseminates the water. The nature of the spell is it perpetually conjures fire. So there is a brief moment where it does cause a gap, and then the
But
flames
he's not
pick
prone,
up elsewhere.
correct?
He is not prone. He took damage.
Okay.
Alrighty, there you go.
Sorry, guys.
No, it was good.
Great.
That was good.
Are you gonna move or are you gonna stay where you are, Keyleth?
I'm going to back up as. Can I now kind of crawl? Do I have enough movement to crawl back through the window?
You do.
I'll do that.
So you back through there and you can get back around that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, just I kind of want to keep it, use it as like cover.
Okay. That ends Keyleth's turn. Tova, Grog.
So, took some damage, a little bit, but I'm prone.
So you can
So
get up
if-
and use half your movement.
Okay. By any chance, since I am okay, I gotta make a wisdom saving throw to not attack anybody.
Okay,
right
are you
now.
under half health?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I did it! I actually did it! Okay, it's fine. Don't worry.
All right.
False alarm.
There you go.
Everything's fine.
so you maintain control.
Oh dear lord.
Don't worry about it. Deal with this later when it comes up.
What would have happened to me?
No, everything's fine. Forget it.
Everything's fine. This is fine.
We're fine. Everything's good. How are you?
How are you?
That's pretty cool.
All right. So if I stand up, that takes half my turn. Is that what you said?
Half your movement.
Half my movement. Okay. Well, I'm gonna stand up, and so.
You're still in the flames currently.
Oh, well, that's not good.
So you can take your turn and then back out of the flames if you want to.
Now, since
Advantage on Utagash.
yeah, I'm gonna use my Crimson Right to light up my claws
With what type of
with Frozen.
frozen? Okay.
Fucking
Does that help me with Fire Dog? Can I like bat the flames away with my icy paws?
Your hands
or-
feel more comfortable.
Like-
All right.
All right.
So your claws, where once was these these giant bear claws, you watch as mystic ice gathers around them, turning into longer razors that extend from her usual claws.
All right. I'm gonna come this guy. I'm gonna.
Eat it, Utagash.
All right. All right. So wait. My claw attacks with the right. Does that increase my?
Not to hit, but it does an additional 1d8 cold
Okay,
damage
cool.
per strike.
All right. So that's a 26.
That hits.
Oh.
Do you get advantage because
That's
he's prone?
16.
Yes.
Yeah, you do get advantage because he's prone. So
Yes. 24.
that hits. And the,
All
third,
right.
the third attack, if you want to use your bonus, or you'll use your bonus Crimson Right, so you only get 2.
Oh, yep.
You're right. So both hit. Roll damage.
All right. So that is a 13.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a 15.
Then you
Okay,
add
so
an
28,
extra
and then
8.
add 2d8 cold damage to that as well because of your Crimson Right.
2d8. Okay. Oh. Can I use my great weapon to reroll my 1 here?
Yeah.
Great weapon master. All right, gonna do that. So that is a 4. That's a 5. So 9.
Nice. Okay, it's a total of 37 points of damage in 2 strikes. And you want to back out of the flames?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, so you can get that far out of the way. There, so you back up, just out of the fire. Look over, and there's this other bear chain in that place. Okay, all right, that ends your turn.
Running
Grog.
low on hit points here.
Alright, Osh Bosh Bagosh, it's time for hammers. Can I advance through the ring of fire and on him more?
Unfortunately, because of both of your sizes, you cannot advance into the ring. He takes up too much space. So you're either standing right in the middle of the ring and just taking it, or you're gonna have to back out of it.
What if you jump on him?
Like on top of his head.
You can try if you want to.
You could jump on him. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, that's not actually a terrible idea. Because the worst, I just fall off one side or the other into the boiling blood. I'll just stay in the ring of fire.
Okay.
I don't want to test the Sriracha pit just yet.
Dog fell into.
Can I make, and because he's
fire.
prone, do I get advantage on the attacks without having to use
Correct,
reckless?
you do.
Okay, can I make all 3 of my frenzied attacks.
You may.
With advantage.
I think you already get advantage though because he's prone.
That's what you just said.
Oh yeah.
35 for the first one,
Okay, that hits.
which is 10, 20, 26.
That hits.
Nice.
I can't.
Yeah. That's 29.
That yeah.
10, 26 again. 26 points of damage. 19. Come on, 20. Now. 37.
Whew. Alrighty.
And that is 22 points of damage.
22 points of damage. Alrighty.
Can I use my action surge?
What? What is that?
You may.
What is that thing?
Accent surge are
You
magical.
took a. Did you take something?
Yeah, I had 2nd level in fighter, y'all.
Yeah.
What?
Accent surge is
Groggy
mean.
got 2 more hits.
Oh shit.
Two
Two more
More
hits.
hits?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's 5 attacks in 1 round.
Holy.
I can only do it 1 time. That's a 23.
That hits.
That hits.
He is the Terminator.
9. 25 points of damage. Last one. 29. Hits.
Yeah.
21 points of damage.
Alright.
How many points was that?
Kill it.
How much damage did he just do with one?
I did over 100.
What?
But I'm cooking.
Well, yeah.
I'm cooking.
Yeah. So you're staying where you are?
Yeah, they're like really strong hits because I'm just burning while I'm doing it. Just
Okay.
literally wailing through the fire, just angry.
Make your dexterity saving throw.
Yep. Advantage on that. That sucks. It's a 7.
I have resistance to fire. So it's okay.
28 points of fire damage, reduced to half, 14.
14. Thank you.
Alrighty, that ends Grog's turn. Percival.
So if he's prone, does that mean that that negates the difficulty to hit through the ring, or?
Well, actually, ranged attacks against prone creatures have disadvantage naturally.
Oh, have naturally disadvantage.
And you
That's
can't even
right.
see him. You have no visual range. You don't even know that he's prone.
So that's a mess.
Yeah.
I still have my movement. Can I move out of the ring?
That's what I was asking if you wanted to do that or not.
Oh yeah, I would like to. Yeah, after all the smashing is done.
Okay. Then you move out. You actually do not take that last bit of fire damage.
Oh hey.
You take that when you end your turn in the fire.
Sorry. Thank you.
So how far do you back up? Just out of the range?
Yeah, just on
So
the
you
cusp
just
of it.
step
like-
out of it. Okay.
Not to the other corner where there's probably.
Probably not.
Yeah, I think I can see that. I think I can see that Vax is kind of having a little bit of a problem.
You can glance to the side. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a window in the door. I'm gonna swing around the other side of that door really quickly, and just perch on the wall right over there, and I'm gonna take a couple shots at Mr. Skellington.
Go for it.
Wait, you're not just in the closet over there, like sorting through file cabinets?
I was tempted to see if there was anything. We've got him on tax evasion. I was hoping we'd find a person in there. I'll keep digging. Okay, so first shot, I'm going to do I'm going to burn a grit for a torso push.
Okay.
Actually, and yeah, you know what? And I'm gonna burn a. I'm also gonna add hex to that just for fun. I'm gonna hex him.
Okay. Cool.
All right, so that's 23 to hit.
23 to hit. Hits.
That's there we go. That's 14 points of damage, 2 points of psychic damage, and 5 points of necrotic. He
right.
also has disadvantage on Constitution saving
Okay.
checks,
Checks. Got it.
and he's pushed 10 feet back.
Up against the wall there.
And I'm gonna shoot him 2 more times.
Alrighty.
For fun.
Oh, the portcullis close behind.
Yeti, yeti.
Portcullis is currently, actually, it is closed right now. As soon as you push through it, save there.
Second shot, I'm actually gonna burn one more grit, and I'm going to try and give him. I'm gonna try for a headshot, which will disadvantage on next round's attacks.
Okay.
24 to hit.
24 hits.
That's 11 points of normal damage, 5 points of psychic damage, 2 points of necrotic damage.
All right.
Piercing damage.
Cool.
And he has to save against a Constitution saving throw.
Or
against 20.
That is 16.
He has disadvantage on all of his physical attacks for the next round.
Okay. Cool.
And one more shot for fun. And let's make this just a sharpshooter, just for fun.
Sure.
Sure.
That was not my wisest thing ever. 16.
16 does not hit,
Oh, well.
unfortunately.
That's what's worth it.
I don't think Vax has ever had one of Percival's bullets go right by his ear, and it is unsettling.
And I'm going to flip back around on the other side of that. I'm going to just run spider crawl all the way on the other side of that door again.
All right, that ends your turn. All right, at the end of Percival's turn, there is a grinding sound above. Grog, you should make another dexterity saving throw.
Come on, Gil.
Oh, Gil!
Damn it, Gil. 18.
Thank God for
No!
Wait, is it big enough to cover his big body?
It's just like a spiked helmet that's just stabbing me in the cheek.
It gets around your upper torso.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And
Like a
sticks you
barrel.
part way on, and you're like your arms like to the side. It tears into you.
Start running around.
Yeah, you do take
Could barely him.
take 14 points of piercing damage,
Oh no.
reduced to 7, and then 6 points of fire damage, reduced to 3.
10.
Is he like one of those guys with the
And you are
gigantic
restrained.
top hat on
Restrained.
and a face painted on the belly?
Oh my god, yes.
This one has the spikes on the inside too?
Yep,
And it's hot?
and it's hot. So the piercing and the fire damage hits you.
Sucks.
And you are restrained. Alrighty.
Like how you're showing Terry.
Always.
Yep.
Alrighty. Ending that, the Bone Devil's going to fly across,
Oh, God,
and it's
I
going to
don't like
attempt
them.
to. It's actually going to fly over Vax and land on the opposite side.
Can I go past me? Can I get an attack of opportunity, or do I have
Nope.
to
It
keep
flies
going?
up high enough to be out of your range and then drops down. Both claws arcing towards you with disadvantage.
All right.
First one's going to be 22.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. Nice. 18.
Nope.
What's your AC?
Hasted with both daggers out, it's 23.
Yeah. And then with the tail, that is 19. All 3 miss.
Get wrecked.
Thank you, Percy. Thank you, Percy.
I shot him in the face, so he's
Yeah, the eyes kind of got blasted on
Yeah,
the
it got
side. And
blasted
part of
in the face.
the
Thank you.
skull is kind of broken and destroyed.
Get wrecked.
Alrighty.
when I breathe for a second before I shoot.
At this point in time,
Oh no.
Oh no, he's pulling things out.
Other thing.
More minis.
Plus
two
one
more
miniatures.
two more devil characters come through. The portcullis rises as they pass
Down.
through, and they go into a full run into this chamber.
Oh,
Jesus.
What are those?
You see these red-skinned devil humanoids rush in with these long, jagged spears. You see these horn crests on their head, and from where their chins are, there are these writhing tentacles covered in thorns and barbs that just kind of move and twist around.
Sexy.
What sweet hell did your
Actually,
imagination come from?
full movement with them double dashing. That guy will get there. This guy will get about there. That's as far as he can get. Not fully up to anybody yet. All right, and then ending that, we have Urugash. Stands up in the flames and looks down at Terry and Darrington.
Good day to you, sir. Do you know my father?
You hear the voice echo in the center of your mind. Good day and good night. It's gonna make a full round of attacks on you.
Oh boy.
So that is 30 to hit.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Dodie will say it. Nope.
I see. Leans forward and takes a big chunk with this bite out of the front of your. It tries to get into the helmet, and the jaw sticks under the chin. That's going to be 24 points of piercing damage. However,
buddy.
you are immune to poison, so you don't have to worry about his poison right now, thanks to your.
That's good.
So the helmet catches most of the brunt of it, and one of the teeth like jabs you right underneath the jaw, and you can feel it pierce and begin to bleed from underneath. As soon as it kind of pulls back and shoves you aside, it releases its grip as its claw strikes out from its left arm That is a 16 to hit.
Because I'm hasted, that does not hit.
Rolled a 2 to hit. You just managed to duck out of the way. However, as you get up, as you say, "Ha-ha!" the axe comes from the other side. That is a 22 to hit.
I have built. Yeah, that hits.
Wow.
Ooh, double nines. That is 28 points of slashing damage.
The snake was kind of googly eyed.
And the flames that currently engulf the axe.
What's
Deal
it?
an-
What is the axe? What?
The axe is burst into flames as he swings with it, which deals an additional. Oh, that's kind of a shitty roll. 16 points of fire damage.
Halved.
Right.
Kind of
So
a shitty roll. How many D's of what did you roll?
66.
Okay. For 66, that is pretty shitty.
And using the momentum of the axe, the entire body of the pit fiend spins around the
I
tail,
have too much data.
and whipping towards you. That is 20 to hit.
Me?
Yes.
But I'm just a man.
You're sparkly, baby.
Yeah, of course that hits.
Okay. So as the tail swings past,
God.
that is 28 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Oh.
Good.
How you doing over there?
alive, Terry?
I'm okay because Marisha reminded me that when I was not here one week, she gave me an extra 17 hit points, which I still have.
Inspiring leader feat.
They're helping a lot right now.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh, that's great.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And with that, Udogash is just going to stay there
Gosh.
in the center of the flames, just waiting for people to come to
He
him.
still looks nonplussed, just chill.
You don't know. You can't see through the fire.
Let's chill.
That brings us to the top, Vax. You're up.
All right, I'm going to shoot out my fucking wings, and I'm going to Hunter's Mark the asshole, and then I'm going to skip.
The guy you're fighting? The guy you're fighting?
Yeah. Then I'm
Alright.
going to skip disengage and just fly backward toward the
Matt?
the end of the hall I came out of.
Yeah?
On the first of those attacks,
Yeah?
I have Sanctuary.
Dude.
It's just one wisdom roll.
Natural 20 plus
So-
10, 30.
So he would have
Yeah, it's okay.
he would have still
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, even in retrospect.
Yeah. Sorry.
Natural 20.
Time,
plus 10,
time
30.
progressed as it was meant to.
Good.
But good call. Alrighty. So, Vax.
All right, so it's wings, Hunter's Mark, chancing a hit as I fly down the hole away from him.
This way?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Attacks with the tail.
At disadvantage
Still at
still.
disadvantage.
16, 12, plus 8, that's 20.
No.
Nope. Just arcs and misses you as you zoom
And
past.
I'm going to chuck Whisper using a sharpshooter, but at advantage. 26.
That hits.
Oh no. Alright. Oh, okay, 3 plus 8, 11, 21 plus psychic damage. Sorry, doing math. Be right with you. 29. 32, 37, 41, 44, 49, 55, 58.
Jesus.
58. Nice.
My lord. Flipping Raven.
So that was towards the bone devil?
Oh, the throwing the dagger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And that was with the sneak attack damage because
Because I'm at advantage because of Vow of Enmity.
Vow of Enmity was on the pit fiend.
No.
No.
No, it was on the bone
Oh, it was on the
devil.
bone? You're right, it was. You were correct.
Oh, and also Hunter's Mark. So let's up that by 1.
59, dude.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Cool. So that's the single attack?
I've used everything. Wings,
That's right. Because
Hunter's Mark, and the dagger. Well done. Bonus.
Right.
Action.
okay, cool. So that ends your turn. Vex.
Okay. If I pop through the window, will I be able to get back out of the window? Like, I want to pop through the window, get Trinket in the locket, That's what I'm gonna do first.
Okay. So you come through, step through. It's 15.
Go, buddy.
Okay, and as you do, Trinket zooms into the locket, saved, leaving the cage to clank to the ground.
And then I'm gonna hop back through the window.
Okay. That's your turn?
Yeah, sure. Can I let him back out of the locket from there,
Next turn you can.
or? Okay.
All right.
That's my whole fucking turn.
Yep. Tyrion.
What happened? Oh, it's my turn?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yeah, you guys would all be taking fear aura checks, but you're immune to fear because of your Hero's Feast. Just so you know.
Fear aura checks?
Yeah.
You know how sometimes when we're in
Hero's
fights,
Feast.
Matt, you know how sometimes we're in fights and bad guys can walk around us without incurring damage?
Yeah, you only get attacks of opportunity if you move
they're-
away from them. If you stay within range, it doesn't.
So I'm gonna clock around him clockwise.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Until.
yeah, that right there is pretty good. Do I see any? I can't see out of the ring, right?
Okay, you are stepping into the flames to do this, by the way.
Ew, what?
So
Good.
you can get right here on the edge and not be quite in the fire.
I was so brave.
I'll
up
do
here.
that.
Okay.
And I'll say it's been lovely having this time with you in private, but our 7 minutes in heaven are up. So I need you to leave. So I will do the Ring of the Ram at full strength and push him out of his own ring.
Oh shit. Okay.
If it works.
Come on.
That's a 1. But I'm feeling lucky. That's a 3. Can I feel really lucky?
Unfortunately, it does not work that way, Tyrion. I am so sorry.
No, that's fine. Does it fire?
It does fire, and unless I'm mistaken, I believe it's just a miss. It's like a hit or miss type circumstance.
Oh yeah, it just misses.
Yeah.
And I've lost it all there.
Yeah. So the ring just the ram head goes careening out of the wall of fire, slamming into the stonework and causing a big crack in the stone in the wall, and the Pippin just kind of.
I'll eat your face first.
Oh Jesus, I like my face. Okay.
You're still hasted.
Still hasted.
You still have your speed.
Yeah, I do. For my second thing, I can only do a melee attack. I can't cast anything. I can't reach into my satchel or anything.
The bonus attack that you have from haste action is for weapon attack only.
Weapon attack only.
Yeah. Or you could try and run away.
Yeah, I
But
could.
he'll get an attack of opportunity on you.
I could.
What would Dodie do?
That's fair.
Fall over and be unconscious is what Dodie would do.
I will spend the rest of my turn moving back to where Dodie was, picking up his book, putting it in my bag of holding so it doesn't burn up,
Okay.
That's really sad.
and then crawl into a ball and cast Sanctuary on myself.
Okay.
Oh wow.
That ends Tyrion's turn. All right.
If I don't look, he'll go away.
Oh god.
Okay. That brings us now to Keyleth's turn.
Okay. Where are the little pissant guys?
There's one there right next to Grog, and there's one right next to Dodie there.
Blend into the floor.
Forgot they were there.
So there and there.
Okay. I'm going to hop through the door or the window again.
All right.
I'm gonna cast Sunbeam.
You're gonna move in to counter try and get them both in the same path.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Sunbeam it is.
Matt, can I have said I used my bonus action to at least hide?
Sure. Roll a stealth check. Alrighty. So that is Constitution saving throw for both of the bearded devils.
Duh.
23.
Okay. Good. That is a 10
Negative.
and an 18.
Oh, negative again.
So 68 radiant damage to both, and they are both blinded
And they
this
go,
next turn.
yeah, motherfuckers. 68. Can I have 2 more d8s,
Oh, sure.
please?
Have some D8s.
Have some. Those were definitely
Those are
D6s.
I'm sorry. Here's some D8s. Have some D8s. There they
Thank
are.
you.
There's my brain.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Oh,
Okay. 16, 18, plus 7 is 25. Right?
Yeah.
18, yeah, 25. 30 points of radiant damage.
To both of them. Alrighty. Nice. So as the beam across the room, it streaks down the way, and both of them just get engulfed by it. As the beam of bright sunlight energy slowly diminishes, their faces are just seared. You see smoke pouring out of their eyes as they're both reaching up to the sockets. That was not so good for them. They're both looking pretty rough already.
I look at Terry. Terry's within 30 feet of me, yeah?
You don't see Terry. You just see a column of fire.
I don't see Terry.
Terry is currently inside the wall of fire, curled in a ball. All you see is a giant column of flame in the center of the room, and half of Dodie being slowly heated up.
Do I see anyone else? And does anyone else look rough?
I'm sitting
You
in
see
a fucking cage.
Grog with a giant cage on his upper body, kind of wrapping around his torso.
Just spinning in place.
I am down to 39 hit points.
Do I see Tova?
You do see Tova, yeah.
Okay, I say.
Don't know if we're enemies or not right now, but.
Sorry about the whole tsunami thing. You got this. And I give her a healing word at level 1. I'm gonna give you with shit. You get plus my spell modifier. 9 hit points.
Fixed. All better now.
Hey, it helps. It all helps.
Thank you.
Trust me, it helps. All right, and Keyleth, you can stay where you are?
Yeah.
All right, Keyleth stays there. Tova and Grog, you're up.
So 2 questions, and one of
Yes.
them is my right still on?
Yes, it is. Your right
Okay.
stays on until you dismiss it.
My question also is, are these cages still, like, would it hurt me to, like, touch one or move one?
They're hot.
I mean, they're pretty warm.
My hands are very cool.
You know what? Actually, with your
They're made of
claws out,
ice.
I would say that they will do no damage to you because the cold will offset that.
All right, so
And will
let
steam
me
like a
know
motherfucker when you touch them too.
if this sounds doable. But
Okay.
I want to grab that cage that the Trinket was under,
Okay.
and like move it towards where Udagash is, and
All right, so you
Terry's like in the fire, yeah?
Yes.
Can I kind of grab him and pull him back with me behind this cage?
He's about
Cold bear
he's about
hands?
25 feet from you. You don't even know where he is. You know he's inside the fire, but you don't see him because you're outside the flame. All you see is a wall of fire. You'd have to go into the fire.
Sorry.
You have to step into the fire, take the fire damage, grab him, and pull him back. You'd probably one of you's gonna
Can I
take
just
a
reach my my cold bare hand into the fire,
We'll
grab
still take
him
the
and
fire
pull him
damage
out?
from the wall of fire, unfortunately.
Cold berry.
Can I get like decreased fire damage?
Probably not going to work out. It's magical fire. I'm sorry, but the cage is nearby. You get closer to the cage than you are him. So if you want to grab the cage and like move towards it, you could do that. Is
What was the name of this ice cream?
that what you want to do?
Let me can I grab this cage?
You're doing
put it between
something
me.
with the cage.
Definitely the
We're just
cage.
There's
figuring
just a
out
cage
what.
just sitting out. I gotta do something. Can I like throw the cage at that guy who's standing there? He's there, right?
You can. Go ahead and make a strength check. You have advantage because you are in your bear form.
That is a 14.
14's fine. That's
No,
enough.
wait.
No, it was
13. What?
Didn't you roll an 8?
8 initially, plus your strength of 10, so 18.
Yeah,
Oh,
18.
yeah. Bears are great at math.
So this is athletics. Oh, sorry. This is it'll be an athletics check to lift.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then
But
that's
not
yeah.
strength, sorry.
18.
So you reach over and you grab it, and the steam rises up the sides of the cage, and you lift it up over your head, and you're going to go ahead and try and throw it over this guy there.
Yep.
So as you lift the cage, go ahead and roll for just accuracy on this. Roll an attack. Add your. What'd you roll? Oh no! You throw the cage, and it rolls into the center of the
Nice
hallway
thought.
there, kind of blocking the doorway. Ah, those ones are the worst.
I know.
That dice sucks.
I know, yeah. it's-
Seriously, yes,
Dice
that's usually how it
jail,
happens.
Seems as though
dice
he's dead.
jail.
What else can I do?
You still have your movement. And your bonus if you wanted to do a.
Oh, you have healing or potions
Or any sort of. You still have your blood maledict if you
All
want
my
to use any of
stuff
those.
is probably in that prison that Percy's
tied up
in.
in the dungeon?
I don't have any pockets.
Oh yeah.
I was sort of unprepared for this. I was really excited for this fight.
Tiny pockets. There's the problem of women's fashion, to be fair.
Yeah.
I know, even
Super
with
tiny-
bears.
Like, why tiny pockets?
I know.
Come on, women's fashion. Come on.
Kangaroos know what
So I
it's
have my
about.
bonus action.
You do.
Salmon slide.
I got this.
What is a blood maledict?
These are really cool words.
Curse. No. Not as helpful as I had hoped. I can see an object's history.
Grog, what are you
is
doing?
helpul in this piece.
While she's figuring this out.
I'm gonna try and get out of the cage.
All right. Go ahead and make a strength skill check.
I'm advantage on this.
Yes, you do.
Of the package. That's good.
That's
That's
better.
better.
27.
27. As you tense, the metal actually and bends out the sides, and you just tear the cage off of the top of you. That's your action.
That's your whole action?
Yep.
Yep.
You
Yep.
got bonuses and stuff. Though,
You do. You
right?
have your bonus action if you're still raging. So.
Yeah. Hot there.
He's waking up.
There's
I'm
Tiny
gonna
people.
throw. I want to see a column of fire.
You just see a column of fire.
There's
Yeah,
tiny
but I
people
see a
around you.
motherfucker behind me, don't
You
I?
do, yeah.
He going to the jelly. I'm on. Do I have my movement?
You do.
I would like to visit him, please.
You turn around. He's right there, currently with his eyes smoking from being seared with a sunbeam.
Hi. Smash.
Okay, he's blinded, so you have advantage automatically.
Yay! I just natural 20.
Oh, can you imagine if you'd have been attacked with him?
Yes. Been waiting for it all night.
Son of a bitch.
Smear him.
That's
Wish
24.
on Thanksgiving.
2 additional damage die.
Like a fat mosquito.
30.
30 points of damage.
Yeah, they're all 3 really low damage die.
As you turn around.
Oh, actually, I can re-roll a 1 or a 2. Which was that last one? 9. That's better. So.
Doesn't matter, you killed him.
Doesn't matter,
38.
he's dead.
Oh.
He's so dead.
As you turn around and see him there, you go, hi. When he's going, and here's this, hi. His entire head just collapses inward, and you shove it down about the height of the rest of his shoulders. He just to the ground and just crumples, and then burns into ash and just cinders left behind, destroyed.
Cool, huh?
Beautiful is what it is. All right, ending Grog's turn. Percival, you're
Wait,
up.
can I take my last thing?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we can do the bonus.
All right, so I can only move or I can only use my bonus action,
Correct.
yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna cast
Or both.
Curse of Mutual Suffering on Udagash one more time. And
You currently do not have visual range on him. You can't see him.
Oh.
What does it say for the curse that you need to be able to see the creature? That's the question. Let me look.
it just says a creature within 30 feet.
Oh.
So yeah, so you just know where they are. So you can. So Curse of Mutual Suffering does hit Udagash. You're gonna
Okay.
amplify it or not?
Am I gonna what?
Amplify it or leave it as it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna amplify it.
Go ahead and roll your d8 and take d8 damage.
All right, I'm just gonna. Ooh, 6. That is 6 for me.
Alrighty.
And then I'm just gonna kind of throw my bare arms wide and just like
Come at me, bro.
bite him. Sup, asshole.
Perfect. Alrighty.
She knows how to play.
Percival, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna reload because boy, I'm out.
Bubble throat.
Throw.
Bubble throat.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah,
That's like,
I know,
I was
yeah.
like, what? What? Bubble? Yeah, got a little thing. I didn't know it had a name, and now
Yeah,
it's
it
the
does.
obvious name
Bubble
for it.
throat,
It's
man.
bubble throat. I'm gonna swing back around and start and back up a little bit. And I'm gonna take 3 more pot shots at that bone, because that's who I can see. So
Alrighty.
I'm gonna make him. I'm not gonna get close to him. I'm gonna back up a bit.
Okay.
Let's like back up in the middle of the room.
Right there?
Over there.
Sure. Go over and take your
I'm gonna
attacks.
keep going. Nothing fancy. Attack number 1. That's 26 to hit. And that's 9 points of piercing damage, 5 points of necrotic damage and 2 points of psychic damage.
Vax, as you're looking across the room, you see the bone devil like, and it rears back and its wings span out. It looks like it's about to leap, and as it takes a jump, you watch its face just explode forward with dark crimson just mixed as the head is blown off of its shoulders.
Nice.
Get that grip back. Get that grip back. Get that grip back.
Better. And I'm gonna see if I can. Is there anything? I'm just gonna try and. I've got 2 more shots.
Mm-hmm. There's one creature in here that you can kind of barely see through the side.
Oh, I can?
Yep.
Oh, all right. Let's do that. That's funny. Another shot at that guy.
Pew pew.
Uh,
Oh.
23.
Red creatures on dark red.
Yeah.
Sorry.
23.
23 hits.
Oh, and that's right. I don't have that anymore. It's the hexes until next turn where I can move it. That's 15 points of damage plus 1 point of psychic damage.
Okay. It's still standing, but it's looking rough. It's currently blinded. You have advantage in these attacks, by the way. 'Cause it's blinded.
all right.
So
And
I
then
should mention that.
I'm gonna take another shot. And I'm gonna make this a sharpshooter just to end this.
Sure.
Yeah, that'll do. It's 14, 20, 25.
Yep. Go and roll damage.
That's I didn't know I had advantage. That's lovely. That's 18, 19, 20, 21. 25 points of damage and 4 points of psychic damage.
So after the cage goes flying over his head and clangs behind it, it kind of spins around as it hears the impact and turns back in the direction of Tova. Even though its eyes are currently held shut from the blinding light of the sunbeam, it rears back with its hooked pole arm and is about to rush towards the torso of Tova, knowing and being able to sense where she is. Right as it rears back, 2 shots, the second one knocking its head limply across the back of its shoulders, and it tumbles to the ground unmoving.
You get another
Get another grip back. Get another grip back.
Nice.
Get another grip back. Get another grip back.
All right.
Get that grip back. Get that grip back.
So then your turn, Percy?
That is, other than just backing up a little bit more as far as I can go, just to get
It's
out
getting
of
away from everything.
away from everything.
Okay, perfect.
I'm good at a distance.
Okay, so this is on Udkash's turn. Udagash is going to strike with a bite against Tarion Darrington. Frustratingly, it's going to be. Has to make a wisdom save, doesn't it?
It does.
For that first attack. That's a natural 20.
Oh
Better that than for the attack.
Yeah.
But that first attack was a 18 to hit.
Hits.
Alrighty.
Oh my god.
So you take, as it chomps down onto your torso. This time, as opposed to going for the helmet, it goes for the side of the shoulder. Its mouth is large enough to go over your shoulder and come in both the chest and the back of the shoulder as it sinks in. That is going to be 24 points of piercing damage.
Oh no.
And you're immune to poison, so you don't take that. You still standing?
Yes.
Alrighty.
Well, crouching.
Right.
In the fetal position.
Wincing.
As it's clamped down on you, it takes its claw and rakes across your stomach.
Oh, technically, it has to roll another wisdom save.
It does. You're right.
It lasts for a minute. It's not.
That
per
is
attack,
a
actually.
10 plus 10. That is 20.
He succeeds.
Okay. So that is the attack roll for that one was a 21.
Yes.
So for the claw raking across your torso, that is going to be 21 points of slashing damage.
Oh no, Terry.
And with that, Tarion falls unconscious and bleeding on the ground. Udagash, after like the claws tear across part of the plate armor, kind of ping, swings open, and the claw rakes through the side of the torso, leaving the wounds open and bleeding out on these and steaming across the heavy, heated stonework of the room.
And at that point, do all of their necklaces glow?
They do. They begin to pulse.
That's totally correct. Yeah.
What's going on?
I forget what this means.
So
Someone's unconscious that we can't tell that they're unconscious.
Oh god.
at this point,
Someone's
Udagash is going to use his. The wings take flight at this point. So nothing's immediately in the circle, and he's getting frustrated by this. The wings pick him up in the air, He's gonna peek through the top of the form and look over, and he sees Tova and Keyleth, and is gonna land technically on your guys' spaces. This is part of his corpulent form ability. I need you both to make dexterity saving throws.
That's good, that's good.
Thank you. That is an 18.
It's not great. Saving dex. 14.
All right, you both suffer 17 points in bludgeoning damage as Urugash's giant form lands on top of you. You both are pinned to the ground. You are considered grappled and prone, as
would,
Urugash is currently now.
Urugash also maybe takes some damage from that.
Yeah, well, it takes the same 17 points of damage from the mutual suffering.
Something.
That is kind of dope.
Yeah, that's really
Kinda
cool.
dope.
So you're both prone and considered grappled. You cannot move until you get out of the grapple.
We're grappled? We're both grappled?
Yeah, because he's basically sitting on top of you.
Fucking dick.
I need you to make a constitution or
With,
concentration saving throw to maintain sunbeam.
I have advantage on that.
You do.
I'll take that 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have to beat the damage, correct?
You have to beat the. It's either
18.
10 or half of the damage.
I'm good.
So you're fine. With you both pinned, you at immediate visual perspective look the most vulnerable to Urugash, as you are a tiny half-elf girl as far as he's concerned. He's going to use his next two attacks, the axe and the tail, with advantage against you because you are currently knocked prone.
Oh, desu.
The axe is going to be. That is a 32 to hit.
What?
32 to hit.
I mean, yeah.
25 points of slashing damage.
17 minus 20.
What are you doing concentration on?
3. My sunbeam.
Oh, right. Oh,
Alright,
cool.
so that's 23 points of slashing damage, plus 23 points of fire damage. So a total of 46.
Can I use my reaction to cast absorb elements?
If you were prepared, yeah.
Yes, I do.
Which allows you to.
Never done this before. Let me double check. I capture some of the energy and I store it, and I have resistance to the next damage type that I take that. And the first time I hit with a melee attack on my next turn, I can do an extra 1d6 of that damage.
So you
type.
take 11 points of fire damage instead. So
Beautiful.
it goes 23, 34 points of damage total.
So another 11. I made it 82. Okay. I have to beat a 10, correct?
No, you have to beat half of the 34, which would be 17. To beat 17.
Nope.
Nope.
Wait, what do I add? What do I add?
Your Constitution saving throw.
Oh, no, I'm good then. I'm good. That's exactly a 17.
Okay, then that's fine. You
Okay,
succeed.
thank God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And then the tail's going to slam down onto you as well, Kilo, with advantage on that.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
16, natural 20.
What? It's what?
Natural 20.
But wait, what did the next melee attack do to you? The next
tail.
physical attack?
It's me attacking.
So this is.
Yeah.
It's a 9, a 10, and a 7 on 3D. So that is 26. 62 points of bludgeoning damage.
60. Wait, how?
Halved.
Halved. Is it half? Wait, what?
No.
No, it's not.
I just like saying that.
It's a natural.
Sorry, it's 10, 9.
How?
It's 20. It was 52 points because it was a 10, a 9, and a 7.
So 52 points?
So it would have been 26, just the dice.
Yeah.
Crit is 52
Two.
plus 10, 62.
62.
62 points.
I mean, I'm still up
Yeah, that's good.
with 20 hit points. No, it was at 82 minus
Well, doubles the dice
62.
damage. It's 3d10.
20 points.
20
20 points.
Alrighty.
So, seeing as he like landed on me, could I do anything here? Any reaction?
Do you have a reaction to do?
I don't know.
No, not really. You're just kind of like, ugh, you're being sat on by the pit fiend.
Even if I was like upright, could I be like a kind of like a pincushion?
You're
to sit
holding
on?
it off, but his heavy hide against your pincushion like nails is not going to do much unless you're physically attacking behind it.
Icicles.
I know, and he's resistant to cold. Sorry.
Thought I'd check.
He's resistant to everything.
Vax.
All right, well, my enemy is gone. Percival just shot it through the face, so I start to fly towards the entrance. The moment I come through and I see Keyleth mangled on the ground underneath, I just react and fly straight at the thing and snag onto his chest like an angry, pissed off cat, and I just start slicing.
Okay, go for it.
I'm actually going to bonus action Hunter's Mark him as I land. I'm going to move the Hunter's Mark, excuse me, from the slain.
Okay.
Yep, and okay, here we go. That is shit. No, well, it's 16. I'm sure it doesn't hit.
16 does not hit.
Okay. That is 19.
19 does not hit either. Both angry strikes just hit the hide, but it's too strong. The devilish scales deflecting the piercing blows.
I'm going to stay hanging on.
Okay. Vex, you're up.
Okay. Hey, I can see him now.
You can.
Okay, I'm gonna back
It's also
up.
sitting currently on Tova and Keyleth. Keyleth
Yeah.
is looking pretty banged up. Tova is looking pretty banged up, and your brother is hacking
Just
at it to no
slicing
avail.
away. I don't know
It's
what
going
all I
great
could
in
see
here.
of that other than just the pit fiend's like arm through the window. But
Mhm.
I'm gonna back up and shoot him. I'm gonna Hunter's Mark him first though,
Okay.
and I'm gonna. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna
Okay.
do.
As you step into this room, as you back up, he does get a reaction attack of opportunity because he has a reach.
Through the window.
Yeah. So as you back up, the tail swings after smashing into Keyleth, goes woof, and whips through the window towards you.
That guy's a dick.
That's going to be a 25 to hit.
Yeah, sure,
Don't
whatever.
care for this guy.
That is 11, 21 points of bludgeoning damage against you.
Great.
The tail almost sends you off your feet and almost knocking the wind out of you from the impact to your chest and stomach area, but you slide and catch yourself before tumbling backward.
I hate you, Hunter's Mark.
Why do you hate Hunter for?
Well, you know.
Can I think this is going to be a negative, but a quick clarification question. With
Yeah.
them on the ground, then there's no, like, flanking bonus or anything.
Nope, they are not threatening him currently.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
They're
You
threatening
have
the
to
bottom
be threatening
of his feet.
them
Right.
to be giving that bonus.
Tickle.
They're currently under his rump.
is a 1.
Yay.
The
second
impact from
one-
the chest blow ends up as you go to grab the arrow. You're already kind of a little off aim from the wooziness.
Alright, that's fine. I'm going to hit him again, or try.
All right,
That is, I can add 23.
23 hits.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yes. 16, 17, 18 plus 1 lightning damage plus 2d6. Here we go. And 2 1s. I'm rolling great. Woo!
Wanna borrow some dice?
All of you guys are goodbyes. And you're a goodbye too. You can stay.
All right, so how much damage is that total?
Huh? How much was that?
Yeah,
Oh, 18. 19 total.
19
One of
total.
those was a lightning damage.
okay, good. So the second arrow does hit, and you're seeing now Urgash, while looming over and seemingly impervious at a close view as you get a glance backing up, it was looking pretty hurt. Previously, as this is now your second time battling a pit fiend, you're able to see the faint cracks that you're beginning to notice generally show a lot more damage than they do on a surface. So you're starting to see signs of wear, which based on your previous battle, leads you to believe it's actually pretty hurt.
Okay.
That ends your turn, Vax? And Vex?
I'm gonna back up. I can use the rest of my movement, right?
You can, yeah.
And back up around that corner so I'm like parallel with Percy there. Yeah, right there.
Okay, cool. That brings us to Tyrion. I need you to roll a death saving throw.
Oh, sure, yeah. Can I feel lucky?
You can, technically.
Oh, that's worse.
So that's one failed death saving throw on Tyrion.
Yeah.
Terry.
All right.
I just have a quick question.
Yeah.
Since I haven't used this very much. The disengage feat that the rogues have, is that a bonus action? Or
Bonus
is that,
action disengage,
okay. Just checking.
Yeah. You'd already moved your hunter's mark, unfortunately.
Yeah,
But going
so
forward,
fine.
you can do that. All right, so
It's a zigzag motion.
now
Now what?
Oh, don't press any more buttons.
2 imps
Oh, good.
that were previously invisible in the room and hitting the various buttons across the back wall at his command
Oh, it was those fucks.
appear and both fly down, swinging towards Keyleth, who's currently pinned underneath, and are just begin to start attempting to bite at her. So, or these are the stings. So, with advantage, that is 6 plus 5, that is 11. The first one, the
told you
stinger hits
guys.
you, it
He
just
told
can't pierce the armor. The second one is going to go ahead and, with advantage, that is a 13. Just can't pierce the armor. Little imps like, and Urugash is like,
Hungry carrion wraiths.
That brings us to Keyleth.
Boogie. It's time to go big. I am going to cast Shape Change at my 9th level as well.
Okay.
And I am going to turn into a fire giant.
Oh.
A fire giant?
Yeah! So as I'm down, I just, eyes light up, and I start to turn into a giant, and I just want to reach up and grab him by the throat and try and stand up and see if I can, like, pile drive him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack for your fire giant.
I'm going for a ride.
Are you like?
I'm
Look at that.
onto his chest.
Super strong.
Yeah, I am. I get plus
down the
11.
tree.
Is this like plus 11 just to my attacks?
Everyone else gets pushed out of the way. So yes.
Natural 20.
That is
Thanks, Gil.
awesome.
Clash of the
That made up for all the
Titans.
rest of the times you pulled up those
God!
So Tova and the imps get pushed aside as Keyleth's form suddenly encompasses most of the corner of the room. So natural 20, you grab
Shit.
Urugash by the throat, grab the torso, lift him up, and slam him onto the ground. Go ahead and roll just the basic damage for the fire elemental's attack.
Oh,
It doesn't knock him prone, but it
God.
does or this is the flavor for the attack.
How do you know what basic damage is?
Look for the attack for the fire giant.
Well, it just gives me multi-attack.
And underneath that, it says,
And it gives me a great sword
yeah,
melee attack.
just roll the damage for the greatsword. We're basically, the attack is the flavor
Okay.
of the strike.
It is 66.
6d6?
1, 2, 3, 4. Give me one more.
I think it's yours anyway. Oh, and some rerolls.
I'm on this guy's chest, by the way, and he goes down and
That's
is
only
landing on the ground.
elemental
I love what you do!
Let's get
And I
dragged
want
over.
to somersault away.
So,
Alrighty.
10, 16, 24 damage.
How much did you roll?
24.
24, that was with the doubled?
Oh, right.
Oh.
So doubled that.
So,
So
48.
48 damage.
Plus 7 because of the...
Plus 7. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is 55 points of damage.
Nice.
Oh God! Just say it. I want to hear you say it.
No, he's
Well, it's not there yet. No. I mean, technically your action was to cast the spell, so you wouldn't have the ability to attack the same round, but I'm letting you do it because why not?
Aww.
You burn your.
Because it's fun.
Well, I didn't move.
It's fine. And we'll say you can't move this turn. But it was fun. It was cool. Why not? All right. So that ends your turn, Keyleth.
Yeah.
All right.
Giant red
Tova.
Keyleth.
Grog.
All right, let's just go all out here. I'm gonna cast
It's looking really rough, by the way.
Blood Curse of the Marked on Urugash. I'm gonna
Okay.
amplify it.
Alrighty.
4. It's 4 damage for me. And then I'm just gonna slide in under this fire giant's legs and just go for it with my claws and the Crimson Rate.
Alrighty. So at half minutes, 5, 10, 15, 20. You can just get into combat range. Right there, knocking Vax over and killing him.
All right, so that's a 28 to hit on one.
That hits.
And that is a 24 to hit on the second.
That hits.
That does so much better.
All right, so that is a
11.
11. That is a 13. And I get 2 more, yeah? With my
The claws you
crimson
do
right?
2d8, yeah.
2d8, and because these are doubled because you did your mark.
Okay.
So what'd you roll?
7 for the 2d8. And then what did I say? 13 and 11 the first time?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's 13, 11 for the actual weapon damage, for the claws, and then now what did you roll for the first?
7 together.
7 together. So that's 14.
Mm-hmm.
How do you want to do this? That's two guests in a row.
Yes!
Yeah, all right. So how do you want to do that? As you watch the fire giant, like clutching by the throat, slamming onto the ground, Urugosh is like in this sort of like wrestling ring encounter in the center of the room.
Just gonna fucking body slam him with my bare body. I'm just gonna hit him with both my claws. Gonna tear his fucking throat out. And I'm gonna look down at him. I'm gonna be like, how do you like me now, asshole?
So, Keyleth, in the impressive moment of slamming Urugosh down, the grip you have on the throat is loosened suddenly as a secondary force pushes Urugosh out of your grip. What looks to be a bowling ball of a fur-like bear form goes slamming into the torso of the devil, who then falls onto the back as the bear just begins Wolverine Berserker barraging, tearing through the chest and torso cavity of the devil. Drops the axe and is trying to reach up and is clawing at your back and tearing through flesh. You can feel the blood, but you're too focused at this point. The frenzy kicking in from your transformation, and as you stare down and say that into his face, Urugosh's tongue is kind of lolling back across the tusk and says,
We'll still find you.
and just goes limp across the ground.
As I
just
stand
gonna-
up and I look at Grog, and in giant I say, "So."
Sup, player?
What's up, man?
Damn,
Aren't
we've
there
been talking
still
about
2
Ringo.
terrible?
Yeah.
I'm gonna spit on him
Okay.
while I'm still standing, and then I'm just gonna flop on my back, turn back into a dwarf, be like, hey, you guys wanna get a beer?
Aren't there still 2?
There are 2 imps in the chamber, but they both turn invisible as soon as this happens. And they're attempting to escape as the flame wall disappears, and you see Tyrion bleeding out on the ground next to a superheated.
shit.
I land and lay on hands.
Okay, yeah, you're close enough to do so.
Okay, I'll give him 10.
Okay.
Maybe we just toss him in the blood.
Just dip him.
Yeah.
So what do you? So how much do you give him?
10.
10. All right, so you have 10 hit points, and you come to consciousness.
I had the craziest dream.
Slap, 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 slap. Are you all right? Are you really all right?
Oh,
Are you having fun?
did I kill it? Again.
Stone cold dead, you did.
Oh,
Congratulations.
I will say, Keyleth, because
Yeah.
technically they were in melee range with you since you pushed them out of the way. As they vanish, you do get 1 attack opportunity across them with disadvantage.
Ooh, with my am I still fire giant form?
Yes, you are.
That's cool. Okay.
Come on, man, all you gotta
with
do is hit the
disadvantage
With disadvantage.
on both
Just
of them.
on just one of them. You only have
one
one
of them?
reaction.
No. 8 plus 11, so that's 20.
19.
That still hits.
19.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah.
That's 30.
Get out of here.
76
plus 6, 1, 2.
You know what? Don't roll damage, because even if you rolled all ones, it's just enough to kill it. That's 13 hit points. So as they both vanish and you hear the flapping of wings, you just do one kind of wide Hail Mary arc with your with your fist, and one imp just gets spattered across the back of your knuckles.
Oof.
But the other you hear
Oh.
fly off.
I imagine he's going to tell the others. Oh, the shape change does so many weird things.
If I have a moment, I'm going to look in all those doors really quickly.
I'm gonna run over to Percy and give him a kiss and say nice shit and stuff.
I'm not
and I'm
gonna-
gonna help him look.
Okay, I was going to I'm going to wait 1 second not to look in those doors. Well, that happens. And then, yeah.
In fear, I stand up and throw my lance at the fire giant.
Roll an attack.
That's fair. Yeah.
That's a 14.
What's your AC?
18.
The lance just ricochets off of your chest.
Dude, are you seeing this? Are you all seeing what I'm
Man, that's
seeing?
the Tempest. That's the Tempest, man. That's Kiki. That's Keela. That's
Hi,
Keela.
Terry. I'm Antlers.
Oh. Good day to you, miss. I've misjudged you again. I'm sorry.
Fist bump.
No.
I shout through the window, loot the body! And I keep looking in the things with Percy.
Okay, as you glance through the various openings, there are a bunch of cells. Some of them are empty. Some contain long, dead, rotting corpses. The first room that you go into contains a fair amount of gold that is just stashed.
We pull it.
This small stash here is about 12,300 gold pieces.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm putting that in the stash.
You also find your equipment.
Yes.
You find your maul and your armor.
12,300.
Need it after all.
12,300 gold.
Fuck yeah.
So you have that at your disposal now.
I go over and
You-
I'm really happy to put my armor back on over my my cool bear bikini that I have on.
Your bikini. As you're putting your armor on, you open the far door on this end, and as you do, suddenly bursting through is a lemurray. Comes towards you with its horrible fleshy mound just reaching out in your direction.
I threaten it down and say, run, and owe Orthax your freedom.
As he does that, I
Run!
Roll an intimidation check.
Oh yeah, can I use friends to help with that, or no? Just go for intimidation.
If you want to.
Yeah, I'll use friends to
All right.
add to that intimidation. So does that advantage?
Yes.
All right. That's on the side. That's cocked. That's fine anyway. That's okay. Yeah. That's intimidation is 8.
As you say, run, and you see the whole thing. The Lemurray goes.
I shoot my gun next to it.
I shoot an arrow into it.
It reeks. It's just actually gonna reach out and strike at you. And the arrow strike comes right afterward.
Vax Dagon's on Tequila's shoulder and watches all this through the window.
It misses. His hand just kind of slaps against the front of your armor and then roll your attack.
This is a great confrontation.
21.
That hits. Go and roll damage.
This is weird. Good weird, but it's weird.
18.
The arrow through its head and it just immediately falls to the ground and slowly
I feel like I'm
turns
losing
to
it.
slush.
I don't know.
You should have listened.
I really.
You were very clear there. Duh.
What's in the other room?
The rest of the chambers here, you find most of it is a collection of rotting meats. You find you find various sulfurous chemicals, some that you can't really by scent and texture identify.
If there's anything interesting.
Okay,
Not really.
so we'll say that you have a handful of chemicals that you may be able to look into later. 5 vials specifically.
Anything on the body? On the giant?
On the Udugash?
Yeah.
There's the axe that Udugash had, which is just a very, very large, like black metal heated axe.
Can I see that, please?
Yes, of course.
Can I pick him up by his ankles and, like, you know, schoolyard bully style, shake him out from his feet upside down?
For pocket change?
For pocket change?
Very,
For milk change?
It's even for your giant strength. You're like, he's a very rotund pit fiend, and the kind of red scaled, leathery blubber that moves around. There wasn't much that he was carrying on him. Most pit fiends, or at least devilish creatures, have their of his stature, don't keep his belongings hidden anywhere on himself. They're visible.
That's a pretty big meatball.
So spicy meatball.
Oh, does the axe, does it do anything when I hold it?
It's roughly twice the size of any axe you've held.
Whoa.
And is too large for you to use.
Oh, how is that even
I really
possible?
think that's a matter of perspective.
Would you like me to identify the object?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Weakly limps over.
I'll take a look at it.
Okay. It's a. It's just referred as a black iron axe of corruption. It's used primarily as a means of intimidating and scaring off lessers and keeping subordinates in line.
With magic or just with size?
Both. It's a minor enchantment. It's the enchantment of it. You get the essence as you look at it. The power of it was part of the presence of the pit fiend. It wasn't an inherent ability. So yeah, this is not considered a very powerful magical item. It was only powerful in the hands of a pit fiend.
I take it. Can I put it in the pool of blood?
Yeah.
You like dissolved it.
No, but like the heat of it just naturally being in the space, you kind of like steams as it goes in.
That's a deep pool, you guys. Like, seriously, drowning warning, okay?
So wait, who are you guys again?
I'm gonna pop Trinket out of the necklace and cast Cure Wounds on him.
Why are you here?
Tax collectors.
We were running. Let's just say we had a grudge and we took care of it.
All right, works for me.
What about you? Where you from?
I came here with friends. I don't know if they're still alive. The ones, well, most of them are dead. So, I don't know if the other two are still alive, but they're in prison. I gotta rest up. I gotta get back and find them.
Are they like you?
What do you mean, like me?
I mean, like, rah, you know.
Like bears?
Yeah.
They're not bears.
Oh.
Wait, they're in the prison.
Yeah.
Do you know? I shape changed back to Keyleth for a second. Do you know which section of the prison they're in?
I guess the same one I was in. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know roughly. I was in the prison too. Udagash, he bought me. He was gonna, I guess, corrupt my soul or whatever, but good luck with that, dude.
Wait, does the Bastion of Flesh sound familiar?
Does it?
You haven't heard the term? Like you weren't given a lot of information. Most of your presence once you were captured was just being dragged through hallways, tortured, chained up, and then eventually purchased and brought here to be perpetually tortured by Udagash until these guys found you.
Honestly, I have no idea what's going on still. It's been a hard time in hell. It doesn't sound familiar, but I guess I know where my friends might be. I gotta get back and see if they're still alive, if they're still in there.
As she's saying this, Trinket goes and grabs some of the rotting meat out of one of those and brings it to her as a present.
Aww.
I accept it. Thanks, buddy.
And just kind of gives you a big lick on the side of the face.
Are you still a bear?
I'm a dwarf again.
She's a dwarf.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, you gotta hand it over here now. Thanks.
All yours, pal.
Is it like really rotten?
It's on par with what you ate before.
We
Oh, Scott, would you know your way around if you went back to the prison? I mean, do you think you'd know your way through the holes?
I think so. I think I'd be able to with my bear smell. I think I could find my way back at least to where my friends were. I can't leave them in there. If they're still in there, I have no idea. But I came here to help my friend. He made a contract with the devil, and we came here to try and get him out of it.
Terrible
idea.
Worst idea you could ever do.
Yeah.
We
You shouldn't do that. No,
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, Terry.
No, we didn't.
It's a terrible idea. No, you didn't. I don't
Well,
know what
if
you're
you were
talking
thinking about doing it, don't. It's a bad idea.
It's bad.
Yeah.
the little ones get away. Do we want to turn this into a walk-in talk?
Yeah, maybe
Stand
we should
out
get out
here?
here.
Well, okay, hang on. What happens next? Because aren't we supposed to kind of be arrested next?
Yeah, but we could check out the place. until
Let's
they
take a
get
walk
here.
around, why don't we?
Can we check the rest of the room first
Yeah,
before
okay.
we leave?
Yeah.
Especially that
But
back wall.
being very careful for traps because they are present here.
Not me necessarily.
Oh, so Grog, you're just taking point?
Yep.
Okay. Grog, you enter this chamber and it kind of opens up into this candelabra area. As you
I
pass this
fly
area,
after Grog.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, Grog.
Okay.
Gosh.
15.
15. You take a few steps, and then one of the stone slabs beneath you, a glyph, suddenly brightly shines with a strange pinkish orange glow, and then you guys watch as a column of somewhat translucent ethereal energy just shoots up, engulfing Grog. Grog,
What are you fucking doing?
Whoa.
you suffer 21 points of psychic damage.
I'm too small to get.
I fly in alongside you. You know, all you have to do is ask. Will you hold still and give me 10 seconds, and I'll check the rest of the room just in case.
Ew.
This is
What is that?
this is another one of the boiling blood chambers you saw earlier.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to check for traps.
I like Crimson Peak as much as the next person, but this is kind of over.
is a lot.
This is a
30?
lot.
Very,
Okay, as you scan through the room, you do notice on the inside of each one of these pillars is another one of the similar platforms, the one that Grog triggered, and the one that he triggered here, they're about 2 in width.
There's spots on the ground.
Yeah, there's like this whole area here in this area, and there's one here and one here, and all
Alright,
these can
just-
be triggered.
Oh, I stay over there. Do I see anything of value or anything else in the room besides the traps?
Nope. But what you do notice,
Yeah.
in fact, you and Vex and Keyleth, who have the highest passive perception, you hear from the ceiling above you what sounds like multiple entities landing on the roof.
All right, we got an Amscray.
Reinforcements.
This
are
is
here.
definitely
Oh,
what we
hey,
talked about.
Hey, did I see anything like that looked like guards that wore like the armor, the gold armor of the
Not in the interior, no.
Yeah, but no, throughout the city,
From where you are right now?
just in general. Since I've been in hell,
yeah.
Yeah, you've
what are they?
You've seen the different types. You've seen a couple that have been imps. You've seen a few that have been winged humanoid entities.
Were there any like Aranuses or succubuses that were also like guards that would be one of these people?
You
the guards?
didn't see any of that
We're going to be
specifically.
okay. We were expecting this.
Yeah.
I know, but I could still be like a guard and follow you guys there. You know? Then I'm someone on the outside. And not in prison as maybe like a first responder.
I don't know.
I think you're overthinking this.
I don't know, Key.
It's a big prison. I think you're going to be very far away from us very quickly.
If I say, hey, I found these guys and I walk with you guys all the way to the prison?
A hatch from the ceiling in this chamber in here kicks open, and about a dozen entities comes dropping in. Some winged, others like spined, similar bearded devils. Some of them wearing the golden armor of the Whispers you've seen throughout the city. It seems that the guard have been called to the assault on this stronghold.
I get Trinket back in the necklace really fast.
Okay, trinkets in the necklace. What's everyone else doing?
I kind of want to, like, can I stealth? Can I turn into one of the impish creatures in gold armor?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So you turn into an imp.
Have they seen me yet?
You don't create equipment, so you would be an imp. You'd have to put on gold armor to.
I don't have the gold armor.
Yeah. So you'd just be an imp.
Never mind.
So
It's fine. I'll just be myself for right now.
Okay. So you're remaining as Keyleth's human
Yeah.
half elf form. All right. What's everyone else doing?
I drank a healing draft, and I am getting my lance ready, and I'm staying with fucking Doty.
And which of these rooms did that trap door open? And the one that back
It
to
opened
Grog one?
here.
Jody,
So like
can you
so
wake him up?
so Grog was kind of waiting over to the side. Grog,
Yeah.
these entities
Fix it.
landed near you. They just kind of about a dozen of them just swarm into the chamber near you. Vax, you're over here on this side as you're kind of bringing out the traps in this area in the center. So they happen kind of behind you in this area.
Okay.
You shouldn't be breaking him.
I'm not leaving him.
I'm just gonna walk towards Grog.
Okay.
I'm gonna join him.
So you join up with Grog here.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself really fast.
Okay, we'll say for the purposes of the swarming of entities in this chamber.
So who's all been seen? Oh, that's a lot.
We got this.
Are we all in there? Who's in there?
Are you guys all going to join? You're staying with Doty.
I'm staying.
All right. Percival.
And I'm gonna try to see if I can try to start fixing it.
Okay. It's gonna you need to workshop materials to do it.
Okay. Well, then I won't do.
I'm going to sit with Doty. I'm gonna stay in the room. I'm just gonna be sitting on Doty probably.
Okay.
Are those like bone demon-y guys?
Bone demons and Arenya centers, Aranes, bearded devils, cambions, like a whole swarm comes in here.
I'll turn into
a
one of
chain
the
devil
bone devils.
lands.
I'll turn into a bone devil.
Okay, so you turn into a bone devil form.
Why?
Per game, man.
At this point, they kind of swarm the room. They have their weapons ready. They see you guys standing there, not making an aggressive maneuver. The two bone devils that land within the chamber, they seem to be wearing some sort of a sash that has like a torn bottom portion of it and some sort of symbol that is holding it together over their shoulder. Looks around.
Do you resist, or do you surrender?
I'm taking my cues from you here. I can't say it. You got to say it.
I surrender, and he's coming along.
I will accept this as universal surrender.
Puts his arms up, and you watch as a number of these individuals begin pulling heavy chain manacles out from sacks and satchels. Two of them immediately charge up and begin shackling Grog, multiple layers of chain and manacle across your arms
still big?
and legs. And they shackle you up and begin to spread into the next room, gathering to the rest of you guys. And they charge in and begin just like throat manacle to arms to ankles, each with kind of somewhat slack chains, and has a specific lead chain attached to the center of the whole ensemble. They go from person
Do it, man.
to person. They throw them on you, though you kind of angrily give into it. Keyleth, as you approach, one of them turns to you and goes, make a deception
Fucking hell.
with disadvantage.
Try and parcel talk.
How is that language?
Did you say you wanted to go to the disco?
8 total.
I'm flattered, but
I don't have any.
Leans in real close to you.
I kind of like give a little bit of twitch, like maybe I'm the damaged bone devil.
The wings up behind it as it kind of points its finger at you, and a bunch of the devils kind of begin to swarm in from the sides with the various pole arms and jagged weapons pointed in your direction.
reveal thyself.
Oh god. Okay, I drop form.
Shackler, twice over.
And you are of everyone, you and Grog both get the Hannibal Lecter treatment. As you're standing there with your spear out, they all begin to swarm around you. Tarion.
I say, oh no, whatever will we do? We have this enormous piece of equipment that you don't understand and could possibly be very dangerous. It probably should be locked up with the rest of us. Oh no. Oh no.
They don't seem to be paying any mind. They throw the manacles on you. They subdue you very quickly. With a swift hit to the back of your shoulders, your sense of bravado is immediately crumbled. They throw you to the ground and chain you up. You're all then chained together and brought to your feet as one of the Bone Devils approaches.
You are found in the seeding stages of usurpation of a trusted of Despater, and are sentenced to moral reassignment and delivery. You are forfeit to Mentiri.
Grabs the chains and tugs, and you guys all begin to be pulled out and then up through the hatch in this chamber. Through multitudes of devilish arms, they're pulling you up through the ceiling.
This is a good plan. Good plan.
Gonna go great.
Actually working better than I expected.
You glance over your shoulder and watch as a series of devils have now leapt onto Dodie and are pulling them apart.
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
This is the part where C-3PO is like being pulled apart by them.
It's gonna be fine.
He served his purpose.
No.
And that's where we're going to take a break.
Oh no.
you read your bedtime story.
Oh shit.
We'll be back here. We're gonna take a short break here. They're gonna show a few ads in the Signal Boost episode that Marisha just put out. We'll story here in just a few minutes, guys. See you in a moment.
Oh, Joe. Poor bastard.
Jody.
I guess board games changed my life in many ways because they are my life now. I work with them professionally, but also because as a kid, it was the one thing that made sense for me as an expression of who I was.
Board games changed my life by giving me a platform to build community with other adults in a world where it isn't always easy to find and make new friends.
Learning games, playing games, understanding the rules, and making up my own stories to make some of the game mechanics make sense was what drove me, and playing games was the best way I could sort of develop that personality myself.
Board games are our opportunity to actually get together in meat space and not just have fun, have a good time, but also share our lives and maintain a connection.
I can say happily that I met my girlfriend at a Dungeons & Dragons game, and that I've met most of my good friends over board games, and now I've met every single one of my coworkers right here playing board games at Geek and Sundry.
I get to spend so much more time with my friends because every week I get to go play board games, and it's had a tremendous and wonderful impact.
Hey, this is Donna at Geeky Teas and Games, and I'm here to tell you how board games changed my life. When I was little, my brother Sean would talk to me about exactly two things: Twin Peaks and Dungeons & Dragons. He would talk to me about the adventures that he'd been on, the monsters he'd slayed, and how poorly his dice rolled. I would sneak into his room, since I wasn't allowed to go with, and play his Talisman and Fury of Dracula. Soon I learned how much I love board games. Now that I'm older, I have my own game store, my own Dungeons & Dragons dice, and even though my brother's no longer with me, I still roll his dice, which still roll like crap.
That was just a few examples of how board games have changed people's lives, and we want to hear what your story is. Head on over to tabletopday.com and submit your video. Try to keep it within 30 to 60 seconds, because we want to hear from you, our amazing community. Board games are something that we're all very passionate about, and your passion is important to us. And there is a good chance that we'll feature it not only on our live stream, but all the events that take place during April 29th, which is, of course, International Tabletop Day. Roll dice, play nice. We'll see you at the game table.
Boosting papers, please. Yes, really, this is the game where you're an immigration officer guarding your country's border. I don't know, I'm sorry, did you guys hear that? It's like really distracting. What is?
Marisha, we've got to finish this.
Hang on. Oh, what the fuck?
Hello, Marisha. Welcome to the Starship Signal Boost. It's about damn time you found us.
Starship? No, Signal Boost it's a show. I created it.
Did you create it, Marisha? Or did we create you?
Oh. Wait, what? What? I hate being a consumer. Hate. I know, like 30 years ago, Hector was like,
I love being a consumer!
But fuck that shit. And no, I'm not a commie. My problem is too much choice. I panic. I don't know if I need a 36-inch dual-flame Melee Stream convection oven, or do I need a 48-inch electric-powered Thermador with an LED digital display? I don't even know what I just said, let alone how to choose. We can't be freaking experts in everything, okay? Back off, jerk! Back off! Just tell me what's the best option within my price range, magical person who has done all of the research and stress tests for me. Believe it or not, that magical person exists. No, not you, magical person. Your umbrella flute playing is atrocious. Okay, keep your day job. I'm talking about another magical person in the form of a website powered by regular nerdy white guys. Okay, well maybe not all white guys, but I'd say 9 out of 10 nerdy white guys are white. Those websites are Wirecutter and Sweet Home. both founded by Brian Lamb, who worked at Gizmodo and Wired. He and his team have dedicated thousands of hours researching and testing the top competitive electronics and home appliances on the market. Need a gadget that works, like earbuds not made of paper mache? Wirecutter.com is your place. Did your coffee pot break and you're looking for an upgrade? SweetHome.com will wrap their understanding arms around you and whisper sweet, sweet reviews in your ear. I very rarely buy anything of value without first checking with these guys, and they have saved me countless of times. Just tell me what to buy, damn it! This isn't possible. This is my show.
Or are you our show?
That doesn't make any sense, man.
Or does it make perfect sense, man? Think about it. You are an entertainer. We are the entertained. Therefore, you are our show. You created us to watch you.
No, okay, but that means if I created you, then you're me, right?
Possibly. But it also means that you are us and we are you. Or are we both the imagination of a pigeon in Central Park gaining cosmic awareness?
What? Most of us geeks come from old school NES roots, and let's be honest, the pixel art that went into these games was pretty impressive for their time. I mean, how about Castlevania? It had the clarity of a Monet, yet its bright oranges and purples were so evocative. Or how about Chrono Trigger, whose clever use of color defined the characters, their shape, and the environment around them. That shit is art. And it's an art that we rarely get to experience anymore in our supermassive high-def polygon reality. Luckily, we have one brave soul standing up to the uncanny valley, and that artist is Video Game Shadowbox. His shop is on Etsy and is dedicated to bringing this art back into our lives and, you know, onto our walls. He takes your favorite scenes from classic video games and makes these amazing Shadowbox art pieces. You can even have them customized, so go find your favorite heroic moment from early Nintendo and order that shit up. Man, I wonder if he can actually recreate my city from SimCity. I ran the fuck out of that town.
So that means I've been on this spaceship the entire time? My entire life is a lie?
Not a lie. Just lived for us.
But you live because of me.
And yet we knew of you long before you knew of us.
No.
No, because that would mean nothing's real. Matt, my mom, my dad, Critical Role, my life on the internet, it's all just a construct. Just a simulation of my most abstract of dreams. Oh, God.
Marisha Ray, desist your rambling, for you are the Foolisha, my image on the World Wide Web. Your life is not a lie. It is not fake, for I am real, and you are me, and they are they, and we are we.
God, Felicia, you're so right. Oh, this is still Signal Boost. Oh, we just got a new set.
Oh, I don't have to have a crisis anymore. Oh, that's good.
Ship entering crisis mode. Ship entering crisis mode. Crisis.
Final boost. This one takes some imagination, so if you're not the imaginative type, you may want to look away. Clayorama is a ridiculous pseudo-miniatures game where you and your friends get crafty with some Play-Doh, and you make colorful Claydonians that would make 5-year-old you oh so proud and very jealous, because 5-year-old you just had to clean their room. This silly game was first published in issue number 125 of Dragon Magazine in September of 1987. You know, before I was born. Oh God!
I heard my
Where did you?
throwing paper.
Oh God! Okay, here's how it works. You invite a few friends over who, you know, won't look at you funny when you slam a giant box of Play-Doh on the table. You allocate 2 tubs of dough per person. Drink some Shavaz, put 20 minutes on the clock, drink more Shavaz, then build the kaiju of your dreams.
I'd say the Shavas isn't a requirement, but I mean, it is for me. After you've completed your masterpiece, be sure to leave some dough for missiles, gather your half-inebriated friends, and let the debates begin! This is like half the game, by the way. Everyone takes turns getting yelled at about what your monster's abilities are until you've settled on hit points, speed, powers, and damage. Then you fight to the death, sometimes literally punching and bowling and downright smushing each other's dough forms. What I like best about this game is that it's a fully playable miniature mechanic game that only costs you a box of Play-Doh and a printed PDF. It's ridiculous fun that leaves you feeling and smelling like 6-year-old you, smashed together with a Shavas-loving Louisville hobo. Just try not to eat the dough, okay? So I know who you are. Who's the jerk?
Welcome back. Hopefully the audio is better for some folks. Thank you for being patient. We have a winner in the Wormwood contest we had in the chat room. Alchemist Killer wins this awesome set of Zebrawood dice box, dice tray, and the dice roller. So congratulations to you, buddy. This will be coming your way real soon. Signed by the cast at Critical Role. Now, diving back into where we were, folks. You guys are yanked out onto the streets of the Iron City of Dis, pulled off of the roof of Udgash's personal stronghold, and yanked across the heated cobblestones, having to keep, through what strength you have, standing for fear of being dragged across the extremely hot floor. As you are brought through, people begin to gather up on the sides of the street. You begin to see other devils gathering towards the edges, and every maybe 10 minutes of walking, when there's a crowd gathered around, some of the devils would go ahead and crack one of you in the back of the knee and kind of give off a showing of ownership, and a general sense of cheer emerges with each person that gets smacked in the back of the head or thrust down. Percival, you get one point hit along the side of the jaw, and you feel like the blood kind of fill the side of your mouth as you kind of wish you could rub it with your hand, though the way the chains are pulling prevent you from raising your arm too high. You hear the hissing and the occasional rocks being thrown from the distance as you're pulled through. I want Vex and Vax, go ahead and roll perception checks, please.
$27.
31.
Okay. Vex, as this is happening and you watch Percival, recoil from the impact, you glance with a bit of a sneer towards the crowd, and you watch amongst all these various toothy, hissing devils. You see one familiar red-skinned man with longish dark hair, horns curled up, and as his eyes meet yours, he gives you a smile. And just steps back into the crowd as it closes around him.
I breathe a little easier.
Bits of filth are being chucked. Grog, you get one, not quite sure what form of refuse this is, but it smears and drips down the side of your face and kind of gets stuck in your beard.
Gross.
Make a dexterity check.
17.
You catch it in your mouth. And it's just filthy. You don't even know what it is. And you regret the impulse immediately. This goes on for about 15 minutes as you guys are pulled through. You watch as nearby whispers begin to stop and perch on the edge of buildings to watch. You get the sense that what you guys have done has drawn some attention. As you reach the end of this 15-minute period, you're pulled down a large road, and the buildings begin to grow a little thin in this area, and you're brought to what looks to be a very, very heavy set of doors. This crimson gate that is humongous, 20 feet by 10 foot each side of the gate, so 40 feet across. It leans at an angle like a gargantuan cellar door that just sits on its own in the center. And as you begin to approach, you hear chains suddenly, and the doors begin to slowly open with a creaking noise as you're brought towards it. They open, and you can see inside it is lightless. It is dark. And the two bone devils just tug even further, and with each tug, the chains that connect you all kind of choke and pull you forward. You nearly stumble again as you're brought over the stairway lip and down into this darkened chamber below. You are brought down a seemingly endless set of stairs, the darkness only occasionally broken by the passing, faintly red-glowing sconce that just passes by as you're brought down. You hear the various mutterings of various infernal phrases being spoken and chuckled between the various devils that speak in your vicinity. You then come to a leveling point where the stairs come to an end and the light opens up a little bit in this area. Still dim, the reddish glow that occasionally gives you a glimpse of the interior. You can see this, you can only imagine would be what a prison in hell looks like. The metal and stone walls are warped and misshapen in places, like they're almost buckling under the weight of the very plane that it's holding. You can see what looks to be almost like stone arms either carved out of the walls or have been jammed into it as part of the decor. And you see giant metal hooks that occasionally eject out the side, some of them with the remains of some sort of prisoner or meat that has been hung and left to slowly rot. More of those small devilish insects you encountered when you first arrived are gathering and feasting on the edges of these remnants. You begin to hear various echoes of screams from some distant place within this labyrinthine series of hallways that have bounced through enough walls to the point where it's just this constant ringing gasp, occasionally mixed with this high-pitched whine, this wailing and this sound of horrible torture. It's very familiar to you, Tova. You have no idea how long you were here before, and it seems endless in hindsight. It could have been days, weeks, months, you don't recall. The air itself is extremely hot, stagnant, and humid with sweat. It has that subterranean putrescence to it, the idea that mold and suffering kind of just pervades the atmosphere. And as you're carted through these hallways, you're turned right, left, forward, past multiple intersections. More devils pass by. You see another Erinyes kind of step by with 3 other minions to her sides, and she kind of hisses as you walk past. Hey! You are brought past so many different pathways that it begins to all blend. You're trying to pay attention, remember which way you came, but sometimes the turns almost go so fast it causes you to lose track of where you originally started. And you get the essence that not only is this a massive prison, but it's designed to keep anyone from finding their way back out. You turn one corner as you hear a series of very high-intensity screams that cut through the relative din in the background. And as you turn, you see 3 people, 2 humans and 1 male half-elf, that are naked and strung up by chains in front of what looks like a large forge. You see there a 12-foot-tall horned devil with his wings kind of folded up over his shoulders, these giant crested horns off the front of his skull, very Tim Curry Legends style, who's currently heating this long brand in the forge as he's glaring at them. And as you all walk past, his eyes catch yours, and he kind of gives you a nod. As he sears it into the body of the half-elf, it just begins to quiver and scream against the chains, but he just gives you the rest of the head nod as you pass across the door, not seeing them any further. Now.
I can't do this. You can't go in there.
You hear, as you leave past the doorway, you hear a voice echo from the chamber you just passed. I'll see you soon enough.
Right. Can't wait.
You're brought down another twisting series of intersecting halls, the smell growing more and more rancid the further in you go. You see 3 chain devils wander past. These roving jailers just dragging broken bodies behind them in manacles similar to yours. You see trails of blood just streaking across that are slowly turning dry and thick with caked drying blood, some bits turning into mist across the hot stonework of the interior of the prison. A twitch of one of the legs reveals that these bodies are still living, though by about an inch of their life. A few errant chains that drift and drag behind them creepily caress the arm and face of Tarion as you pass, just across your cheek. One of them scratches you with a hook at the tip.
You fall unconscious.
I
throw up, fall unconscious.
As we're walking, I'm gonna whisper to Percy, "Are they gonna take all our stuff?
It's going to be fine.
I can't do anything without my stuff."
It's going to be fine.
Your weapons have been gathered, and they have been taken from you.
Everything? Armor,
Everything?
helmet.
You have your armor on you still.
Oh, thank God.
Your helmet is not currently on you. That's been taken off of you, but your weapons have been taken from you because you can't hold your weapons in your chains.
That's a break of contract.
Not yet.
All right.
So further still, you're finally brought within this 30-foot by 20-foot room bisected by a series of thick metal bars that open into a cell. A single towering chain devil sits within, larger than any you've encountered. The broad shoulders are almost as wide as Grog's, and the head is so deeply set within the neck that it almost gives a profile from shoulder to shoulder of a square. And across... Nice.
No.
No.
Fucking this asshole.
The chains all begin to just slacken as you enter, and the arms reach out, almost in a graceful invitation. You hear his horrible voice slither out from the mask of black metal that covers everything but his deep, red, burning, beady eyes.
Good. Stirring them up.
As the devil entourage that has pulled you through this prison brings you into the cell, one by one, they take your manacles and latch them onto a thick, heavy metal chain. As they pull, it pulls your arms up above your body, and your leg manacles are attached to similar rings on the ground. One by one, you are all placed within this chamber, chained up, helpless. The gates, all the rest of the devils that brought you in here exit the cell and leave through the hallway, leaving the chain devil to do his duty. He approaches the bars as he closes the entranceway to the cell, so he's on the other side of the cell from all of you, just strung up in there, and he's kind of pressed up against the bars on the other side, his hands clutching them as he stares across you, his eyes slowly scanning. As he kind of moves his hands down the bars, the chains go limp and unfurl around parts of his arms, beginning to snake and slither across the ground. A dozen of them or so, just slowly creeping like tendrils of living entities towards all of you. As he says,
You seem weary. Let's loosen your load.
As the chains begin to snake their way up each one of your bodies, Grog, you feel one come up under your torso and under the gauntlets and begin to loosen the gauntlets on your arm from underneath. Vex, you feel as one kind of curls up, spirals around your leg and finds its way up under your armor, and eventually finds the buckles in the back and begins to undo the armor. All of you find the chains are all beginning to...
I saw this movie.
beginning to infiltrate and remove the various bits of equipment that you all came into this area on. A voice rings out from across the chamber in the darkness. It goes,
Crix! You are needed by Overseer Shushat for prisoner enumeration and status.
At which point the chains stop, and the chain devil kind of, his fingers tense against the bars. The chains begin to slack and pull back from your bodies and retract back into the chamber. You now see behind him, stepping in, a small green devil with long knife-like ears cut in a series of long spines across his body, similar though a thicker version of the merchant that you saw earlier in your journey here. This one carrying the same satchel, or the same sash that you saw the Bone Devils that originally arrived, had adorned on their chest. It does actually carry a satchel to one side, and as the jailer pulls the chains back to his body, he snarls and turns back to this barbed devil, who winces and kind of recoils as soon as the chain devil turns, already taking a submissive stance after making his announcement within the chamber. The chain devil says,
I do despise such droll work.
Turns back to all the rest of you.
I will return, lovelies.
The chains retract back into his body, and he walks out of the chamber past the barbed devil, kind of like shoulder checking it on the way through, kind of steps to the side, and as it leaves, you're all still there, chained up. The green devil kind of waits, kind of rubbing his shoulder.
No bad.
Comes forward, kind of sheepishly, looking at all of you. In silence, breathing heavily, kind of rubbing its chin. Takes its satchel, and you can see it has this kind of hefty satchel on the side that's filled with a series of side pockets and small openings. And as it begins to pry them open, it begins to produce each one of your weapons. And it's pulling them out quickly and throwing them into a pile on the outside of the bars. Pulls out your packs. The various things that were taken from you have all been put within this satchel and is quickly throwing them into a pile on the other side of the bars from all of you. Throws them onto the ground, finishes this in this big mass. Goes,
there, unspoiled, unharmed. Now, to guide you.
And the creature walks up to the bars and clutches the side, staring at you.
You seek Otis, yes? Yes. He is under the ceiling of Iskoth. Though Iskoth is not in Mentiri this day, you must leave this room. Turn right, left, straight, straight, left, straight, then right. The iron door with a fanged grin bears the mark. There lies your quarry. Now, my debt is paid. Goodbye.
And the devil turns around and begins to run out of the chamber.
Shit, I missed the last thing that he said.
I got right, left,
I got
straight,
all of the
straight.
directions. I got all the directions, but I didn't hear the very last thing that he said.
The door with a grin. The door with a grin.
What? Door with a grin?
Or the feigned grin.
Yes.
Door with the feigned grin.
Right,
Under
left,
what
straight,
was it?
straight, left, straight,
Ceiling
right.
of something.
Oh, wait, I got right, left, straight, left, straight, right.
That's what I said.
Okay.
And then,
Right,
so
left.
we got it.
Yeah, right, left, straight, straight, right, left, straight.
No. Right, left, straight,
1 + 2
straight,
+
left,
2 +
straight,
1.
right.
Left,
Plus 2 plus
straight,
one.
right.
We'll find
Messing
out.
with the pestilence and
Right,
hell of a
right,
point.
left.
Who got the right one?
Right, left, straight, straight, right.
But the devil just leaves.
And we're
And
still
we're
strung
still
up?
You're all still
I
strung
didn't
up?
get my phone call.
I'm
Good
gonna
night.
try to start doing something
I
here,
want to try
man.
to. I want to try to lockpick too.
Yeah.
Under the way.
Your
Because then-
lockpick was taken with your equipment.
Okay.
Unless you were hiding one,
Not
which
the
you
one
would have
in
to
my
specify.
mouth.
I've always got one in my keister.
Okay, how about this?
Break out.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna pop Trinket out of the necklace.
Oh. Wait, do we have a necklace?
It wouldn't have taken it.
The necklace was not taken off. It was just your satchel equipment and your armor.
I got a necklace and I go, Trinket, get out.
Trinket emerges.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Allergic to hell.
I know.
Trinket, get us out of here.
Buddy.
Hey. Okay, here's the thing. Can you go over and get anything out from between those two bars on the outside of the
Trinket
room?
comes up to the edge of the bars and kind of leans into them.
Pull
And it's like
in, buddy.
marking a claw across the ground. It's about a good foot away from the
Seriously?
equipment, and it's like you can see now smoke beginning to rise.
You got
Dead for a ducat.
do this, you piece
How do you
of
want to
shit.
do this? It's 5 experience to Sam Reader.
5 experience.
You can see the fur is beginning to send off smoke and burn against the bars.
Oh
as
shit,
Trinket's
okay,
leaning
Trinket,
against them.
back away. Dick, maybe you can just try to break through these manacles. Can you do that?
And reaches up and like grabs like them around your ankle and tugs, and you see it begin to singe the outside of his tongue. And is pulling. Make a strength check.
Okay. 17?
17. The chain on one of your ankles begins to bend. It's not quite, doesn't fully break, but you can see there's getting some headway.
I want to pull my leg at the same time and see if I can like help him out at all.
You make a strength check as well.
Should have had him do this to
Bex.
Grog. Okay. I suck at strength checks. Okay, but 15.
15? Okay. Between both Trinket and you pulling, you do manage to get one of the chains to... And you get one ankle free.
Great, I have an ankle free. Hey guys, guess what? My ankle's free.
Are you
lucky? I am really flexible. This does nothing.
Into my hand, can you make a thorn, something long and thin?
Oh yeah, Caleb, what can you do?
I mean, I could probably also bee shape out of this if I really wanted to.
What the fuck,
Do you really
Caleb?
want to?
Well, you know, I was kind of just waiting to see.
How about you do it? Let's talk game, we'll do.
Talking, we'll doing.
Okay. Floop, and I be
Jesus
shape into
Christ.
like a rat.
Okay.
Can't you do that to all of us?
Technically, yeah. And then I floop, be shape back to Keyleth.
Okay.
She's amazing.
Okay,
Every time.
and then
Every time.
Keys right there on the other side or something? Keys?
They're about maybe 3.5 feet from the edge of the bars.
I'm going to do a thorn whip. Thorn whip them to me?
To
Me?
To your equipment, you mean?
Wait.
Sorry, you said there's no keys to the door.
Oh, sorry.
No, there's just a pile of you guys'
I
equipment.
totally
Get my
Just-
lockpicks.
Yeah, just get the lockpicks.
Which are in the satchel on the other side of the
You see one of the bags where he keeps his
bags,
lockpicks.
right?
So you throw that over. You catch it. You rummage through the pouch that he usually keeps his equipment in, and you find the lockpicks that Vax usually uses.
I got it.
Okay, bring it over here.
Okay.
Thank you, love.
Do you have any
All
extra?
right.
You can pass them to me, and I can maybe
I'm
help.
already doing it while she's
Are
talking.
there any other extra lockpicks in here?
I
Make an investigation check.
Am I at disadvantage or anything? Because
You
I'm-
are because you're strung up.
Investigation check?
I've got them in my pack.
You don't find them.
27.
Natural one.
You're rummaging through the bag trying to find it. You know, like I know it's in here somewhere.
Honey,
27.
you're a hoarder. We really need to clean out your
Uh,
purse.
Just fucking let me out.
Yeah, I saw it with my sister.
Okay, you eventually get both your arms and ankles undone. You go over to your sister. She's still looking through the pouch.
Okay.
Roll for Vax.
Can I
for
try
Vax.
and just muscle out this bitch since I'm still wearing my
Make a strength
gauntlets?
check.
27 again.
You get her wrists undone.
All right, I'll just hit the whole group then.
24.
Honey, I really can't find any.
Grog just pulls his manacles off the ceiling. The chain. You break them off your
I
wrists.
went over and start trying to do the lockpick. Oh, actually, I don't have any lockpicks on me still, do I?
No, it's across the
Yeah,
bars.
Can I go
thanks.
over?
He gives me a spare, and I start trying to work on the door while
Okay,
he's doing.
so you go over and
people.
grab a spare from her pouch. You guys begin, we'll say over the next 5 minutes or so, getting everyone undone at this point. You have like the chain still dangling from your wrist, the manacle's still attached to your Titanstone gauntlets, but you're free.
I kind of maybe wrap them around just for a little souvenir.
Hell chain.
Yeah, hell chain.
As I get Terry out, we're going to be fine. This is going to be fine.
We're in jail.
I can see you shaking. It's going to be all right. You're with us.
I have no doty. Who will record my exploits down here? Why am I here if not to record my adventures?
Do you want me to write some stuff down for you?
No, you're an idiot. I mean, no thank you, Grog. I lash out when I'm nervous.
Do
And I don't
lashing
have
out?
my belongings.
Do you know what to do with a knife?
Of course, you cut your food before you eat it.
Okay, you also stick the sharp end of it into things, and I take out the flame tongue and I stick it in. This is a loner. I'll get it back from you when we're done here.
I'll take out my rod and make it a dagger and set it on fire.
Oh, you have that?
Yes.
All right.
Well, you haven't got your equipment yet.
Oh, I don't. I don't?
You don't
Where
have your
is
weapons
it?
yet.
It's on the other side of the bars.
You open. You're in trying to unpick the bars that lead into the next chamber.
Just hold it for
All right, I'll hold it. I'll hold it.
Go for it.
Shit. What do I add to it?
Add your proficiency bonus and your dexterity.
Oh.
Because it's outside.
Everything's outside?
Everything's outside.
I need that
27?
shit.
27. You
Thank you.
get partway into it, and you feel it's moving, but it's a very, very difficult lock.
Should I try mine?
Bro, wait,
rest
not
my
yet.
chin on her
It's
shoulder.
quieter to do this. Just come over and.
Is it a sticky one?
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I could have done the chains on all of us.
All
you
right.
could have done this. Whatever.
Rather than do it, I just grab a hold of her elbow and I shift it to the side and feel through her bones into the lock and
Okay, go for a roll.
Yeah.
Through her bones.
Yeah.
Yeah, through my bones.
Yeah, man.
Tova, can't you
27
just
again.
turn into
Twin.
Did you curse the
27
lock?
again. You do so, and the lock pick on it breaks off
Anybody
inside.
care if I try mine?
Now you got to.
As long as we're all free already.
Wait,
Could you
who's
pick the
stuck?
lock, Frog?
Quiet. Try to do it quietly.
What do you mean,
Just
brother?
quietly.
I can't hold it. It's so
Just
powerful and
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Motherfucking
Go ahead and roll
door.
an attack.
Fucking door.
Am I still
It's
chained up,
always
by the way?
doors.
No.
No.
Oh, you
We've
have
been
me down?
doing it
All
already.
right, that's fine.
I guess it's not. What would I add? My strength?
I'm just rubbing my
Yeah.
wrist.
26. So yeah,
And that's
Well, yeah,
what I-
your strength-
52.
It's your strength modifier.
Yeah, which is 8. And I rolled a 18.
Right. Well, it's 8, so you hit. So go ahead and roll damage.
Oh.
For the purpose of this, roll 1d4 and then add your strength modifier.
1d4.
That's a
Ew.
6. That's a 1d6. Hey. Great.
Strength modifier. That's 10.
10. Double that to each, that's 20.
20.
So with your one fist punch, between the damage you done to the lock by kind of messing with it, and the impact of your fist, the lock shatters and
You
bar
loosened it
spins
for me.
open.
Nice job.
We're just gonna try to grab everything in.
You pull the equipment in, you get your rod,
Pass
you get
it up.
everything situated.
Okay.
Have
I
we,
cast-
have we technically had a short rest since we were basically just manacled walking for a while?
Nope.
Okay, just checking.
I cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us.
Do we want to take a short rest while we're supposedly?
Nope.
All right, let's just.
I think it would be best if maybe we. I mean, I don't know how well we can stealth around here. If we should maybe turn into insects and just crawl around here.
I can do that to us.
I think we should do that.
Still dimension.
Is everyone cool with that?
But I've definitely got Pass Without a Trace still on us.
Can still plane shipped us, so I can burn my one of my higher level spells. It's like an 8, kind of, on the scale of 0 to 9.
Yeah.
And be animals, and then I can save my 7th level for plane shift in case of emergency.
Solid
Wait a
copy
minute.
on
wait,
that.
It doesn't the floor burn? Or are we
The
gonna
floor
like flip out of
does
that shape
burn.
real
But maybe
fast?
those little insects are immune to
No,
the
we're
fire
animals
since they
though. We're
live
not
here.
insects. We're animals.
We can't be those little.
No.
Can I not do that with animal shapes?
Can't we be
Animal
turn
shapes
into the
can only do
insects?
beasts.
Yeah.
Well,
Remember,
why
we
don't
had
we
this
be
conversation
pigeons
before.
that can fucking fly?
And the creatures that you saw, the insects here, are technically very, very small fiends.
Oh, really?
Or could we be
So have I
hornets
seen
or
anything like,
flies?
like
Not
flies
insects.
or
Not
rats
insects.
or anything like that?
You've seen rats,
There's
but they
flies
don't
all
do
over
Maybe
well
like
here because of the
hummingbird,
heat.
something the teeniest bird you can think of.
Hang on, I've seen rats and I've seen what?
We can't be insects.
Have I
We
seen
can
any?
only be
I've got
animals.
to be beasts.
Yeah, so teeny, like finches or hummingbirds.
Are there anything like bats? Have I ever seen any
Ooh,
bats?
bats down here.
You've seen bats before. You haven't seen bats that reside in this domain.
Whatever, as long as we're flying, maybe we can be stealthy. We'll be stealthy bats.
What happens if we hit a door on this right, left, straight, left, straight, right?
Let's just walk.
I mean,
Yeah.
technically, I can change. Technically, with animal shapes, I can change us with an action. Correct.
True. I think so, yeah.
So we can just shift it in and out whenever we want with an
Yeah,
action?
as long as we don't get caught.
Okay.
mind
I think
starting
getting
out that way.
yeah, we should.
All right.
Yeah.
It's easier to not get caught,
All right.
and then we'll stealth as bats.
Stealthy bats.
So we're starting as bats.
Yeah, we gotta
Stop.
make
Bats?
our. What's
Sure.
what do our bats sound like?
Where is Harvey dead?
Okay. This is concentration, so that this will get rid of your shape change.
Correct.
Okay.
So,
So-
as long as we're cool with me losing my 9th level shape change,
I don't.
I can't escort us as an Aranese
I think
anymore.
we should just walk, but if you want to do this, you can.
Ooh, wait. Well,
I think we'll just. There's a lot of demons.
I
around
mean,
here.
how
Devils.
much longer is my shape change left? It
you don't
lasts for
speak
an hour.
that shit is the problem.
You're not quite certain, but it's pushing close to an hour.
Yeah, you don't speak the shit, so it's
don't
like
speak
even
the
if you
shit.
have
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
So bats.
Stealthy bats.
Stealthy bat.
We like fly close to the ceiling
All right.
Embrace it.
and be as
know it's
quiet
not a
as
bear.
possible.
Don't care for this.
So at least they both start with a
Yeah.
D.
There's bats.
All of you guys turn into bats.
Wait,
Flapping.
I can technically make some of us bats and some of us other things, correct?
Yep.
I can choose.
Yep.
Does anyone not want to be a bat for any
I'm
particular
solid with the
reason?
bat, but
I'm
I'm
good
gonna
with
lead
bat.
the way since I know
Yeah.
I'm good with directions.
Since bats can't see, maybe
can
we.
see.
Take off full volley.
Actually, you guys, you all, essentially, you get
Sonar.
Yeah, I mean,
But we can still see where we're
the equivalent
going.
of dark vision. You know where you're going.
Echolocation.
Go for it.
On top of
Is it echolocation only?
No, they have both. I mean, biologically,
We
they
have
have
to like
both.
dark vision.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
following Vex out.
Yep.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
bats go in swarms. We're all bats.
All right, so a bat
Got
swarm
that.
suddenly
There you
emerges into the hallway, which immediately turns right and left. Which direction do you go?
Right.
Okay, you turn right, and as you guys rush into the corner, you watch as the chain devil that originally arrived
Flying
in the
close
first
to the
chamber.
ceiling, stealthy.
Right. It's about 15 feet up to the ceiling, and you guys come up. The chain devil walks beneath, and as you guys arc past him, he kind of stops and looks over and watches you all go past him, and he keeps walking, looking very confused.
Heading towards the cell we
Fly
were
with
coming out of.
purpose.
Yes.
Fly with purpose.
Okay, fly with purpose, fly with purpose.
All right, so you guys continue.
As soon as we get to a thing, we turn left.
Yes, so you go forward for about 60, 70 feet or so, as you see a couple of small imps also fly past, and you guys kind of dart around, and they all look curiously at these bats that are swarming past them.
Letting us go right now.
You come to a T intersection now.
Left. Oh.
Straight.
Wait, did we go right?
Wait, no, we haven't. Yeah, we haven't gone left yet.
Left yet?
Yeah.
I thought we were taking it.
You turn right,
Yes, and now we're gonna turn left.
and then you turn left.
Yes.
All right. You all shift, following Vex's pathway left, and as you go forward in that direction, you watch as another chain devil and two barb devils, similar to the one that came in there and bought your equipment, are kind of patrolling down the hall. As you guys are approaching, I want everyone to roll a stealth check.
Yeah.
Plus 10.
Plus 10.
I'm gonna say trinkets back in the necklace, by the way.
I assume.
Okay.
So that plus 10 for them, that was their feast?
No, that was me.
Pass
I
it
did
up.
that.
Spells
So
and
you-
casting everybody. So everyone gets plus 10 dex.
17.
35.
26.
37.
15.
34.
25.
Okay. As you guys past, the barb devils just keep walking forward. The chain devil kind of stops and turns and looks over and sees you all.
Just keep
And,
flying.
and turns and starts like walking in your direction. As you guys keep flying, you come to a gate that is closed.
But it's a gate.
Solid or bar?
Can we go
Well, it's solid, and there is a small opening with some bars that are about that far apart each.
Let's go through.
All right, you guys, as bats, just gonna press through the gate. Just as
Avoiding the bars.
yeah,
Avoiding the bars.
just as the chain devil runs up to try and grab at you, as you guys charge through it, his arms catch the edge of the gate, and you hear him start yelling, and suddenly you start hearing in the distance behind where you were, it sounds like rapid footprints. Footfalls. Apparently, people are now aware that you have escaped yourself. So, you guys continue rushing
we can always
forward.
be rats whenever the time is necessary.
We're good. We're good. You come.
Keep going.
You guys come to another T section.
Straight.
You go straight on this one. All right. You go straight past. Beneath you, you can see there is another one of those blood pools
Yeah.
that was in Urugash's chamber. And there are a couple of grates on each side. And you can see the grates are like corroded as the quick glances you go past. As you continue straight forward, you hear more screams from the right and left side of the two hallways that you pass. Just kind of echoing past, and you just keep pushing forward as best you can. You hear the gate in the distance open. And so now you know whoever was given chase are now starting to pick up behind you. So you come up to what looks to be a right and left.
Can you wall this? Wait,
what?
Wait, only a right and left?
Yeah.
I thought it was two.
We go
So we have two straights in a row.
Yeah. Is there any hidden door here? I'm
We
gonna
go
search for a
straight
hidden
into
door.
the wall.
I'm searching for a door.
Straight hit
As
the
a
door.
bat.
Keep going straight.
Make an investigation
Yeah.
check.
Come on, come on, come
Go straight.
on.
18.
18?
Yeah.
You kind of briefly glance forward as you guys sit here for a second, and you begin to hear like the distant sound of like various infernal yells getting louder and louder. Something about the wall right in front of you doesn't look right.
Keep going straight. Yeah.
I start battering into the
Can we batter
door.
into it, or can we just flush right through?
Vax just passes through it. This is an illusory wall. As you enter this next chamber,
Everybody's doing something different.
yeah, there is.
It's like, fuck, okay.
It was so
This has been a
confused by
weird
all
day.
Aren't you glad you're playing with us?
Jerry's got wings coming out of his head.
As you guys are flying and in this new chamber, it is pitch black. Thankfully, your vision allows you as best to see. Tova, you start to have the recurring memory of the fact that you're not sure where they're going, where they're taking you, but you still have people in this prison.
Yeah, am I looking out? Do I recognize anything that we're passing?
You have no idea where they are, and you have no idea where you are currently.
Can I use my my heightened senses to do a perception check and see if I can smell anything?
You would if you weren't a bat.
I mean, there's nothing in the rule book that says bats can't have heightened
Hang on.
senses.
Well, and technically, what do bats have?
I don't need to be a bear to do that.
That's for sure.
It says that's just part of my class.
I know. Which in your normal form you would.
As bats.
As bats, however, it's a little more rough. Let me check real fast just
Can
to
I
be
use my
safe.
sonar?
It can be like 5e bats.
Nothing quite like Googling 5e bats.
I mean, bats.
Let's say a swarm of bats. That's basically what you guys are all together.
That's true. We are a swarm of
No, you have
bats.
echolocation, so you can't,
Oh man, put us in a Strahd campaign.
Yeah.
You have keen hearing, but that's not going to help you tremendously in this circumstance. So yeah, there is a sinking feeling that right now either you going with them, you might leave your friends behind. Just be aware. As you guys push forward into this dark chamber, it continues forward and then dips down into a series of stairs, takes you to a secondary level below. As you guys follow this down for about 45 feet, it evens out again and opens up into another T intersection.
Left.
All right, you guys go ahead and turn left. As you turn right around the corner, there waiting, you see there is a single bone devil and 3 flying spined devils. These like deep blue, dark green, imp-like devils, but like with these giant spined wings and these long quills sticking out of their body as they carry these spears. And you all you encounter each other at once. The spined devils are up in your area, and as you kind of flutter past, there's no way they didn't see you.
Chaos.
Drop some guano.
Yeah, I poop.
Okay.
I poop.
Smells better than the prison.
Guano.
As this is happening, the bone devil kind of stops and turns. The spine devils that get kind of caught up in the area, 2 of them are going to instinctively swing at you guys as you move past. That is going to be. There's the spine devil here.
Where are we to hit?
There we go. That is an 8.
Oh wow.
Oh,
that
so
might actually miss.
I think it does actually. Even at the worst possible. A bat has an AC of 12.
Yep. Yeah.
So the first.
Guys, we have 1 hit point, by the way.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just bad. I made no promises other than bats.
1 hit point, each of you. The other one is going to swing. Same roll. 2 6s in a row. 8. That is. Oh man. Oh.
Matt turned 12.
So both of them miss as you guys continue pushing forward past these. However, the full speed of a bat.
30 feet.
It's a 30-foot speed?
It's a 30-foot fly speed.
And we're definitely doubling our movement here.
Yeah.
Correct.
We're dashing. And we're
The
And we're
the
dashing.
spine devils are a little faster than you guys, and they're gaining on you as you move past. They get their attack swings, but you guys do double dash, so they're behind you, and now they're all starting to slowly gain. As they're pushing forward, you come to another T intersection.
Straight.
You go straight. Okay. As you go straight forward, it kind of curves a little bit to the right and then continues forward. The spine devils are just starting to catch up to you guys, and 2 of them go ahead and let's see what attacks they have here.
Are we
They're
still?
both
are we
going to
passing
fire
into cells?
tail spines at you. Their tail kind of curves up behind and swings, and they fire
Zigzag.
these
Fly zigzag.
these spines forward.
17.
There's 3 of them. So one's going to be at Grog, one's going to be at Vax, and one's going to be at Percy. Against Grog, that is a 2 + 4. These guys can hit anything. 6. Just zooms past you. 1 towards Vax. That was cocked. Natural 20.
Oh.
And against you, Percy, that is a 19 + 2. So both of you guys get hit. Even basic damage, both of your bat forms, poof,
But is
and
it
you both fall about 10 feet.
Is it an attack roll or?
Yeah.
Yeah, they both spines hit you. You both take.
But if it's under my AC?
No, it's a
Or
bat's
a
AC.
bat's AC.
Bats AC,
12.
which is 12.
Thanks.
So that's 6. So you take 5 points of damage, Vax, to your main form.
Yep.
And Percival, you take 4 points of damage to your main form. Oh, plus 1 point of fire damage and 2 points of fire damage.
I've got my armor is set to fire, so do I take one anyway?
You still take 1 minute.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, just the two of us.
All right, so the rest of you guys are bats. Both of you plummet, hit the ground, and the spine devils approach.
Attempt to acrobat roll so that I'm up and rolling.
Oh boy, here we go.
So now we have Vax
Yeah, we
and
did pretty good, you guys.
Yeah,
we got pretty far.
We did a lot. We did
Vax
well.
and Percival are back this way. We're gonna say that these guys represent you as bats. We'll say that Tyrion is 1, Keyleth is 2, Tova is 3, Vex is 4,
4 dice.
and Grog is 5.
Oh, they're 5.
All right.
Only 5.
So, we'll use these for Spine Devils for now. Well, actually, these are pretty small, so we'll use these. So these are the Spine Devils right here. And you see a Bone Devil coming up in the distance. So, I need everyone to roll initiative.
Yeah, don't fuck Miguel. I said
That'll
don't.
do.
Terrible. Terrible.
Not great.
All right, so that brings us from 25 to 20.
30.
25.
Jesus.
Wow.
20.
So 30, 20.
25.
25, nice.
Are we making noise now? Do we
No,
care?
that was bad math. 23.
Okay,
I
still
don't
good.
know. If we can get in and out of this quick and keep going.
20 to 15.
Because I can.
All right.
turning us
15 to
into
10.
things.
Even if
15 to 10.
11.
Oh no.
As long as I don't lose concentration, I can keep turning us into different things.
Including the two of us, even though we've hit one.
Correct.
Good enough.
All right. 10 to 5.
Big 7.
8. Actually, it's a concentration of up to 24 hours.
doing?
So as long
What
as
are
I
you,
don't
Terry?
use a concentration.
4.
On a subsequent turn, I can
so-
use my action to transform affected creatures into new forms.
Now in these forms, if it looks like it,
We do get an attack.
you do, but you attack as a bat.
Yeah.
Rabies.
Can we just
And
like
a hit is 1 point of piercing
wait? What
damage.
was your initiative order? What was your number?
11. Not great.
We're stuck as bats until she lets us out.
As long as you just
Can't.
Yeah,
stay
we're
out
stuck
of the
as-
way and don't break your concentration, you can keep turning us in and out.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's
Don't
probably
get hit.
exactly what I'm going to do, is try and not get hit by the
Percival.
bye.
You just plummeted to the ground. Actually, both you and Vax from the fall, since you were 15 feet up, you both took, or been 2 points of bludgeoning damage and 5 points of bludgeoning damage, Vax.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to take my six paces towards the lava pit.
Is it a blood pit or a lava
It's a blood pit.
Blood pit, and then I'm going to hold my attack until Vax does what he's going to do.
Okay.
Jeez.
I'm loud.
Yeah. And I'm weak.
All right, that ends Percy's turn. Tovo.
So, can I go from a bat to a bear?
Bat bear. Where Bat Bear? Batman.
They're about there.
Bearman.
The magic keeps you in.
Willing creatures that you can see within range. You transform each target into the form. of a larger,
Technically,
smaller
technically, you
beast.
are not a dwarf. You are not a blood hunter. You lost the abilities of your class while you are currently a bat. So currently, you just have bat capabilities. You could move and then hold your action if you were to change forms. It's up to you. Kind of what Percy did.
Get position and then wait.
I'm gonna fly over with my dudes and hang out and hold my action.
All right, so you'll hang there. All right, Grog.
I'm just following Vex.
Okay, so you'll just kind of stay over in this area.
I'm real good with directions, but let's be honest.
All right.
You guys want to fight, right?
So these three spine devils
Better if we can just turn back in and fly.
who just hit the other.
Fight. I mean, you're down.
This one here is going to rush over to this side and is going to fire. This is going to be at Tova. It's going to fire Tailspine. That is an 8. They keep rolling 6s to hit. Misses. No effect. These 2 other Spine Devils here are going to... There we go. They're going to come forward and do a multi-attack on Vax. Both of them are just going to pincer up this way. So that's one with its bite and one with its fork. So technically it's 2 tail spines, so it's going to make a second strike at you, Tova. That is an 11. Misses still.
Yep. I mean, unless my
Unhittable bats.
unless my bat stats are.
No,
Bat stats?
the bat AC
Bat
is
stats are
12.
bad?
So you're actually like, you still
okay,
dodge out of the
cool.
way.
Vax, say boom if
All
you
right,
need
so
it.
2
Might
attacks.
actually be better for
Vax.
that.
Say
That
boom
is
and I'll
a
shoot.
7 and a 21.
Quiet.
Hey, that hits.
21 hit you?
No.
Bats.
Oh, it just hits me.
Oh, well.
It just
no,
hits
you're
you.
Just hits me.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
'Cause you're not
Okay,
used
so
to it.
you
Right.
take 5 points of piercing damage.
Can I uncanny dodge?
All right, you take 2 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
The other one is going to attack you again twice as well. That's a 4 and an 11. Nope.
Yeah, eat it.
Ending their turn now, the Bone Devil is going to catch up. Flies in, its wings expanded forward. It's going to go ahead and make 3 attacks against you, Vax, as you're the closest one to it. That is 10, 20,
No.
and it's cocked. 20.
No.
2 12s in a row. Just dodging out of the way, being crazy rogue, evading. That brings us now to Keyleth.
Oh shit. Can I change people as a bat?
Yeah, as an action, you can change your form. It's just an action.
But can I stay as a bat and change other people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is here.
Sweet.
What do you
On
want
subsequent action, you can use your actions to transform affected creatures into new
stay as a
forms.
bat?
So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I imagine, I don't see why you couldn't.
I'm gonna turn. Do you want to be a bat too?
Yeah, I'm useless.
I'm gonna turn both Vax and Percy into bats. What?
Well, I just want to
I asked what you wanted to be, and you
No,
said
you-
a bat.
That is
You
what
don't
I
even
want
have time to ask that question.
Bat!
You just do it.
We're both bats, and
All
we're
right.
peacing out again.
If we can, we're
All
gonna.
right.
If we
peace out.
can, we're gonna peace out. This is
What else
bats.
is going to turn into bats?
Bats. We're all bats.
We're all bats again.
Okay. All right. And are you? So you're just going to do that? Your turn? Are you going to move?
I'm gonna look at Vax and go.
I wink as a bat. Like I totally understood her.
Okay. So your turn, Keyleth?
Uh-huh.
All right. So you.
You're not gonna move?
Well,
Well,
she
I'm
gonna move?
following
She's gotta
her.
wait. She's gotta wait until Vax gets out of there. Now
Mhm.
he's like surrounded. and
I'm
he's a bat.
Vex was leading the way. She knows
Vex,
where to go.
your turn.
I want to lead everybody away down to the right, but I gotta make sure that my brother gets away from these
Is
fucks
with us.
before that happens. So I'm gonna hold my movement until. Can I?
Can't hold your movement. You can only hold an action. You can hold a dash action.
I'm gonna hold my dash action then until I see that he's safe.
Okay.
Or at least he's away from them so we can get going.
As a bat, do I have action, bonus action, like Vax does, or just one thing now?
You have your action as a bat.
Okay, well
You
I
can
will
dash still if you want
I
to.
will disengage. Disengage as a bat.
Disengage is an action.
Can I use my action to
So you
disengage?
could.
Bats disengage.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody can
We're in
disengage
new
as an
territory.
action. It's just a combat action. You
Yeah.
just can't do anything else. All I can do is move
Yeah,
your
if they
speed
hit
up.
me, I'm back to being in regular form again. So, and there's 3 of them. So I'm going to disengage.
All right, so you disengage.
And then fly as far as I can towards the group.
Okay, 30 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's
Okay, I
what you
see
get.
him, and we have everybody now. I take off to the right.
Which way is the right? You guys moved in this way? So this way?
Yeah.
Okay. So using your dash action, 5, 10.
It was the last. It was
30.
the last thing. It was to the right. It was
Yep.
the final. Final
Yeah,
turn.
yep,
Right?
yep.
Yeah, to the right.
I've been holding an action. Can I burn it as a dash action?
I know.
action
Why
too?
did he say it like that? Like it was.
Yeah, it is the right as far as we know the right.
Maybe it's
means right.
stage right.
But everything else was.
Camera right?
I'm just going to the right.
Right.
That's the last
Right.
intersection that I know.
So that ends Vex's turn there. Tyrion.
I'm going to go where she went and further if I can.
And you are off the page. Over that way.
Can I burn my action as a dash or no?
You can, yeah.
Yeah, I'm burning my action as a dash.
All right, so that
Yep,
puts
same.
Let's go, 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 go,
Okay.
go.
That's
30, and then
Bye.
that would be
Toodles. As much as we can be.
30.
Dear God,
Okay.
I can't believe this shit.
That brings us to Percy.
I'm gonna keep booging.
Okay, 5, 10, 30, and you also, with a double move, get up to there. Okay. Next up is Tova. So
oh, I'll just keep going.
You
with
just keep
rest.
going? All right,
Yeah.
yeah, so you get up, you catch up with the rest of these guys here way off the map. Alrighty, Grog.
I'm gonna burn my Ashton as a Darsh.
Darsh, barf, derber, darsh. Alrighty.
Ashton is a Darsh?
With that, the Spine Devils are going to move forward.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that who is that? Is that Keelip?
me?
Is that who is
That
that?
is 2, that is Percy.
Oh, it
Wait,
is.
no, that's not-
Percy's
no.
off the map.
Oh, sorry, no, Percy's is
It's
Kilo, sorry,
me,
it's Kilo.
right?
Yeah, because I have like 1, 2, but you were guys
But
already
I was holding
transformed.
my movement to move with
Couldn't-
You can't hold a movement.
Can't hold
I
movement.
can't fucking hold a movement. I did an action to make sure
Yep.
they were bats.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
So you get swarmed
yeah.
by 3 Spine Devils.
Fucking balls. This is
Yeah, we
not
might
good
not be able to
planning.
outrun
Cool,
them.
it's cool. It's cool.
Not in this form.
It's cool.
Oh.
So attacks against you.
Okay, as soon as she gets hit,
Yep,
we're all
that's an
not
18.
bats.
So
Not entirely true.
Keyleth, you take 6 points of slashing damage. So that's 1, your bat form is gone.
Yeah.
You drop that, you become Keyleth again. And you take 5 points of damage carried over.
Uh-huh.
And then it's going to now get its tail attack against you. It's going to miss. The other one's going to bite, miss. Tail attack is going to be a 17. What's your AC?
Currently 16.
So you take 6 points of piercing damage.
Uh-huh.
The last one's going to get its last 2 attacks on you. That is a 21 and a natural 1. So the last attack you get is 4 points of slashing damage.
So it was 6 plus 4 total. So 10.
10.
Okay.
And I need you to go ahead and make 3 concentration checks. It's got to be 10 each time.
Good. The first time. Good. The second time. And 7 plus my constitution,
Yes.
correct? So that is an 11 the third time.
The Constitution saving throw?
All 3.
That's enough. So you maintain concentration on the spell.
Now I
All right.
help her.
Thanks, Caleb.
The Bone Devil flies up
God.
and is now going after Keyleth with all of its might.
Did we
Turn us
like,
all into
heal any?
bears.
We didn't do any of that healing or anything,
Nope,
did we?
you didn't have time.
That's cool.
Oh shit.
So good, I'm
3
good.
attacks. So that is going to be an 18 for its claw. Second claw, that's a 27.
Yeah.
And the sting is a 25. So all 3 hit
Uh-huh.
you. So you take
Sorry, guys.
9 points of slashing damage.
Be prepared. Uh-huh.
Concentration check.
I mean, I'm about to go down. I make it. I make it.
All right. That is 12 points of slashing damage.
I'm down. Everyone's about to hit the ground.
Keyleth falls unconscious.
He's got one more attack.
And the tail strikes you, auto crit, you lose 2 death saving throws.
We're all human now.
And you're all human.
All of you
Now,
drop
or
form.
Or dwarf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way to be humanist.
I'm definitely.
So 4 would be. Fucking hell. Vex.
Okay, gotta fix this super fast.
Really not looking good.
And everybody's far away from her
gonna
except for
complete
me
the set
and
here?
Yeah.
who's the other person?
Oh man, where did my Vex model go?
Oh no, did I just appeal?
I think I may actually left you on the other map. That's okay. I'll bring it up. I'll be fine for this one. I'll just use.
Oh,
use
because
the,
I was in a corner.
yeah, I'll use the Aaron yes for you. It's fine.
Too good.
That's okay. That's pretty hot.
Nobody puts baby.
All right. So we'll say. What else gets right
Can you
here?
put a little marker on me so I can see it? I can't see the Aaron, yes.
Probably should have taken a hot second to heal.
That's you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Percival. Vex. Tarian. Tova.
Percy, my necklace is glowing.
Yeah, we all know.
What, and I'm not a bat.
Yo,
Does that
yo.
mean that
All right.
Keyleth is dead?
End of their turn. Keyleth, it's your turn.
Oh shit!
Oh my
no.
God.
You're next in the initiative order.
Oh shit!
Oh
no.
god, oh god, oh god.
Why would that? That's not. Wait.
I don't want to die.
Wait. Why
guys.
two? Why no? No. Why two? No.
Not in.
Who do I do this
You just
to?
rolled it.
I did.
Oh.
It's a 13.
Oh shit.
Technically. Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna switch dice, but that's a 13. I'll take that.
Was it the intentional roll?
No. Okay.
Gotta be honest.
No, that's not.
Oh no.
Don't fuck me, Gil.
Come on,
Gil.
man. Come on.
I make Gil do it.
I'm good. I'm
Oh
good.
god.
What'd you roll?
It's a 12.
12?
I rolled a 12.
Oh, okay. Still bleeding out. Man,
Okay.
losing that plane shift.
A success. A success. Right? What?
Yeah.
What'd you just say?
She has played.
I said if you
totally
yeah, if you
forgot.
die, we're
Oh
fucked.
my god,
No
if she
plane
dies,
shift.
we're
Yeah, no,
fucked.
I
We're
know,
fucked.
I know.
That's
I'm good. I'm good.
That was a
I'm great.
big oversight.
I'm
that's
on our part.
campaign over. Okay.
No.
What
No.
the fuck do we?
No,
No, we're
it was a
good.
campaign
Let's
over.
come on.
That might be campaign over.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
know.
we're not out of the woods.
All right.
Oh my
All right.
God! What the fuck are we
This-
thinking?
I'm
We
so
still have to go back and
nervous
save
right
our
now.
fucking life.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Vex,
We're
you're up.
good.
Vex, you're up.
We
You're
maybe
up.
should have healed,
I,
but we're
I
good.
run forward and I slide on my knees and put my hand on her and cast Cure Wounds at 4th level
Okay.
on Keyleth.
All right.
Campaign resumes.
Like holy shit.
I'm great. I'm good.
Oh man, that roll was bigger than I knew.
Yeah, that would have been fucking.
I also like.
That would have
we
been
just kind of kept
you guys have
unintentionally rolling
a
dice.
spreading urgency of the entire prison of Mentiri now bearing down on escaped mortal criminals without plane shift. Is that doesn't work?
21%.
Okay. All right. So we have the extreme hint.
But we were bats, Matt.
We were bats.
That was pretty fine planning.
That was.
It was good.
That was awesome.
That was great. Got you
Things
this
have been
far.
going great.
It's
27 points.
You heal 27 points, Keyleth.
Okay.
Okay.
We're fine.
That's good.
I was
Alright, so that's your
higher
action?
than when
That's
we
my
left the jail
action.
Your
cell.
movement.
Yeah.
You have a bonus.
Do you wanna
Can I?
heal yourself? Potion?
Uh,
How are you?
I'm gonna pop Trinket out as my bonus.
Whereabouts?
Behind, like, yeah, no, sure, whatever.
Sure, I'll say just instinctually pop them out there.
Yeah.
At this point.
All right.
And that was my, like, full movement and everything, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Holy shit.
All right.
Oh my God.
Vax, your turn.
I run and skid right up next to my sister, and I have a potion of superior healing, and I pour it into Keyleth's mouth.
All right.
Oh God.
That's your action.
Yes, I know. 1, 2,
Oh God.
Go. I'm gonna say.
Every drop.
22 more. 22 more.
Okay.
That's yours.
Oh.
This is mine.
Oh, Max, go.
I can fucking believe
I
that.
have 49 hit points.
Didn't realize until the moment
Nope.
I was like, oh, Keyleth
Nope.
goes down.
It was bad.
Oh
Bad news
no. Oh
bears.
no.
Bad news bears.
How long has it been since the Pit Fiend moment?
It's been roughly an hour, a little over an hour
Over an hour?
since you killed the Pit Fiend. Yeah.
All right, and I'm gonna throw with bonus action Chuck Whisper into. No, it has to be tied to an
It has
action,
to be
doesn't
tied
it?
to an action of an attack. Yeah.
Well, there's nothing else I can do.
Stand her.
Yeah, give
stand
me
her
I
up.
can get up with a bonus action though.
Can you help me up?
No, bonus action was a potion. No, can a potion be a
No,
bonus?
no,
When
not
you're,
if
applying-
you
you're
give
giving it to somebody
Okay,
else.
then I'm done. Then
All
I'm
right.
done.
So, Tyrion,
Do you have any, like, spells, like a bless or anything?
How far away am I?
you were about. I mean, with 30-foot movement, you can get within range where you can see any of the creatures.
We just gotta get Keyleth
Okay.
back away.
I'll run back then,
Okay.
I guess.
You'll get there.
I don't really have
Bring
any
everything
range.
into you so you can just, like, push to them. Hopefully you can push to them.
No, you have these three little spine devils that are like these little flying imps covered in spines that are relatively small, and you have one big bone devil that was the one that's just
to fire,
almost killed Keyleth. Yeah.
All right. I'll just throw acid at one of them, I guess.
Which one?
The one who looks the meanest.
That's the bone devil. All right.
Bone devil.
Dex save. That is a 14. What's your DC?
17.
So yeah. So go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
Yay.
Okay. Give me some
Yeah,
sixes.
attack.
And one more. Boom. Lots.
How did this happen? How did we get here? Too deep.
Yeah, when you said plane ship,
25.
25 points of acid damage to the Bone Devil.
Nice.
Beyonce and Cat Payne killed.
So as the vial breaks across the front of its body, you see the acid burn its flesh. Kind of curls into itself, and you can see the smoke rising off of it as its flesh is beginning to burn and melt away. Nice, that's your turn?
I will cast Sanctuary on young Keyleth.
Oh, shit.
Whoa.
Nice.
The first time you've helped another person, right?
In my life.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tyrion. All right, Percy, you're up.
Fuck sound at this point, I suppose. I'm gonna run and just get them into view.
Yep, you got them.
All right, 3 shots, and I'm gonna do a pushback on all 3, and I'm gonna push them all 10 feet.
The Spine Devils, you mean?
Spine Devil, Bone Devil.
Okay, so there's 3 Spine Devils and 1 Bone Devil. So two Spine Devils and 1 Bone Devil.
3 Spine Devils and 1 Bone Devil?
Yeah.
Let's...
3 Spine Devils and 1 Bone Devil.
3 Spine Devils and 1 Bone Devil. Let's,
Stop saying
No Coke Pepsi.
No Coke Pepsi. And the Bone Devil's the real problem, I suppose.
Yeah, come on, Pete.
He's the dangerous looking one.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna push him back. I'm gonna do a shot to push him back.
All right.
Oh my god.
And that's
Yeah.
that's a 1929.
Yeah, you hit him.
Yeah, I hit him. That's 1d.
Pop, motherfucker.
That is my power song. You don't even know. 15 points of damage plus 5 psychic.
All right.
And he moves backwards 10 feet.
So 20 damage. He pushes back just that far, but it hits a wall. He can't be pushed back further than that.
Can't be pushed any. It's a little bit.
It's still right there.
Percy inhaled, Hanson
So, yeah,
playing
he
in his
can't,
brain.
he can't really move. He's already up against the wall.
All right. Let's take another. Let's take a Spine Devil. That's the one that's threatening the most people.
Okay.
The song is not called Doo-Bop.
Same shot.
It's called Bop.
That's what I said.
I heard a lot of Doo-Bop.
25.
That hits. Roll damage.
Yay.
That's not the damage.
I know if I
Oh yeah. 17 points of damage and 6 points of psychic damage.
That was a bang roll.
You scatter one of the Spine Devils
Hey,
in
and I get
one
my grip
shot.
back.
It blasts apart.
The other one, I'm just gonna spend a point for grit for Deadeye.
Sure.
Just get advantage.
Go for it.
That's cocked. 20. It's 29.
29 hits.
8, 9, 10, 14 points of damage and 1 point of psychic.
Okay.
He's still standing.
Still standing.
Action surge.
Yes.
3 more shots.
3 more.
Hitting him again.
Seems terribly unfair.
Same thing with a grit.
All right.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's good to do. 16, 17, 19, 24 to hit.
Hits. It's against the second Spine Devil.
The
Then you just-
second Spine Devil. That's 11 points of damage and 4 psychic.
He scatters.
Third Spine Devil.
Yes.
Same thing with a. Actually, I lose. God, I
These
gain
are
the grit
loud-
back.
these are loud
There's Spine Devil.
shots.
Come on, Percy.
Yeah, these shots are.
Yeah, that's a. Actually, I'll re-roll the cocked one, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, that hits.
Echoing through the hall.
What's for that?
Everyone now, everyone who is ever searching for anything knows exactly where to go now.
Yeah, fuck it. It's worth it though. 13 points of damage and 5 psychic.
Okay.
Or maybe we've confused.
Still standing, but looking rough.
Yeah, but there's
And
4 fucking enemies.
another shot. Same thing. Same thing with advantage. Yeah, that's fine. 17, 24.
24. Yep.
Oh, thank God they're easy to hit. That's good. 16 points of damage and 4 psychic.
The third Spine Devil's just upper torso is disintegrated by the blast. Its wings kind of flick off on 2 sides,
And
spattering
now I
part of the
get that
Bone
grit
Devil.
back, so I still have that. So I'm going to spend my last
Like
grit.
we're just on our knees watching it all like.
Last grit is a shot to the Spine Devil.
That was already 3 attacks.
I know.
What?
That was 3 more attacks.
No, that was 1, 2. Oh, that was
Yeah, 'cause you
1,
killed
2.
you killed the second one and then shot twice to
I
kill the
went
third one.
twice
So you're out of
All right,
attacks.
I'm done. Reload, and that's the end of my turn.
Alrighty. At this point, you guys can hear distant yelling getting louder and louder down the hallway where you came from. You hear the voices just echoing and swarming, and people are starting to get closer, knowing where you are. Tova, you're up.
How many of these devil guys are left?
There's just the one bone devil left.
Okay, I'm gonna run back a full 45 feet. How close can I get to him?
45, you can get about there. You're about 10, 15 feet from him. 10 feet.
Oh.
You got any projectile shit?
I do not.
Need to heal?
That would help.
Do you have anything to heal with?
Don't think so.
Oh, yeah.
You hungry? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any food?
No. Who's closest to me here?
Currently, it's Vax, the half-elf rogue guy.
Just can I save my action?
You could.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you've been in a short rest, so you don't have your blood curses back.
Yeah. No, I don't have.
Okay. Cool. So you're gonna just hold your action just in case it comes in here?
Yeah, I'll just hang out with my new friends here.
Okay, sounds good.
Hope for the best.
Grog.
Come running in 50 feet. Ah!
50 feet puts you right up to, like, standing over Keyleth, pretty much.
Am I in melee distance?
You are within melee distance.
Reckless attacks.
Yes.
Yes, kill it. So we can run away.
29.
You do have a point of exhaustion, by the way.
Yes.
29 hits.
Big man.
24 points.
24 points of damage already.
Second one, reckless. Natural 20.
Okay.
Oh,
from the gods.
Yes, from the gods.
27. 34. 34 points of damage.
Well, did you double the dice?
Did 2 additional damage dice rolls.
Right. So you did the first
initial
attack.
one, and then I did 2 more.
Okay. So the total was
34.
34.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Because I got 2 levels of the brutal critical.
Great. So those are your 2 attacks.
Yeah.
All right. That brings us to the Bone Devil's turn.
Still alive?
Yeah, it's still alive.
Fuck.
And seeing everybody kind of rush in and help this wounded creature on the ground.
Matt, can I Sorry, keep going.
Okay, no worries. You sure?
Can I use the blood curses? I can use it 3 times per short rest, so I have 1 more, right?
You did.
I did 2 in the prison.
2 mutual suffering, and you needed your mark.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
so you did
Okay.
3.
You're right. I did 3. Sorry.
It's all good.
Carry on.
All right, so it's going to go ahead and. Well, actually, no. Let me roll, see which way it goes. Okay, yeah, it's not that intelligent. So intelligence check, you being the immediate threat, it turns its attention towards you as opposed to Keyleth, who's currently on the ground. As you're the biggest threat to it at the moment, and it's going to go ahead and make 3 strikes at you. That is 16.
Misses.
16.
Misses.
Come on, Grog.
17.
Hits.
Oh, finally. So
That's my
8, 9.
That's my AC.
All right, that is 2d8. 12 plus 4. 16 points of piercing damage.
Nice.
And no poison because you are immune.
Word.
All right, that ends its turn, and it's going to shift over, flying over onto this way, and kind of coasting in the center there, and getting over Keyleth, getting close to the blood pool.
A
Retaliation? Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Hey.
As a reaction, you can.
Stroking out.
It's that psychic damage
reckless,
you
please.
took earlier.
You got this shit.
Just like that fly earlier. Get it.
Yeah.
30.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah. 24.
24 points of damage. As it flies over you through the air, you just arc in the other direction with your hammer. And as you do, it just breaks its entire ribcage inward. You hear the shattering of bones, and it kind of gives out this wheeze as you follow through and slam it back down where it was standing.
Sweet!
Yeah. Keyleth, can you do a wall of stone?
Yeah, into the corridor.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's
Yeah,
make our way.
block it.
Yeah, but do it here so we don't know which way we
And
went.
then we'll throw the dust of tracelessness
They know
down.
the layout of this prison.
Yeah, but they don't know which direction we're
Throw
going.
dust of tracelessness down at the
You
intersection.
guys hear voices now coming from the other sides as well.
Oh shit! Just take off down the thing and
Let me
put
let me
dust
do
of
something.
tracelessness.
I can do something.
Okay.
Go. Do it, Terry.
I'm gonna use
for us?
my scroll of programmed illusion.
Okay.
Have any creatures talked to us in common down here with their mouths, not with their minds?
There've been a handful, yeah.
What kind?
They've been the Cambion, the guy you met earlier, who had the red skin, who made the deal with Percival.
The Chain Devil.
Okay.
The Chain Devil
Did he
spoke
work
common.
in the prison?
No. The Chain Devil's working in the prison.
Great, Chain Devil. So I'm gonna make a programmed illusion. Upon anyone approaching, a Chain Devil will appear over the dead bodies that we just killed and say, "There were 5 of them. They went that way," and point down the hallway that we just came out of. Go get them now. Make them pay.
Okay. Alrighty. As you pull the scroll out and you watch the scroll burst into flame as you finish the incantation, you watch as out of the blood pool rising this Chain Devil, looking like real material, steps up and walks over to the bodies and just sits there looking over them, just waiting for someone to trigger.
Okay, we should throw the dust of tracelessness down.
go.
Dust of
Yeah.
tracelessness on the ground.
Okay, you guys throw it behind you, Flower Girl in your way.
I,
All right.
I hold my wall of stone since he has that because I don't
All
want
right.
to make
Ryan,
an
can you get this out of here?
What?
We'll get this map out if we can.
Fly the map out!
All right, so you guys
Fly the
continue
map.
right. Thank you. And get the last one in.
God.
You guys head down this hallway for about another 100 feet, hearing the shouts behind you, hear conversation, different languages happening. They're getting a little more distant. You're catching some ground here, and it's going well. It's going well. Eventually, you make your way.
There's another whole fucking
No,
map.
it's the door. It's always.
door.
This is Matt Mercer we're talking about.
I'm looking for traps. I'm looking for fucking traps.
You guys make your way down to the end of this chamber, and you see three different doors that are all closed off to the front, the right, and the left.
Feigned smile. Feigned smile.
Faint smile.
Faint smile.
So get all three of
Right.
them.
As you're making your investigation check, you hear what sounds like the writhing of chains and the pulling of heavy metal grinding. As you begin to look and inspect the doors real fast, you glance up, and the entire ceiling is a sea of rolling chains, all gathering, and then from the ceiling burst down in the center of the chamber. No. A chain golem slams into the center, its glowing red eyes from underneath. All right. As you guys have all kind of scattered amongst this chamber as you ran down, Vax, just rush up and begin to inspect these here. What are you guys doing?
Wait, is this it? Is this where we're supposed to be?
You gotta find out which room he's in.
All right.
He's in one of these rooms?
Everyone roll initiative.
Oh my
Oh,
no.
What size is that
big,
thing?
big
Good
dice.
knowing
big
you
dice.
guys.
It's about, God
That's
damn it.
good, that's
That's
good.
almost 20 feet tall. And when it slams the ground, it's hunched forward. If it was standing upright, it would scrape the ceiling.
So it's like a fire giant size.
A little bit under fire giant size, but you watch the chains from the ceiling are still attached to it.
Oh, Jesus.
It's like almost the whole ceiling and upper portion of this chamber is made of chain that's kind of feeding it.
Do we have anything to freeze?
this Hellraiser shit.
Anything to
I
freeze?
know.
To freeze? I mean, yeah.
I got ice
We
claws.
have our shit back, right?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
we can
All
freeze
right.
him in place, maybe he's made of metal.
25 to 20.
24.
24.
21.
Nice.
Tova. And what would you roll for your investigation check, by the way?
Oh, 22.
22. This doorway, the first one you checked, does not seem to have the symbol on it. It appears to be some sort of infernal symbol that you don't recognize. All right, so 20 to 15.
17.
15.
Percy. 15 to 10.
13.
Oh boy.
Darian.
2.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
All
Are
right.
you rolling ones?
8 for Vax.
I rolled a 2.
Oh. All right,
got
Vex, you're up first.
Can I run to the
plus
other
on your
doors that
initiative?
Vex
I'm
Vax
weak
isn't
as
looking
Which one
at?
of these are you
and-
checking?
Huh?
Which one of these doors are you checking?
The far one in the back.
The back here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll
the
look
one
for
by
the
me.
symbol.
Make an investigation check.
23.
23. You go and look, and this one has a symbol that looks like a half moon that is broken and is bleeding into a pool below it.
And I'm looking for a feigned grin.
I mean, that could be.
That could be a
It's
fake.
a half moon.
It's like a crescent, like half moon. That looks like it's breaking in the middle and bleeding.
That totally could be a feigned grin.
Could be.
Okay.
Which one?
Door number.
The very back door.
This one and this one have been inspected. So that's your movement to get up there, and your action to kind of look thoroughly to look at the symbol in the low light.
Can I? Okay.
You have a bonus still.
Yeah. Is it possible to bonus hide? So
You have
he
nowhere to
doesn't-
hide from. You have nothing obscuring.
Nothing to obscure the view.
Not really.
Okay, then I'm gonna use my bonus to pop Trinket out.
Okay. Trinket appears out of your necklace.
I guess he's already out, wasn't he? Because we
Yeah.
were running.
Yeah, we may have pulled him back in. It's fine.
That's a wasted bonus. No, I'm gonna hunter's mark. So
Okay.
Trinket's out. I'm gonna hunter's mark the guy.
All right. I'll go with it.
Okay.
All right. Hunter's mark on the chain golem. Tova, your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna run over there behind the chain golem where Vex is. I'm gonna do a perception check. Can I use my smell? I guess I'll check out this last door.
Okay.
Can I do like a general sense of smell for the whole area and see if I smell anything coming from any of these prisons?
Sure. Make a perception check as you're rushing in and kind of making a sense.
What about the symbol? Do you see anything?
With advantage because of your.
Yep. All right. So that is a 23.
23. The chamber seems to have various scents that kind of mix in this area. The one on the far end has this like ancient dusty decay smell to it. The one on the opposite side of the chamber has a weirdly iron, rusty, kind of old metal scent. And the doorway you're at right now has a very strong scent of sulfur.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything on the door?
Make an investigation check.
So that's where's my investigation? That's an 18.
You knock the dust from the side, and as you inspect closely, hearing the chains grinding and spinning around you, and occasionally you duck as you see one kind of whip across and break part of the stone and cause chunks of it to fly off. You look down and you see two small eyes and one deep, toothy grin.
Hey, this one's smiling.
But is it a feigned grin? A feigned grin is usually cocked, but it looks like a smile.
He doesn't appear sincere, so.
Apartment smelled of decay, you know, and now it smells sulfur.
Okay,
So
yeah,
you've-
that's true, that's true.
What do I have left?
Well, as a note, so remember this, it took you a while to get there because the chains that are whirling around it are kind of entangling and wrapping around the area, so you were at half movement, which got you just to there. I forgot to mention that earlier. However, the chains in the process are crushing and doing damage as you move through them.
Oh.
So it's 6 points.
You could have mentioned that
I know.
earlier.
6 points of bludgeoning damage to you as you kind of pull your way through the chains getting to that area. All right, that ends Tova's turn. It is now the chain golem's
Do I have
turn.
an extra action or anything?
Your action was to do the investigation. You have your bonus if you have something to spend it with.
Can turn into a bear?
Sure.
I turn into a bear?
And
turn into a bear.
form.
You're a bear. And bear.
And bear form. There is your bear form. Alrighty. So, ending Tova's turn, it is now the golem's turn. The golem is going to, it has a 10-foot range and it slams. It's going to do 2 slam attacks. It's going to reach out and slam once at Percy, who's within his front range there after landing, and Keyleth is immediately to its left.
What's he doing?
fucking
Just
die,
a
Keyleth.
Just a physical slam attack. A giant,
Just a slam
giant
attack?
battering ram of heavy, thick chains is gonna poof, and punch out towards Percival. The fist swings and almost merges with the rest of the body as the second arm forms where it was and then back fists into Keyleth. Like its form shifts with the chains that move around within its body, and it keeps its form is ever changing and shifting like a giant amoeba of moving metal. The first attack towards Percival, that is 27 to hit.
Oh my god, yes.
All right, you suffer. That is 22 points of bludgeoning damage.
22 points.
And against Keyleth, that is a 25 to hit.
Yep.
Keyleth, you take 21 points of bludgeoning damage.
Is Sanctuary still working on her?
Yeah, Sanctuary.
Actually, Sanctuary's on. Something I has to make a wisdom saving throw before it can do that.
Oh yeah. I'm good at this. Don't fuck
Which
me.
it fails. You take no damage.
Oh, he does it.
It rolled a 2 and had a 0 wisdom modifier.
Oh, that's good.
That's good.
That's great.
So as it goes to strike you, the second fist appears, and then seems to just dwindle and fall to the ground, and it forms again in the spot where it was, and you watch like multiple arms are now forming and coming out of it at different places.
Nice work, Tyrion.
It's going to back up as it does so. Its eyes shift, these two red beady points of light that form its eyes kind of shift to the back of its head, and now you see it. It's like taking, they're almost moving around, and it's keeping a visual range of everything in the room
Do we get
now.
an attack of opportunity since we're moving out of its combat range?
No, you weren't. It was not in your combat range. It had a reach, unfortunately. Then ends its turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Oh. Stay safe. Okay, I need to stay alive. Who's close to me in a 30-foot radius? And who's looking rough?
Everyone but Vex and Trinket are in a 30-foot radius.
Okay, I want to start backing out a little bit. And who's lowest on hit points? Legit.
You and Tova.
points
left.
Me,
Oh,
Tova, Tyrion, and I can pick 3 more people. I'm gonna do a mass cure wounds.
Who else wants it?
Who else is low?
I'll take it. I'm at like 2/3, I guess.
And if no one...
Vax.
Uh,
Anyone else
Grog,
looking
you
low?
want it?
Anyone else looking relatively low?
I mean, you can
No, I'm
do
not
it to both of
relatively
them
low.
too. I mean, if you can do it to everybody, why not?
I can do it to 6 people.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll say yes. Actually, and then...
And Grog.
And Grog.
Everyone but Vex.
And we're gonna do a mass cure wounds, which
Costs the same.
For 3d8 plus my spell casting ability. Okay.
Yep, so 3d8 plus 6. Go for it. And Percy, you're up next.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Wow, did that happen?
Oh, that's a 1.
What?
That
You
sounds-
can reroll
You can
one.
reroll it. Is it? No, only if it's a
Elemental spell.
damage.
Still.
8, 16, 17 plus 6.
So 23.
23 points of
23 points of healing. So mark that in, guys. That's your action.
and then I'm backing out a little bit.
Backing this way or this way?
Yeah, like towards away from the chain golem. Yeah,
Okay.
that way.
This way. If you move one more, he's going to get attack opportunity on you. Because you're within melee range of him right
Fucking
now.
hell.
You want to risk it? Or not?
Yeah, I'll risk it.
Okay.
Can you transform anymore, or are you?
I
Spent?
can do it one more time, but only to an animal, not an elemental.
Okay, so you back up. It takes a swing at you with its chain slam. That is 26 to hit.
Yep.
You take...
It hits, yeah.
The sanctuary still on her?
30 points of bludgeoning damage.
Sanctuary.
Thank you for reminding me.
giant golem,
That is a
of course.
14.
Miss?
Well, what's your DC? 17?
On what? My spell DC?
Yeah, spell DC.
17.
17. It goes to swing again towards you as a reaction, and it
Thanks, Fred.
the magic prevents it from actually hitting its mark, and it chains retract back into its body.
Yeah!
So no damage is sustained.
Matt,
Killer.
if I may be,
No.
technically he can choose another target.
Are you gonna be honest?
Oh, because he failed.
No, it just says in Sanctuary,
It has to
he
be
can
another
either
target. You're right.
fail or he can choose another target.
That's true. All right, so instead, this will go to...
Sorry, I'm just saying.
No, it's good. It'll go to Tova and Vax for the 2 attacks that he got Sanctuary earlier. So the Vax, that is a 31.
No, that does not hit.
So you take the 30 points of damage
Okay.
instead.
Yeah.
You're taking it for me?
Yes, I am.
And then against
Thanks, boyfriend.
Tova, that is a natural 1.
That's a what?
Natural 1 to hit you.
Yay!
So it actually
thank
slams
God.
into the door above you.
Does it
and-
break through the door?
Make a strength check now.
Happy to.
The door cracks and it partially gets pushed inward. It's already damaged. Somehow the chain golem actually helped you out. That's interesting. All right, that ends its turn. Keyleth, you're up. No, sorry, that was Keyleth's turn. Percy, you're up.
God, I've never felt so much pressure.
I'm out of its range now.
Yeah. You are currently just out of its range.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm going to back up a bit. I'm going to move me behind that, and then move me the other direction, the other pillar.
Oh, this way?
Head that way. Does it look like those chains are feeding it?
It doesn't look like it's feeding it more than just the chains are keeping it attached to the wall as it moves forward. The mass of the chains are still in its chest.
And it has eyeballs.
It has some sort of 2 glowing light sources within the massive chains that form where its head would be.
Would a
and they
headshot
move.
to those eyeballs actually be a thing that might work?
You can try it.
I'm going to try it. I'm
Okay.
going to burn a thing and see if that does it. So, yeah, let's find out.
You're up next, Grog.
All right. Yeah, that'll do. 32 to hit.
32 hits.
All right, that's a D10 D6. That's 11 points of damage and 3 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
And it has to make a Constitution savings throw.
It does not actually, because that is unaffected by that effect. Its eyes can shift throughout its body, so.
There's no like snapping, breaking the glass.
Nope.
Man, you made me burn a grit. That sucks.
Yeah. Even with its spell advantage against all the sanctuary saves, it just doesn't have very high wisdom.
That's
so it just
okay.
cannot-
I'm gonna just
cannot
take
make
a,
it.
I'm gonna take a sharpshooter shot at it and just keep damaging it. So two more.
Two more, go for it.
Sharpshooter shot. Oh, that was shot 1.
Shot 1. You have 2 more.
Shot 2. That's a 25.
Hits.
That's 18, 19, 20. 27 points of damage and 5 psychic.
Nice. 32 already. Last
And
attack.
another shot, same thing, sharpshooter.
Yeah, I'm
You have too many dice on there, man.
That
I
was
never do.
awesome.
So it could be worse. 11, 12, 13, 14.
14? Okay.
Does 14 hit?
14 does not hit. No.
Okay.
Sorry, that's damage.
Wild.
Sorry.
And then I'm just going to like stay and try and keep an eye on everything that's happening and.
Yeah. All right, Keyleth, by the way, as you were moving through the chains, I forgot to mention earlier, as the tingling chains around it, you did suffer 5 points of bludgeoning damage as the chains are just swirling around and the aura in the area of its vicinity just shreds like a slow-moving grinder.
As I move out.
You're still
So
in the
I
range.
healed.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm at.
Grog, you're up.
60.
Hit it, Grog.
Grog, you're up.
Where am I on the map?
Right there.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, door. Smash it open, right?
Yeah. All right, go for it. Roll an attack.
Crack a doom. 23.
23 hits.
What do I roll?
I just roll damage for your hammer.
Oh yeah, that makes sense, right? 9. 25.
25 damage. Come 50 because of siege. The door is absolutely sundered and comes off. Oh god. As the door blows open, you glance inside, you can see within, the walls are covered in this like pulsy, fleshy, muscle-like substance with these long stretched tendons and pieces of sinew that all gathered at the center, and you see this kind of shifting larval egg. And within, you can see a small humanoid figure that is like swirling and writhing within. It seems like it's in this perpetual state of agony, screaming quietly within this weird fleshy egg sac. And you can see the features of like a tiger-like face and fangs, just like writhing inside. Eat it.
Fucking umbilical cord, eat it.
I have one more hit.
Do it. Smash it.
I'll stride forward and swing away.
Okay. As you step forward, the chain golem already used its reaction, so it just cannot. You just walk forward, make an attack.
Reckless, please.
Yeah.
Because why not?
Because why not?
Live it up.
That's a million. It's 32.
Roll damage.
A million.
Million.
22.
It just spattered across the ground. What was once shifting is now a fine red cream, as the true form of Hodis, partially returned, is now scattered across the steaming pavement of the depths of the Mentiri prison. The devil is no more. You are freed from your curse. But now, just to get out of here, because you hear the voices in the distance now.
Plane ship.
Getting-
Come on.
happening?
So,
Is it done? Is it done?
No. How much movement do I have left?
that was you. Because the chains that are wrapping around you, which by the way did 5 points of bludgeoning damage to you.
Okay.
It takes you half movement to move through that space, so it's 5, 10, 15, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So you can move 2 more squares.
2 more squares. I'll come back out the door and towards Keyleth.
All right, that'll get you about there. And that's as far as you can get. The chains are tangling you up and preventing you from moving so quickly.
Oh, you can hold your action.
And then Grog's turn. Tyrion.
I mean, we're done.
Bug out! Bug out!
I think we have to touch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
we have to be touching her.
I'll move to Keyleth and say, Tova, are you coming with us? You have to, sort of,
Where are you going?
to another plane of existence. But one without chain golems trying to kill you.
I can't leave my friends. I have to try and find them.
But
How?
I don't know.
This is. Yep.
Yeah.
I'll go next to Keyleth.
Okay, so you're stepping next to her over the grate.
Yeah, I can make you invisible. I can make you fly. What would help you get out of here?
I'll have that invisibility.
Sure.
Invisible bear.
As Tova vanishes in the moment and is just the slight ripple in the air.
Oh, you have a slight ripple figure. Phantom bear.
Does he?
We'll use this.
Oh, there we go.
There is like where you are. Okay.
It looks really cool.
So
on the
Tova's
model.
form
Yeah, it
vanishes.
How long does that last? Not a matters, but. Thanks.
Just 1 minute.
Real fast.
Wait, and the minute
thought
you take
invisibility
damage, you
lasts
become
longer than
visible
that.
again?
Yeah, I'm not gonna
she's
take
like
any more
walking
damage.
Invisibility lasts an hour.
It lasts an hour?
Yeah, it's up to an hour.
Oh, hey, you could get out with that.
Just don't take damage from the chains on the ground.
Get out.
She's like, okay, I gotta get.
One step.
Alrighty. Vex.
All right, I'm gonna run forward and try to get to. I'm gonna poof, trinket in and run forward and try to get to Keelan.
Okay. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And then that's as far as you can get right there. Make a double dash.
Yeah.
All right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's as far as you get. And you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage from the chains that are whipping around you and wrapping around your legs and tying you up as you're reaching forward. It's like this swamp of grinding metal.
Great.
That ends your turn. Tova. You're invisible. If you do any actions like attacks, you lose invisibility.
I lose invisibility
either,
if I
either you're
attack?
going with them or you're retreating into the prison and for better or for
Can
worse.
I run over, pick up Vex and carry her over to her friends?
5, 10, 15, 20.
45.
Is Vex down?
No, she can't move anymore.
Oh.
35, 40. You get right up next to her. Right there. She's light enough. You lift her up. And you can make a dash action to bring her over.
Yeah.
For half speed.
Oh,
5, 10, 15, 20. You get her just there within range of Keyleth. Tova.
So confused.
Just got carried by an invisible bear.
You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage, reduced to half because you're in your bear form, so you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
I feel very nostalgic for some reason as
Yeah.
she's doing this. It's just like
His
very
invisible
comfortable
form
for
picks
me.
you up. The golem's turn now.
Oh God.
The golem
Am I on the
shifts
ground
forward.
again? Did you put me down or am I still on you?
Yeah, I put you down.
Okay.
I mean, unless you want to be like kind of airplaned around by an invisible
I mean,
bear.
I'm not opposed, but
The golem is going to make a chain prison attack.
oh God.
A chain prison?
Yes.
Oh my God.
This
He's
way?
really gonna just try to kill us before we can get out of here.
It's going to, let's see here.
Who's still over there by?
It's going to get Percy, Keyleth, and Tarion.
Oh, shitballs.
I need you guys to all make dexterity saving throws.
Come on, come on.
Don't fuck me, Gil. Oh, that's good, Gil. Dex.
I'm feeling lucky. Thank God. 20.
20. That's exactly what you needed.
19 plus 4, 23.
Percy?
It's a dex saving throw, and
Yes.
20 is what we need. I'm going to use a resolve and see if I can make this work. Nope, same thing, 17.
17. So everyone else, you guys both managed to just break free. Percy, you are restrained.
All right.
God damn it. Are you.
As the
Why?
chains swirl and wrap around your legs and torso and you find yourself bound in place.
If we make a chain.
Yeah, if we make a chain, we can reach over to him.
ironic.
Oh my God, like Guardians of the Galaxy, you guys.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. All right, and so Keyleth, your turn.
I am.
Can you wait?
Holding my turn and just reaching out and trying to make this chain as much as I can.
So
and then
you're beginning to begin casting the spell and holding the release of it
as
until.
soon as everyone links hands, we're out. Can I do a?
At the start of your turn, you take 9 points of bludgeoning damage from the chains that are swirling around you.
That's fine. Can I do a bonus action to heal who's looking rough? 27.
You.
Heal yourself.
Nine.
Don't
You.
die.
Yourself for the love
You.
of God.
Just heal your fucking
Okay,
self.
I'm at 59 hit points. I'm going to heal myself.
So second level healing word.
Yeah.
First level? All right.
Second level is that's 4 plus another 3.
So 7 plus 6, 13. You heal 13, and you begin casting Plane Shift. You pull out of your side satchel the tuning fork that you have attuned to where? Where are you going to be casting this towards?
73. 73 hit points.
What location are you shifting towards, Keyleth, as you begin the spell?
Home. Whitestone.
Okay.
Exandria.
Focusing on Whitestone and Exandria. You begin to cast the incantation. You can see the power in her hands begin to glow, but she's holding it back. She's concentrating hard.
I just say I
Alright.
take whatever leftover action that I have to be like, Vox Machina, come on!
All right, ending your turn, Keyleth. Percival, what are you doing?
I'm going to try and break out of this chain.
All right, go ahead and make a strength check.
God damn it.
You got this.
Maybe
Natural
Grog can-
20. Golden snitch.
Strength
It's not
check or
bad.
strength save?
It's not Strength bad.
check.
14.
14. You can't break the chains. They're too strong.
Can I use an action surge to try and do it again?
Yeah, because you get 2 now at this level.
Yep, I got 1 more.
Come on, Percy.
Nope.
Can't break free. The chains are holding you in place. Ending your turn, Grog, you're up.
Who's the one that's back there?
That's Vax. He can
Okay.
dash.
Yeah, I would like to move towards Percy.
All right, at the start of your turn, Grog, you take 7 points of bludgeoning damage from the swirling chains.
Okay.
Reduced to 3. So that's
After, I'm not
5, 10,
raging.
15, 20, 25, 30. 40, what's that?
He's not ready.
40,
It's not that gap. I can close that gap.
50. You get right there.
Or Terry and Grog can hold hands in that position, right? Can he reach
Yeah.
Terry and
just need a
Percy?
chain.
Well, no, Tyrion is right here.
Yeah. So can
So
he
you-
like reach his hand out and have Percy?
You would need to
and
move.
Terry?
Everyone would need to shift one
I
more that
can
direction,
go
or
that
someone can
gap.
plug
Yeah.
that hole.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I need to
You
break
know-
your chains or just touch you?
Just touch will work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
All right. I just grab your hand and I'll lean back like this with my
Very
8 foot tall.
dancery.
Oh yeah, he's super tall. Can he reach farther because he's super tall?
I saw my sister get picked up and put down, so I know where Invisibear is. And I'm going to push through and feel along my sister's shoulder and feel Werebear's arm and say, you're in the middle of hell. This is a ring of invisibility. Thank you. And push through, and I'm going to try to push all the way and use my bonus to push all the way
10,
through and fill that
15, 20, 25,
Please,
Man,
please,
throw the
please,
knife.
please make it all the
30.
way.
You can just barely, with the chains that are around you, which, by the way, Vax, you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
You can just get up to put the ring into Tova's hand.
Yeah.
And that's
With
as
an
far as you
action.
can get.
But I have action and bonus action. Can I use the
me.
bonus action to dash?
You can, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, so
Please,
5,
get
10,
there.
Come on, guys.
15,
get out of
20,
here.
Please, just let him get
25,
there.
30. 25, 30. You're not quite there.
All right. Well, I grab Keyleth's hand and we're gonna work on closing this gap. I'm out.
Well, you dash with your bonus. And
Yeah,
then you
but the action wasn't to give
no,
her
the
the
action
ring.
was give her the ring, so yeah, you
Yes.
feel for her. So that's your turn.
Can you
She's
throw your
dead.
dagger and
I'm
hit
out.
me?
I'm out.
You can't do anything else. You
I'm
can't
out.
hit me?
I'm
Okay.
out.
No problem, guys.
We've just got one teeny little gap here, and whose turn is it?
All right. That brings us
An
to
hour
Vex.
is not enough to.
That's me?
It's not gonna survive.
Well,
with an
technically
hour of
Tyrion.
invisibility.
Oh, me. I'm right there, aren't I?
Yeah.
Can I bridge
Shimmy
the gap
over?
somehow?
Can he yank Vax?
You can use your action to try and pull him over.
Do that.
To pull Vax over?
Yeah.
Fill the hole.
You do take.
Fill the hole.
You take 7 points of bludgeoning damage from the chains.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay.
Stress.
Okay, great. 7 points. Whatever.
Oh
Oh.
my god, the stress.
Okay, yeah,
Come
I'll
on, come
reach. I'll reach like I've never reached before, and say, "We're brothers forever, lifelong teammates, friends."
Just
Pull him in to the space. Everyone grabs hands. You see.
not you.
Yeah, you see Tova's like form appear briefly as she puts the ring on and then vanishes once more. You see the rest of them grab arms together. Keyleth, you go ahead and finish the spell. Plane shift
I'll look you up if I make it out of here alive.
The ring's a loner.
We still gotta get that beer.
Greystone Keep.
You can see the
Get my robot! Get my robot!
You can see the chain golem swelling as the chains are feeding it. It's growing larger in the chambers. It's getting angry. The red eyes getting brighter and brighter as you all clasp hands together. The light flashes a bright whitish green. There's a high-pitched whine just as you hear devils rushing in from across the hallway. Silence. And that's where we'll pick up next week.
You got to live, Toma. You got to live.
Gonna do my best.
Holy shit.
I'm doing great.
Oh my God, Matthew.
Guys. Thank you guys. Oh shit.
You got to Bilbo Baggins your way out of that shit.
Yeah, you do.
Oh my
I'm in a
God.
much better position than I was to start with.
Holy crap,
Just-
she gets tortured. Rogue
Just
on
hope Tova doesn't come across in their pit feet
Credits
because they
roll,
can
it
see through
says-
invisibility.
5 minutes later, Tova was killed.
There are devils that can see through invisibility, so I
Well, I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure you'll be fine. It'll be great.
Worst case scenario, she ends the day where she
that
started.
gunk and try
It
it
was
like
a really
jittery.
fun episode. That was a really fun game.
Oh.
That
That was awesome, guys.
That
Well
was the
done.
most fun we've had in a while.
That was awesome.
That was good.
Chain golems, all the demons.
I'm so tired.
I'm so
so
tired.
This is great.
That was fun.
So
Guys,
many
well done.
Made it out, right?
Noelle, thank you so much for playing with us. Awesome character.
Fucking awesome.
Such a blast.
Oh.
Good sticking to the guns of staying behind. I was like, I don't know what she's gonna do about this.
Oh, it's so cool.
I think we're gonna find a way to find them.
Yeah, then I just keep showing up every week. You can't
Yeah.
get out of me. Hey guys,
It's happened
put me on
before.
team, isn't it?
Our story ended up keeping Rothfuss here for 3-4 weeks in a row, so it was supposed to be just a one night thing.
No, I had a mission.
And he got a killing blow on a boss too. We had 2 guests get killing blows on boss. It's awesome.
We've had good themes of guests killing bosses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Mary killed the White Dragon.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
it's
true.
been
You guys
good.
gotta pick up your slack.
Yeah.
They're not very
Maybe your
good.
ghost can haunt us.
Like we're using like D&D 5.
Good times.
This is
Or it'll
true.
just be me with the invisibility ring. Like
That's right. Just when he's
Gross.
put it in like, just put
Hey.
put it.
Well, thank you so much for coming and playing with us, Noelle.
Thank you for
Absolute
having
pleasure.
me. This has been awesome.
Yay.
Yay.
So guys, once again, you can check out Noelle if you want to pimp your stuff real fast before we leave. Nimona!
And
Lumberjane.
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 And Lumberjane.
And other great
And other things soon to be
other things soon to be
revealed.
announced. Yeah, excited. Well, thank you again, guys. Awesome job. We'll pick this up next week, and we'll see you guys then. Until then, is it Thursday yet? Good night.
Holy shit.